How did this grieving normal teenage girl end up in a love triangle between two vampire brothers, all while dying multiple times? Well, let's find out as we're breaking down the entire story of the Vampire Diaries, from the very first diary entry to the final goodbye. But first, let's break some things down. Mystic Falls is your typical small town with high school drama and familiar faces everywhere. But around 4 months ago, Elena, our protagonist, and Jeremy Gilbert, her brother, lost their parents, and since then, they've just been trying to survive. Elena hides her grief behind smiles and diary entries. Meanwhile, Jeremy hides behind silence, and their Aunt Jenna is suddenly a parent with 2 teens and no guidance. And just as the year begins to settle, Stefan Salvatore arrives. Mysterious, centuries old, and a frickin' vampire. Following close behind his older brother Damon Salvatore. Well, that's gonna bring some drama for sure, so without further ado, let's get into it. Episode 1 of the Vampire Diaries begins with a warning. Before we even get into the high school drama, the episode opens with a brutal reminder that something supernatural is already hunting in Mystic Falls. And it does not look good. A couple driving at night is attacked by an unseen force, establishing one major fact: there's a predator in this town. We're then transported to Elena Gilbert's room, who is a 17-year-old high school student trying to hold herself together. 4 months after her parents died in a car accident. She's writing in her diary, narrating her thoughts, trying to convince herself that today will be different. That if she smiles enough, maybe the pain of losing her parents won't define her. Her younger brother, Jeremy Gilbert, on the other hand, is doing way worse. He's withdrawn, experimenting with drugs, and has a crush on Vicky Donovan, who only really approaches him for pills. Yikes. On the way to Mystic High, Elena is picked up by her best friend, Bonnie Bennett, who reveals that she actually comes from a line of witches. Bonnie elaborates, saying that she has already begun sensing things she can't quite explain. And to top it off, she also mentions that she senses something dangerous in Mystic Falls. In the hallways, Elena meets Caroline Forbes, her other best friend who she has known since first grade. Caroline's also pretty quick to crushes, immediately falling for the new student. We then see Matt Donovan, Vicky's brother, who is also Elena's ex-boyfriend, and he is clearly not over her. Oh, and there's also Tyler Lockwood, the son of the mayor, who's kinda dating Vicky. Yep, love lives here are messy. Later, Bonnie and Elena end up glancing at the new student in the registration office, with Bonnie joking how sexy he looks from behind. Okay. You might be wondering by now who this mysterious new student actually is. Well, it's of course Stefan Salvatore. Stefan integrates into the school with suspicious ease. When stopped by the registration office because of some missing documents, he just tells the lady that he actually does have them, and she's easily convinced. It's almost like his words have magic, a subtle clue that he isn't human. But from the moment he sees Elena, something in him recognizes her. Turns out Elena is an exact double of Catherine, the vampire Stefan loved in 1864. And Stefan didn't just transfer schools randomly. He came back to Mystic Falls because of her. We then cut to Elena in a cemetery, writing in her diary next to her parents' grave. Suddenly, smoke fills the surroundings, spooking her. She gets up to run away, only to end up slipping and bumping into Stefan. While they talk, Elena experiences their connection as intense chemistry, but Stefan, on the other hand, is fighting something much darker. He's a vampire, purely surviving on animal blood, desperately trying to separate himself from the violent nature of his species. Although, around Elena, around her heartbeat and her blood, that control falters. And while everyone is too busy with their own problems, Vicky suddenly gets attacked in the woods, and to make matters worse, her injuries look the same as the earlier roadside murders. It's clear now, there's a vampire in town, hunting people, and it's not Stefan. And we know this in the final act because we meet Damon Salvatore, Stefan's older brother.
Damon.
Who also is the culprit behind the recent murders. He's charming, reckless, and unapologetically violent. Their reunion majorly consists of beating each other up, and with over a century of resentment, it's not surprising. Damon also knows exactly why Stefan returned, and it wasn't nostalgia. It was 'cause, behind his grudge, it was none other than Elena. The episode ends just as it started, with Elena writing in her diary. Through her window, we see Stefan showing up. That's when Elena makes the decision that changes everything. She invites Stefan into her home, and in this world of vampires, letting someone in isn't as simple as it seems. You see, vampires really only have two weaknesses: the sun and the doors to a house. Those and a stake to the heart, of course. Now, I'm pretty sure everyone knows that vampires burn under direct sunlight, but the Salvatore brothers are protected from this by the enchanted rings on their hands. However, the doors to a house, or rather needing permission to enter into a house, is something fully out of their control. Unless given permission by the owners, a vampire absolutely cannot enter. The next episode kicks off with the classic horror movie starter pack. An unidentified couple is camping in a tent. They're waiting to watch a comet. But instead they're attacked by a vampire, leading to, obviously, their death. The next morning, Elena and Stefan are both writing in their respective diaries about how this morning feels different in their journals. Elena's actually in a good mood for once, which surprises her Aunt Jenna. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Vicky is recovering from the animal attack from the pilot. Back at school, things are tense. Matt is clearly hurting over Elena's new spark with Stefan, and he drops a bombshell. Vicky says she was attacked by a vampire. Stefan, with his super hearing skills, hears this and realizes he needs to clean up the mess. Later, Jenna has a meeting with Mr. Tanner, the history teacher, who basically tells her she's a horrible guardian. Way to stay professional. Stefan heads back to the hospital to brainwash Vicky, using his manipulation powers known as compelling, which pretty much just lets him control all humans. While compelling Vicky, he almost gets caught by Matt and barely escapes. Meanwhile, Elena decides to surprise Stefan at his house. But instead of seeing the good brother, she meets the bad one. Damon introduces himself, mentioning Stefan's mysterious ex named Catherine, and basically tells Elena she's just a rebound. Ouch. Later, the night of the town's Comet festival arrives. Vicky is discharged from the hospital and immediately takes a few pills she gets from Jeremy. Damon attacks Vicky again and takes her to a rooftop, which Stefan notices. He threatens to kill Vicky just to mess with Stefan's hero complex. Damon then compels her to forget, teasing Stefan that he's only there to remind him of his old self. The episode ends on a high note, though, as Elena goes back to the Salvatore house. There, Elena and Stefan talk about their diaries, and finally share their first kiss. Aww. But wait, that's not all. The final scene shows Caroline in bed with Damon, and guess what? He suddenly brings out his fangs to snack on her a little bit. Of course he does. Episode 3 starts with Caroline waking up next to Damon. She tries to sneak out, but Damon's onto her, basically teleporting to her. When she panics and hits him with a lamp, Damon decides he's done playing nice and goes for another bite. At school, Bonnie tells Elena that her psychic vibes are screaming danger after she touches Stefan, but Elena just brushes it off. Elena then meets up with Stefan, and while walking together, Tyler convinces Matt to try and humiliate Stefan by launching a ball at his head. But this doesn't go as planned, as Stefan catches the ball one-handed like a pro. Elena then suggests that Stefan should join the football team. As he ponders on that, Jeremy is mad at Vicky, thinking she only comes to him for the pills. And during history class, Mr. Tanner tries to quiz Stefan on historical dates. But Stefan hits him with the, well, actually, and one-ups him in 19th century knowledge. He claims it's from crossword puzzles, but we know better. Over at football practice, Stefan asks Mr. Tanner, who is also the coach, if he can join the team. Tanner, being the jerk that he is, passively aggressively allows Stefan to participate in the game the next day. On the other side of the field, Elena and Bonnie are at cheerleading practice. Caroline shows up in Damon's car with a scarf covering her neck. Geez, I wonder why. Tyler again tries to humiliate Stefan by literally launching himself at him, but later, Stefan casually pops a dislocated finger back into place without flinching. Total normal human behavior, right? Later, Elena tries to ease the tension between Stefan and Bonnie by inviting them for dinner. But Damon and Caroline crash the party. Stefan tries to stop Elena from letting Damon in, but it doesn't go his way. It gets super awkward when Damon brings up how both him and Stefan had a thing for his dead ex, Catherine. When alone, Damon threatens Stefan. Now that Elena invited him in, he'll use her as his personal snack bar. Cool it, Damon. Damn! The next day, Stefan meets Elena and gives her a necklace as a gift for good luck, but before the big game, things go south fast. Jeremy gets into a drunken fight with Tyler over Vicky and accidentally cuts Stefan's hand. Elena sees the blood, but when she looks again, poof, it's healed. After the game, Damon tries to compel Elena into a kiss, but she surprisingly slaps him. Turns out the necklace Stefan gave her wasn't just for good luck. Hurt by the rejection, Damon decides to murder poor Mr. Tanner in the parking lot. Stefan officially realizes his brother is too far gone. Episode 4 starts with a slasher movie nightmare. Elena finds her own death on the news and gets chased throughout the house by Damon, who later attacks her right in the jugular. Stefan, who turns out to be the one dreaming, wakes up in a cold sweat. Of course, it was Damon with his vampire voodoo who made Stefan have a dream. As revenge, Stefan stabs Damon, also as punishment for killing Mr. Tanner and causing havoc at the school. Back at the Gilbert house, Elena is going through the family heirlooms as she's loaning them for the heritage display, an event to celebrate the town's history. Jeremy proceeds to hide a vintage pocket watch from Elena because he actually was the one who was supposed to inherit it, and after Elena finds where Jeremy hid the pocket watch, she ends up returning it to him, feeling bad about it. Meanwhile, Stefan shows up and tries to get intimate with Elena, but his vampire face starts coming out because he's apparently really hungry. And at the Salvatore boarding house, Zach, the human great-nephew of the Salvatore brothers, reveals to Stefan he's been growing vervain in the basement, which is basically a vampire kryptonite. He gives Stefan a concentrated vial to finally take Damon down. And what's Stefan's plan, you may ask? Spike a drink and hope for the best. It's also time for the annual Founders Ball, an extension of the heritage display where people can just dress up and mingle. At the party, Damon's on his best behavior, which is honestly terrifying. He corners Elena and talks about the original Salvatore brothers from the 1800s, claiming they both loved a girl who died in a church fire. And outside the manor, Tyler and Vicky are arguing over how he doesn't care about her, fueled by the fact that Tyler's mother does not like her. Meanwhile, Bonnie's witch powers are manifesting as she keeps accidentally lighting candles with her mind. While all of this is happening, Damon sneaks up into a room and steals an amber crystal from the house. The climax goes down when Elena notices bite marks all over Caroline. Elena warns Damon to stay away, but he just laughs and takes Caroline into the woods for a snack. Big mistake. Stefan apparently didn't spike Damon's drink, he spiked Caroline's. So as Damon takes a bite, he gets a mouthful of vervain and collapses in agony. Stefan and Zach haul his unconscious body into the basement, take away his ring, and lock him in a cell. The episode ends with the town's secret council meeting up, basically confirming that they know the vampires are back. The next episode starts with Stefan keeping Damon locked in the basement. Damon is looking rough, and Stefan is basically playing the "I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed" card, while his brother slowly withers away from the lack of blood. At Caroline's, Bonnie is over and talking about what happened with Damon. Caroline says she's fine. Completely normal. Even being excited over the sexy car wash happening at the school. Elena and Bonnie can't believe what they're seeing. And later at the car wash, Stefan shows up in front of Elena. Things were quite awkward between them after the party, with the "your brother almost ate my friend" vibes. They decide to clear things up at the Mystic Grills, a hangout place you'll see a lot more of. At the grill, an old man interrupts Elena and Stefan's conversation.
My God.
He recognizes Stefan from back in the day, and by back in the day, he means over 50 years ago. Elena overhears this and realizes she desperately needs to know the truth about what the old man said. Aunt Jenna shows up at the grill then to meet a guy named Logan Fell, her ex and a news host who is trying to win her back. But he's also working with the town's secret council to find a magical pocket watch, which is none other than the heirloom watch Jeremy has. Turns out the watch is actually a vampire compass. Yeah, because every town needs one of those. From the basement, Damon uses his last bit of strength to telepathically call Caroline to the boarding house. She then proceeds to let him out of the cellar. Way to go, Caroline. And he rewards her by killing Zach. Caroline, now scared, immediately runs off into the sunlight where Damon can't follow. And at the sexy car wash, Bonnie ignites a stream of water and a car after getting mad at one of the girls for her rude behavior. She's getting good at this witch thing. Elena comes across the old man from the grill again, who is sure Stefan hasn't aged a day. Elena then uses Jenna's connection to Logan to gain access to the news archives and finds footage of Stefan from the 50s looking exactly the same. While all of this is going on, Jeremy and Vicky sneak off to a drug den in the woods. As Jeremy leaves after a fight with Vicky, she stays till nightfall getting high. There she comes across weakened Damon, who immediately uses her as a source of protein and drains her of her blood. Oh, jeez. Elena finally connects the dots. The animal attacks, the weird healing, the fact that Stefan looks exactly like a guy in a video from 1953. She goes to Stefan's house and demands to know what he is. The next episode picks up exactly where we left off, with Elena demanding to know what Stefan is.
I'm a vampire.
And after all he did to hide it, he finally admits that he's a vampire. Elena does what any sane person would do. She bolts. Stefan follows her home to pinky promise that he isn't a killer, but Elena is having a "my boyfriend is a corpse" meltdown and kicks him out. Damon, on the other side, is done feeding on Vicky and he moves on to her friends. He covers up his tracks by setting all of the bodies on fire, keeping only Vicky alive and taking her with him as a fun toy. The next day, Elena agrees to meet Stefan and asks him all kinds of questions about him being a vampire. Amongst other questions, he reveals holy water's just another drink to him, surprisingly. Stefan requests Elena for one day to prove himself as a good vampire, and that they should keep his secret. And later, back at the drug den in the woods, the sheriff of the town and Caroline's mother, Liz Forbes, is investigating the crime scene. Meanwhile, Damon is playing a very dark version of House at the Salvatore dorm. He's stuck inside without his daylight ring, so he decides to heal a dying Vicky with his blood. We then see Elena and Stefan at Stefan's old house, where we get a flashback. It's back in 1864, where we see Stefan and Damon as humans competing for the attention of Catherine. Stefan reveals the truth. Catherine was a vampire who was playing both of them like a fiddle. She bit Stefan and then compelled him to be chill about it so they could all be one big, happy, immortal throuple. Back in the present, Stefan explains to Elena that Catherine didn't just break their hearts, she compelled them into loving her. At the secret council's gathering, we see Mayor Lockwood, who is apparently Tyler's father, along with the sheriff and Logan. They place a vampire tracker device in the Gilbert pocket watch, which Logan conveniently stole from Jenna's house during one of their dates. He sure is a good boyfriend. We're then brought back to Damon and Vicky, who's now fully healed due to the vampire blood she was fed. They end up having a weird dance party fueled by alcohol, but because Damon is bored, he decides to snap Vicky's neck mid-party. Surprise, she's now in transition to becoming a vampire. In order to turn into a vampire, one needs to die while having vampire blood in their system. Once woken up, all they need to do is feast on a little human blood and voila! You are now a vampire. So, Vicky's now a vampire in progress and nearly snacks on Jeremy. The drama moves to the woods where a starving, confused Vicky runs away from the home. Stefan finds her and tries to be the good mentor, but Logan Fell crashes the party with the vampire tracking compass and shoots Stefan with wooden bullets. The wooden bullets are basically mini stakes, rendering him incapable of fighting. Damon swoops in and saves Stefan, and lets Vicky feed on Logan to finish her transition. Leaving him near death through all the chaos, Damon sneakily grabs the compass. In the final scene, a fully turned Vicky disappears into the night, and Stefan is left to deal with the fallout. Elena agrees to keep his secret, but she drops a total bombshell. She can't be with him. It's a classic, "it's not you, it's the fact you're a vampire" breakup. Stefan is left heartbroken, and Damon is back on the loose with his daylight ring. Episode 7 kicks off with the ultimate Halloween party foul. A newly turned Vicky attacking Tyler in the parking lot. Stefan and Damon have to play supernatural cleanup, with Damon compelling Tyler to forget he was almost a snack. Stefan is out here trying to put Vicky on a diet of animal blood, but Damon is being the devil on her shoulder, telling her the human stuff tastes way better. At the same time, Bonnie is having a moment with her grandma, aka Grams, who is a known crazy lady in the family. She isn't actually crazy, it's just the witch genes. It's Grams who confirms that Bonnie's finally a witch. Back at the school, Halloween preparations are on full blast. Caroline gives Bonnie that mysterious crystal Damon stole, basically saying, "This thing has bad vibes, so take it." Meanwhile, the vampire rehab in the woods goes terribly. Stefan and Damon try to teach Vicky how to use her super speed, but she just uses it to ditch them and go find her brother, Matt. Elena is stressed to the max trying to keep Jeremy away from his undead girlfriend, but it's a losing battle. They all then head to the high school's Halloween party because even with all this stress, why not? While all this is going on, Damon uses the party as an excuse to get closer to the mayor's wife, Carol Lockwood, using her to get to the secret council. The climax is a total bloodbath. Even with all the efforts to keep them apart, Vicky finds Jeremy and they start making out. Just one issue. Vicky is a new vampire and cannot control her hunger. When Elena tries to intervene, Vicky loses it and bites her. Stefan shows up just in time and has to make a brutal call. He stakes Vicky right in front of Elena and a traumatized Jeremy. Talk about a buzzkill for the school dance. Poor Matt is left wandering around, asking if anyone's seen his sister while Elena has to lie to his face. Back at the Bennett house, Bonnie rushes back to her grandma, having discovered something. The crystal she got from Caroline seems to be protecting her. When Damon tried to snatch it from her neck, the crystal burned him, leaving him no choice but to back off. It turns out the crystal belonged to Emily Bennett, Bonnie's ancestor and one of the most powerful witches to ever exist, and apparently she was also Catherine's closest helper. In the final act, Jeremy is a complete wreck, begging Elena to make it stop. Stefan isn't strong enough to wipe his memory, but Damon steps out of the shadows and offers to do it. He compels Jeremy to believe Vicky just left town for a better life. Elena tells Stefan she can't be with him because every time she looks at him, all she sees is death. I mean, who can blame her? The next episode is all about a birthday surprise for Stefan, who's turning 162. His oldest friend, a 350-year-old vampire named Lexi, rolls into town to help him celebrate his humanity. We then see that the sheriff is interviewing a few people asking about Vicky's disappearance. Everyone's statements concluded to one thing, that Vicky had left town. To be honest, it's not really out of place for her considering Matt, her own brother, didn't find it too weird. Although the guilt of lying to everyone is eating Elena from the inside. At the Gilbert house, things are suspiciously normal. While Jenna is bummed by the sudden disappearance of Logan, Jeremy is actually studying and not medicating his feelings for once. Elena's pretty happy about this, but she knows deep down it's because Damon did a little supernatural brain scrubbing on her brother. Meanwhile, Bonnie is flexing her new witch powers by making feathers float, trying to cheer Elena up. The drama peaks when Elena stops by Stefan's place and Lexi answers the door nothing but a towel. Elena sees the spitting image of Catherine and immediately assumes Stefan's kinda twisted in the head. Elena, flustered, leaves, after which Lexi roasts Stefan about his type. Lexi then convinces him to hit the town for a party at the Grill. At the Grill, Damon is busy playing 4D chess with the town council. He tasks Caroline to get the crystal from Bonnie as he cannot touch it, but Caroline is unsuccessful and only makes Bonnie annoyed, causing a fight with her attempts. Damon then kills a random guy behind the bar while his girlfriend watches and compels her to accuse Lexi when the sheriff arrives. It's a total setup. On the other side, Matt is taking care of a drunk Caroline, comforting her and carrying her home. As soon as the sheriff enters, Lexi gets injected with vervain and carried out of the Grill. Just as she's about to fight back, Damon plays the hero and stakes her right in front of the cops. Damon's plan to end the vampire's suspicion in the town worked, with Lexi ending up as the innocent villain. The sheriff thinks the vampire threat is over and Damon's the town's new favorite citizen. Back at Caroline's, Matt carries her over to her room to put her to bed. Caroline, drunk, asks for Matt to stay the night and not leave her alone. Unable to say no, Matt gets into bed with her. Back at the Grill, all Stefan can see is red. I mean, his longest friendship just ended with murder. Not to forget by his own brother. He tracks down Damon and pins him to the wall, driving a stake into his chest, but he avoids the heart, leaving it as a final warning. Stefan tells Elena he's done trying to find the good in his brother. He then walks away, leaving Damon alone in the dark to pull a piece of wood out of his own ribs. Talk about a birthday to remember. The next episode starts with Bonnie dozing off in class. She's dreaming about her ancestor, Emily Bennett, who takes her through the school and into the woods to some sort of wall structure thing. The nightmare scares her awake, only to find herself in the middle of the woods. At school, we meet the new history teacher, Alaric Saltzman, who seems nice enough until you notice he's wearing a chunky ring that looks exactly like the Salvatore brothers' daylight rings. Suspicions? High. Damon is still trying to apologize for murdering Lexi by offering to do a no human blood diet for a week. Stefan isn't buying it. Back at school, Jeremy meets up with Alaric and strikes a deal to do a research project to bump up his history score. Elena meets with Stefan, who tells her that he won't be attending school anymore, for distance, either from Elena or this town as a whole. Meanwhile, Damon confronts Bonnie and demands his crystal back. Tired by the visions that she keeps having and Damon's persistence, Bonnie decides she's had enough and chucks the crystal into a field. Back at the Gilbert house, Elena hosts a Let's Be Friends dinner for Bonnie and Caroline, as things have been kinda icy since the whole crystal thing. Bonnie then asks Caroline to grab something from her bag, only to find that the crystal had been chucked in it. Sheesh, it's no less than a clingy ex. They decide to have a seance, because that always ends well, to figure out what the deal with the crystal is, and things go south fast. The candles flare, the windows blast open, and suddenly Bonnie isn't Bonnie anymore. Emily Bennett has taken over her body and headed straight for the ruins of the Old Fells Church. Over at the football field, Damon and Stefan are having a bit of brotherly bonding. Stefan finally gets Damon to spill the real reason he's come back. It turns out Damon didn't come back because he missed home. He's here trying to bring Catherine back from the dead. He reveals that she wasn't killed in the church fire, but was sealed underneath it by Emily's magic. Stefan is horrified as he realizes that opening the tomb releases not just Catherine, but 26 other hungry vampires trapped with her. The climax goes down at the church ruins. Emily, in Bonnie's body, refuses to honor the deal she had made with Damon a century ago, to open the tomb in exchange for bringing Emily back. She tells Damon the world is better off without those vampires. She tosses the crystal into the air and blows it up, destroying herself and Damon's only hope to have Catherine back. No! A devastated Damon attacks Bonnie, but Stefan uses his blood and saves her. On the other side, Caroline and Matt are talking about their feelings, having a totally peaceful slumber party. It's like two completely different worlds. The episode ends with the aftermath where Damon admits the fact that Catherine never compelled him. Apparently, he really did love her. And although Elena tells Stefan she's ready to accept his whole vampire-y nature, this time it's Stefan who tells her he can't be with her. The episode ends with a total cliffhanger. Logan Fell shows up at Jenna's door, and spoiler alert, he's a vampire now. The next episode continues as Jenna slams the door on her vampire ex, Logan Fell, the same ex who ghosted her with just an email saying he's leaving town. And suddenly he dares to show up at her doorstep? Since he can't get a snack inside, he just kills a random pedestrian. Yeesh. Meanwhile, Jeremy is sketching monsters from an old family journal. I mean, it's good to have a hobby. Stefan and Damon are planning their sad departure from Mystic Falls when Sheriff Forbes drops a bombshell. There is a new vampire in town. Realizing it's Logan. Back at school, Caroline and Matt are hitting it off, which Tyler teases Matt about. Later, Damon uses the tracking compass to track the new vamp, but he gets ambushed and shot by none other than Logan Fell. Logan is a newborn vamp and very confused about the whole sunlight is lava situation. To top it all off, he doesn't even know who turned him. He thinks Damon did this and he wants answers. And later, at the school career fair, things get heated. Logan shows up trying to stir things up with Stefan and Jenna. Alaric meets with Jenna as well, and sparks are flying. Tyler and Jeremy get into a fight, but instead of a timeout, Mayor Lockwood takes them outside to finish the fight like it's an underground fight club. Luckily, Alaric steps in to shut it down, leaving a weird vibe behind the experience. It escalates even more when Logan kidnaps Caroline to use as leverage against the sheriff. Stefan and Damon team up, pulling Logan out of the car and rescuing Caroline. Before the sheriff arrives, Logan whispers a game changer to Damon. There's another way to open the tomb and get Catherine back. Damon lets him escape to learn more, but Logan's luck runs out when he runs into Alaric. The history teacher stakes him in the heart, killing him a second time. R.I.P. Logan, you will not be missed. In the final act, Stefan and Elena finally stop the string of "it's not you, it's me's." Elena confesses her love, and the two finally sleep together. But the honeymoon phase ends in 10 seconds. While Stefan is getting something to drink, Elena finds a photo of Catherine and realizes she's a literal doppelganger. Horrified, she flees, crashes her car into a mysterious figure, and gets trapped as the person she hits starts walking towards her. The poor girl has been through it. The next episode starts at the car wreck. Elena is trapped and the figure is closing in, but Damon shows up just in time to scare them off and pull her from the wreckage. Elena has a total identity crisis, realizing she's a carbon copy of Catherine, and faints. Damon, true to his fashion, decides out of nowhere the best remedy for a breakdown is a spontaneous road trip to Georgia. At school, Jeremy comes across Alaric and tells him about the topic he chose for his history project, Mystic Falls during the Civil War era, where vampires were most seen. Jeremy uses his ancestor Jonathan Gilbert's journal from the 1800s, who was a part of the founding families of Mystic Falls. While Stefan is back in Mystic Falls freaking out, Damon and Elena hit up a bar owned by Bree, a witch and one of Damon's old flames. Damon is there for more than just alcohol. He needs Bree to find a way into the tomb without the crystal. Elena actually has a pretty good time playing drinking games, but things get serious when Bree secretly calls someone to tell them Damon is in town. Back at school, Jeremy meets a cute girl named Anna in the library. She's obsessed with local vampire folklore and claims the stories are real. Jeremy plays it off as fiction, but Anna seems to know way more than she's letting on. Meanwhile, Bonnie falls into a hole at the old church and finds herself inside the actual vampire tomb. Stefan rescues her and takes her to her grandma, who remembers Stefan from the 70s. While she doesn't hate him, she doesn't let him in. Protect your peace, as they say. Meanwhile, the Georgia trip takes a violent turn when a man, who turns out to be Lexi's lover, kidnaps Elena to lure Damon outside. He douses Damon in gasoline, ready to set him on fire as revenge for Lexi. Elena manages to talk him down, saving Damon's life. But Damon isn't exactly matching the mercy he got. He goes back inside, rips Bree's heart out for betraying him, and leaves.
My dear sweet Brie.
In the final act, Damon drops Elena at the boarding house, where Stefan drops the ultimate truth bomb. He saved her from the car accident that killed her parents. He also reveals that the reason Elena looks so much like Catherine is because, drumroll please, she's adopted. She is a descendant of Catherine. The episode ends with Alaric at the grill, recognizing Damon as the vampire who murdered his wife years ago, and he's officially on a mission. The episode kicks off with a pizza delivery. A delivery guy drops off a pizza at the Gilbert house, and after Jeremy invites him in while he gets cash, the delivery guy reveals himself as Noah, the creepy vampire Elena hit with her car. Meanwhile, Stefan and Damon are playing mind games still. Stefan hands over their dad's journal to Damon, pretending he's finally down to help free Catherine, but Damon is smelling a trap. At the high school, Alaric is busy grading Jeremy's history paper, which scored an A. He asks Jeremy for his source on the paper, which was apparently the Gilbert journal. Jeremy then hands over the journal, which Alaric eventually pockets for research. Outside, Caroline and Elena are talking about Matt and how Caroline's gotten really close to him. It's a little awkward considering Matt is Elena's ex. Over at the grill, Damon tries to play nice with Bonnie, but the new bartender Ben steps in to act as her knight in shining armor. And Bonnie's got the hots for him. Later, Elena is over at Stefan's, who shows her the vampire compass and explains how her ancestor Jonathan Gilbert was a vampire hunter back in the day. He hands over the compass to Elena for safety. Elena comes back home and confronts Jenna for never telling her that she was adopted. Jenna, feeling guilty, told her one thing. Her birth mother's name was Isobel. While getting ready for the dance tonight, Noah attacks Elena at home. Stefan saves her just in time, and the trio decides to use the school's 50s-themed dance as a trap to catch Noah. Alaric and Jenna meet, where he reveals that he was actually married until one day his wife just disappeared. It was assumed she was dead, but nobody was found ever. Over at the bar, Bonnie ends up asking Ben out on a date, which he says yes to, and while everyone is busy dancing, Anna finds Jeremy and starts asking him about the journal. When she finds out Alaric has it, her vampire face almost slips out. At the dance, things get messy. Noah tricks Stefan by putting his hoodie on a random kid, luring Elena into the cafeteria alone. Stefan and Damon corner him, and after a little bit of questioning, Noah reveals they need Emily's grimoire, which is a witch's spellbook to open the tomb. When asked who else is working with him, we see Anna running away. Stefan stakes Noah, unaware that Alaric is watching from the shadows. Damon goes to compel Alaric to make him forget, but he is apparently protected by a handful of vervain. The climax really makes you realize how small the world is. Alaric walks Jenna home and mentions his late wife, Isobel, sending Jenna spiraling, and she realizes Alaric's dead wife is Elena's biological mother. And side note, Caroline and Matt finally kiss after an argument. Yay! The episode closes with a twist. Ben, the bartender, isn't just a nice guy, he's a vampire working for Anna. They kiss, and it's pretty clear that the Salvatores aren't the only ones looking for a way into that tomb. The episode starts with a flashback in 1864 where Damon helps Catherine hunt for victims, pretending to be travelers who need help. In the present, Damon is done waiting and crashes Stefan's room, demanding the hunt for Emily's grimoire to begin. Elena is then drafted into the search for Jonathan Gilbert's journal, only to find out that Jeremy already handed it over to the new history teacher, Alaric. Another flashback shows Catherine meeting Pearl, Anna's mother and old friend of Catherine's, who tells her the town is catching on to them. Meanwhile, Giuseppe Salvatore, Stefan and Damon's father, is leading the town's vampire hunt club. In the present, Stefan confronts Alaric at the school. After a brief standoff involving a stake gun, Alaric reveals his tragic backstory. He saw Damon kill his wife, Isobel, and then has been hunting him ever since. Stefan offers a temporary alliance to find the missing journal, which Anna has already swiped. But fear not, Alaric already made a photocopy. Jeremy meets Anna at the grill, and that's when Damon recognizes her as a vampire from back in the day. He follows Anna to her place and corners her. Anna reveals that she's the one who turned Logan, and Damon manages to take Gilbert's journal on the way out. They race to get the grimoire before Damon leads Stefan and Elena to Giuseppe's grave. Stefan realizes the spellbook was buried with their father. There is again a flashback where Catherine is in bed with Stefan. Catherine tries to drink his blood, but she's one step late. His father had spiked Stefan's drink with vervain, knowing Catherine will feed on him. Catherine's incapacitated and is promptly captured by the townspeople. Back at the present, they are digging out the coffin. Damon shows up and he is livid. He feels totally betrayed by Elena, who swore he could trust Stefan. To make his point, Damon forces Elena to drink his blood, threatening to turn her into a vampire right then and there if Stefan doesn't hand over the grimoire. Stefan caves to save Elena. Meanwhile, Bonnie's date with Ben goes south fast. After a kiss, Bonnie's witchy senses tingle with evil vibes. She tries to bolt, but Ben shows his fangs and kidnaps her. The final flashback shows the townspeople taking the vampires to the church. We see Pearl get captured while Anna watches in horror. Emily Bennett consoling her by saying she knows how to protect them. Back in the present, Stefan is at Elena's house when he realizes who Anna is. He then rushes to find Elena, only to find her room empty. She's been kidnapped. Episode 14 starts in a sketchy motel where Anna has Elena and Bonnie held captive. Ben is guarding the room, but he's really not into it. Anna reveals her true motive. She doesn't care about Catherine. She just wants to free her mother Pearl, who has been dying out in a tomb for over a century. Meanwhile, Stefan is panicking, but Damon is still playing the betrayed brother card and refuses to help, until he realizes he needs a witch, and Bonnie's grandmother sure isn't helping him. Meanwhile, Jeremy is accidentally walking into a trap by inviting Anna to a forest party. Stefan then pulls a rescue mission, saving Elena and Bonnie while giving Ben a final warning. Leave town or die. Back at Bonnie's Graham's house, Stefan, Elena, and Bonnie decide to open the tomb and give Catherine to Damon. Since Bonnie isn't strong enough, her grandma decides to help her with the spells. And at the forest party, Anna decides Jeremy is the perfect juice box to jumpstart her mother's heart. She tells him that she's leaving town, and after a sweet goodbye kiss, she has Ben knock him out and drag him towards the church ruins. At the tomb, Bonnie and Graham start a big chant, and the stone floor finally cracks open. Damon, with all his trust issues, grabs Elena and drags her inside as insurance so the witches don't seal him in. Outside, Stefan runs into Ben, on whom he uses a blowtorch to turn him into a human sparkler. What a way to die. Inside, it's a horror show of shriveled up vampires whispering in the dark. Anna sneaks in, finds Elena, and uses her blood to wake up her mother. Damon is tearing the tomb apart, screaming for Catherine, only to realize the tomb is empty. Well, not empty, but Catherine isn't there. She never was. Stefan has to run back in to save a devastated Damon before the witch's temporary seal closes for good. They escape just in time, but Damon is devastated. Damon demands answers, and Anna admits the brutal truth. Catherine was never caught. She's been free this whole time and just didn't care enough to find Damon. Ouch. The episode ends in tragedy. Bonnie finds Graham's dead in her bed. The spell unfortunately drained too much of her life. While Bonnie is mourning, we cut back to the tomb. It turns out that the seal didn't really work. A random vampire drinks the blood Damon threw against the wall, gets his strength back, and makes it out. The tomb is open, and the town is now a buffet. The next episode starts with Harper, an escaped vampire from the tomb from 1864 who feasts on a man as soon as he wakes up. Elena's quest for the truth leads her to Trudy Peterson, an old friend of her birth mother, Isobel. Jenna drops a bomb. Alaric's dead wife is also named Isobel. Coincidence? Not in this town. Meanwhile, Matt's deadbeat mom Kelly returns to town and immediately ruins his makeout session with Caroline. Awkward. Jenna talks to Alaric about the fact that his dead wife might just be Elena's mother. Alaric can't handle this and leaves. Elena then visits Trudy, but something's off. Trudy spikes the tea with vervain and basically kicks Elena out. As Elena leaves, she sees a mysterious man in a suit who later ends up murdering Trudy to keep the past buried. And over at the grill, there's a bachelor auction to raise funds. Damon is busy being the star of the town's auction, but he uses the stage to taunt Alaric about his delicious wife. The realization then hits Elena like a freight train. Damon is the monster who killed her mother. Outside the grill, Elena runs to the same man she saw outside Trudy's, who tells her to stop looking, and then gets hit by a truck and dies. Talk about a truck coaster. The drama moves to the Salvatore house where Alaric finally confronts Damon with a stake. Damon tells him that he didn't kill Isobel. He actually turned her because she begged him to. Damn! Damon then kills Alaric in the struggle and leaves him for dead. Stefan is then left to deal with the body, only for Alaric to gasp back to life. It turns out that chunky ring Isobel gave him wasn't just a family heirloom, but an enchanted ring that basically made him immune to being killed. Well, it only works if what kills him is supernatural. In the final scene, Elena uses the dead man's phone to dial the last number called. A woman answers. Elena realizes it's Isobel, but the second she speaks, her mother hangs up. Elena realizes her mother is alive. The episode closes at a house in the woods turned vampire base, where we see Pearl and Anna aren't alone. The episode starts off at the vampire base, where Anna is helping the tomb vamps adjust to the 21st century. To gain back energy, they feed on a compelled Miss Gibbons. Meanwhile, Elena is craving a vampire-free day with no Damon and his drama. So she suggests a double date with Matt and Caroline. A double date with your ex and your vampire boyfriend? How bad could that be? At the Salvatore mansion, Pearl and Anna show up as they want Damon's help to take back the town's land and manage the council. When Damon tries to get physical, Pearl one-ups him, nearly gouging his eyes out. She's a lot older than him, and that means a lot more powerful. Damon decides to drown his sorrows at the grill, where he finds Jenna and Kelly and joins them for a few shots. Meanwhile, the double date at the grill is not going well. Caroline can't help but feel jealous about the bond between Matt and Elena, so she confronts her in the washroom, after which Frederick, a tomb vamp with a grudge, spots Elena and thinks she's Catherine. He follows them and Elena has to text Stefan, "We have a stalker alert." They leave soon after, while the drunk trio, Damon, Jenna, and Kelly, is still there. Kelly and Damon share a kiss and Jenna takes that as a cue to leave. The double date moves to the Salvatore house where Stefan asks Matt for help with fixing his sports car. Things don't get better for Caroline, who feels like she's the backup girlfriend, after Matt accidentally admits he and Elena used to make out in cars. Real smart, Matt. But things get better for this couple, with their own makeout and Stefan's sports car after clearing out their feelings. Jeremy is playing a dangerous game at home. He suspects Anna is a vampire, so he intentionally cuts his hand to bait her. Her face shifts, she pins him to the wall, and she drinks up his blood. Anna immediately runs away while Jeremy is fascinated. The night ends in chaos. Matt catches his mom mid-hookup with Damon, ruining the whole double date. After Elena and Caroline leave, Frederick and his girlfriend ambush the brothers at the boarding house. Stefan takes the girlfriend, but Frederick escapes back to Pearl, who stabs him with a wooden spoon for disobeying her. In the last scene, Anna shows up at Jeremy's room and asks him why he isn't scared. Jeremy finally tells her the reason. He wants her to turn him into a vampire. The next episode kicks off with a storm. Literally. Anna and Jeremy meet up at the grill where she tells him there is no way she's going to turn him. Later, Frederick and his rebel vampire squad decide they're done with Pearl's orders to lay low. So they ambush Stefan while he's out hunting for animal blood. Damon realizes Stefan is missing and tries to storm the vampire base, but since he hasn't been invited in, he's stuck on the porch powerless. Stefan, on the other hand, is being tortured in the name of revenge. The vampires have been tying him up in their basement with the vervain-soaked ropes. That's gotta sting. Harper's the only one in the room with a little empathy for him, telling the others to stop. Where does that get him? Tied up, of course. Damon needs a human to rescue Stefan, as he can't enter the house, so he recruits Alaric as the decoy, since Elena's too precious for this. Alaric successfully makes his way inside, and once he's in, the first thing Damon does is he snaps the neck of the house's human owner, Miss Gibbons. Since she's dead, the invitation rules vanish, and Damon rushes in to save Stefan. While the rescue is underway, Pearl is having dinner with Mayor Lockwood. She learns Jeremy is a Gilbert and flips out on Anna in the restroom, slapping her and warning her that Gilberts always turn on vampires. She had experience considering it was a Gilbert who put her in the tomb. Angry and hurt, Anna texts Jeremy, "I'll do it." She's finally ready to turn him. Back at the vampire den, Elena refuses to stay in the car and sneaks inside the house. In the basement, Elena finds Stefan, but the escape is a little bit violent. As they reach the car, Frederick catches them and starts beating the weakened Stefan. With no other choice, Elena offers Stefan her own blood because he'd been surviving on animal blood for a long time. So when he drinks Elena's blood, he loses control and absolutely shreds Frederick. They successfully get away, but something's off about Stefan. The episode ends with a devastating discovery. Caroline gets stuck in the mud during the storm and stumbles upon a hand sticking out of the ground. It's Vicky. The news spreads through the town. Matt and Kelly are destroyed, and Jeremy realizes his crush is never coming back. Anna realizes Jeremy only wanted to turn to be with Vicky and dumps him. Back at the boarding house, Damon finds Stefan in the dark, surrounded by stolen IV blood bags. Damon realizes Stefan is reverting back to his old ways, when he was a cold-blooded murderer dubbed the Ripper, and after today, the Ripper is finally back. The episode opens with Stefan doing aggressive exercises to distract himself from the literal hunger burning inside him. Damon, being the supportive brother he is, dangles a glass of human blood in front of him. He mocks him and his animal diet and warns him that a weak Stefan is useless against the tomb vampires. The Gilbert house gets a surprise visitor. Uncle John Gilbert, Elena's dad's brother. He's really condescending and immediately clashes with Jenna over the way the house is run. At school, Alaric warns Elena that Jeremy is writing papers on vampires, and Elena realizes that Jeremy is rediscovering them. Back at the house, Stefan and Elena attempt at a romantic moment, but it goes south when Stefan's hunger face comes out, and he throws himself across the room, surprising them both. Later that day, Elena and Jeremy go on a walk together, where Elena finally reveals that she's adopted Jeremy, saying nothing's changed for him and all is well for now. At the Founders' Day kickoff party, an event held to celebrate the creation of the town, a new Stefan emerges. He's drinking heavily since alcohol dulls the blood cravings, and he's actually dancing a lot, which freaks Elena out. Meanwhile, Damon realizes Uncle John is on the Founders' Council and knows way too much. On the balcony, John reveals he knows Damon is a vampire and that he's the one who freed the tomb vamps. Damon responds by snapping John's neck and tossing him off the balcony. Only for John to walk back into the party minutes later, perfectly fine thanks to a familiar-looking ring. Drama erupts when Matt catches his mother, Kelly, making out with Tyler Lockwood outside. Talk about messy. A brutal fight breaks out, and Stefan, seeing the blood on Kelly's forehead, nearly loses control in public. He flees the party, licking the blood off of his fingers in the parking lot. Back at home, Matt is packing Kelly's things up, saying he's better off without his mess of a mother, and tells her to leave. Kelly says she'll change for the better, but Matt has had enough and demands she leave by morning. The episode ends with 3 major bombshells. First, Jeremy finds Elena's diary hidden in her room. He reads everything. The vampires, the murders, and the fact that his memories were compelled away. Second, Uncle John reveals to Damon and Alaric that he was the one who sent Isobel to Damon years ago, and that he's had a big hand in everything going down. Lastly, Stefan as a whole. Even though he told Elena he'd be okay, Stefan makes it home and finds a glass of blood Damon left. He tries his best to control himself but fails and snatches the glass, emptying it. The episode starts with Stefan's secrets literally spilling out of his trunk. While he's telling Elena he's fine, he's secretly hoarding blood bags. Damon doesn't believe Stefan's act for one bit, catching him red-handed with a carton full of blood. Back at school, the Miss Mystic Falls pageant brings Bonnie back to town, but she's different. She's really distant and cold, and she blames the Salvatores for her Graham's death, and tells Elena she can't be around the drama anymore. Meanwhile, John is playing detective, trying to find a lost invention of Jonathan Gilbert's. He suspects Pearl has it, and he's right. Pearl eventually hands it over to Damon as a peace offering, though neither of them knows what the mysterious device actually does. The pageant is a disaster waiting to happen. As Elena is getting ready, Damon reveals something. Stefan is still drinking human blood. Elena confronts Stefan, but before they can finish the fight, Stefan leaves. He disappears from the ballroom, dragging a contestant named Amber Bradley outside. And even with all this drama, the pageant must go on. Jeremy is trying to get back on Anna's good side as they realize that underneath the ulterior motives, they really do like each other. When Stefan doesn't show up for the grand dance, Damon steps in to save Elena from embarrassment. They share an intense, lingering dance while the town watches. After the dance, Caroline is announced as Miss Mystic Falls, much to her surprise. Outside, Stefan is losing his battle with the inner Ripper. He compels Amber to not be scared and feeds on her until Damon, Elena, and Bonnie find them. Bonnie is then forced to use her witch powers to stop Stefan from killing the girl. The episode ends with Elena going to a boarding house to confront a depressed Stefan. He calls himself a monster and almost loses control again, pinning her to the wall. As he breaks down in tears, Elena stabs him with a syringe of her vein. Stefan collapses and she and Damon lock him in the basement cell to start a forced detox of human blood. The next episode kicks off with Stefan locked in the cellar, battling the physical agony of no blood and the hallucinations of his 1864 memories. Through a series of vivid flashbacks, we finally see the night the Salvatore brothers died. They were shot by their own father, Giuseppe, while trying to rescue Catherine. Stefan wakes up mid-transition, learning from Emily Bennett that Catherine had been planning to turn them all along. She'd been feeding them her own blood without their knowledge and has also already prepared the daylight rings for them. In the present, Damon and Alaric team up, not by choice, to investigate Uncle John. They track down a vampire named Henry who's been an informant for John. Damon realizes John is playing a dangerous game using tomb vampires as a source. They end up staking Henry just to tie up loose ends. Meanwhile, back at the basement, Stefan is refusing to eat, telling Elena he'd rather starve than live with the guilt of what he's done. Another flashback reveals the reason the brothers didn't like each other. Stefan admits Damon didn't willingly turn. He was the one who pushed Damon over the edge. After accidentally killing their father in a struggle and feeding on his blood to complete his own transition, a dazed Stefan brought a young girl to Damon and forced him to feed. Damon blames Stefan for taking away his choice to die as a human. Honestly, I would too. At the grill, Uncle John tries to manipulate Pearl with a fake story about Jonathan Gilbert's love for her. Pearl sees right through the lies, says she gave the device to Damon, and tells him to rot in hell. Feeling the heat, Pearl decides it's time to leave town, but Anna wants to stay for Jeremy. But a decision was never made, as John Gilbert stakes Pearl and Harper on their own doorstep. Anna finds her mother dead, losing her right when she had finally gotten her back days ago. Stefan disappears, and Elena finds him in the river where he's contemplating throwing his ring into the water and letting the sun take him. Elena tells him to make a choice, either fight his nature and live, or accept it and die. And it works. Stefan puts the ring back on, choosing to fight his bloodthirsty nature for her. Back at the grill, Alaric is finishing a drink when a woman sits down next to him. He looks up and can only say, Isobel. What? The episode opens with Alaric finally face-to-face with his dead wife, but she's not the same woman he once loved. Isobel, now a vampire, tells him that she's the one who wanted to turn and does not regret it one bit. Isobel is cold, predatory, and brutally honest about her lack of human emotion. She demands Alaric to get Elena to meet her, using her vampire speed and strength to scare him into agreeing. The long-awaited mother-daughter reunion at the grill is anything but warm. Isobel is indifferent to Elena, not caring to answer her long-lost daughter's questions. She only wants one thing from Elena, obtaining Jonathan Gilbert's mysterious invention. She warns Elena that if she doesn't get the device from Damon, she will start killing everyone Elena loves. Jeez, Mom! The plot thickens as we learn Isobel and Uncle John aren't just working together. They're both working for Catherine. At school, Bonnie meets Elena and reveals that Jonathan Gilbert's inventions weren't inventions at all, just everyday devices that Emily used magic on. Bonnie also reveals that the device Isobel wants is a weapon against vampires. To force Elena to do as she says, Isobel hurts Matt and kidnaps Jeremy. Damon realizes Isobel is a serious threat, and reluctantly agrees to hand over the device. However, Bonnie steps in with a solution. She offers to cast a spell to deactivate the device so it's harmless to vampires, allowing Elena to hand it over safely. Elena finally hands the device to Isobel and Jeremy is home safe. Before leaving, Isobel admits she knew Damon would give the device up because he's in love with Elena. Before she leaves, she tells John the real reason behind her actions. She wants the Salvatore brothers dead so history doesn't repeat. The episode comes to an end, again with multiple twists. Jeremy tells Elena that he read her journal and knows the truth. Anna shows up when Elena leaves and tells him that Pearl is dead. At the Salvatore house, Damon connects the dots. Uncle John is actually Elena's father. He dated Isobel at 15, which is when she got pregnant. Bonnie admits to Caroline that she didn't actually deactivate the device. Her hatred for the vampires was greater than her friendship with Elena. The season finale kicks off with the 150th anniversary of Mystic Falls in full swing. Elena and Stefan are dressed exactly like they're in the 1860s, reminding the brothers of Catherine. Meanwhile, Anna finds Jeremy and gives him the vial of her blood, telling him she's leaving town and wants him to come with her. Jeremy, however, isn't sure he's ready to die to be a vampire. Back at the base, the remaining vampires from the tomb are planning to attack the celebration at night. This information reaches the mayor, who asks John to use the device tonight. John's master plan finally goes into motion. He activates the Gilbert device, which emits a high-frequency sound only supernatural beings can hear. As the noise tears through the streets, vampires collapse in agony. John and the sheriff's deputies inject the fallen with vervain and drag them into the basement of a building. This includes Damon, Anna, and shockingly, Mayor Lockwood. The basement becomes a tomb. John stakes a helpless Anna in front of Damon before setting the building on fire. A random vampire kills the mayor, and Stefan, with Bonnie's help, parts the flames and manages to pull Damon out just in time. Meanwhile, Tyler, who also heard the sound, crashes his car, which had Carolyn and Matt in it. His eyes glow a mysterious yellow, but Caroline's collapse draws attention away. Season 1 ends with insane cliffhangers. Caroline's in the hospital, and she might not survive. Distraught over Anna's death, Jeremy drinks her vial of blood and swallows a handful of pills, hoping to wake up as a vampire and shut his pain off. Elena confronts John, confirming he is her biological father, before heading home. Damon drops Elena off, and on the porch, they end up making out. Jenna catches them in the act and sends Elena inside. Yeah, pretty out of character for Elena. The final twist, inside the kitchen, John is talking to Elena when she suddenly grabs a knife and chops off his fingers, including his Gilbert ring, and stabs him. Suddenly, Elena walks through the front door, calling out for her family. The realization is sudden. This is not Elena. Catherine is back. The second season's opener picks up exactly where the finale left off. Elena walks into her house to find Uncle John bleeding out and Jeremy unconscious from an overdose. Catherine, still posing as Elena, vanishes into the night just as the real Elena finds John bleeding on the floor. While John is being rushed to the hospital, Elena worries about Jeremy and runs upstairs. Luckily, Jeremy survives. Anna's blood protected him from the pills, and he didn't die with it in his system. So he's still human, for now. At the hospital, things are not looking good. Caroline might die, so Damon suggests feeding her some of his blood to speed up the healing. She won't turn as long as she doesn't die. When Damon tries to talk to Elena about the kiss, she blows him off, telling him that it never happened. Damon suddenly realizes that Catherine is back when he sees Elena and Jenna having two different versions of the night's events. And to top it off, he also realizes the Elena he kissed on the porch was actually his 1864 obsession. Caroline, with the help of Damon's blood, finally wakes up. The Lockwood family is devastated over the mayor's death, and Tyler's uncle, Mason Lockwood, shows up from Florida to support the family. Meanwhile, Catherine makes her presence known at the wake, terrorizing Bonnie and stabbing Stefan with a metal candle holder just to prove she's still in love with him. How romantic. Damon's night goes from bad to worse. After Catherine flatly tells him, "I never loved you, it was always Stefan," he stumbles into Elena's room, drunk and heartbroken. When Elena rejects him too, saying exactly what Catherine said, "It will always be Stefan," Damon snaps. In a fit of petty rage, he snaps Jeremy's neck right in front of her. Jeremy survives thanks to the Gilbert ring, but the feeling of friendship Elena had for him dies. The episode ends with a challenge from Catherine. She visits Caroline in the hospital, who has Damon's blood in her system to heal her injuries. Catherine then smothers Caroline to death with a pillow. So you know what this means? Catherine Forbes is about to wake up as a vampire. The episode kicks off with a very confused Caroline in the hospital. She's hungry and can't help but steal a blood bag to quench her thirst. Little does she know, she just sealed her fate as a vampire. At the mayor's office, Carol Lockwood becomes the interim mayor until the next elections and asks Damon to be the head of the secret council. A vampire leading the vampire hunters? Yeah, great plan. Back at the hospital, Caroline is getting ready to leave. She realizes something is wrong with her, and when the nurse comes to check, she becomes Caroline's next meal. Caroline then compels the nurse to not tell anyone before leaving the hospital to go to a carnival being held in the town. Tyler Lockwood is struggling with trusting his uncle. He walks into Mason looking for this moonstone heirloom, which Tyler finds weird. Even though he knows where it is, he doesn't tell his uncle. Tyler also notices how his uncle is not normal, like jumping 20 feet into the air to break up a fight. Not normal. Mason is apparently trying to keep the family curse a secret, but with the full moon approaching, his issues seem to be getting worse. At the carnival, Damon finds out Caroline is a vampire and decides it's better to stake her now than deal with a mess later. Outside, Caroline stumbles across a bleeding man and loses control, feeding on him until he dies. Stefan and Elena intervene, and Stefan takes Caroline under his wing, introducing her to the Salvatore School of Self-Control. He promises to help her, but the bond between Elena and Bonnie is further strained when Bonnie realizes what Caroline has become. Bonnie has a breakdown and almost kills Damon, blaming him for everything going wrong in town. The episode ends on a sweet note where Stefan takes Elena to the now empty fair, where, while it's after hours and the carnival is over, Stefan compels the guard to let them in. He had adorably promised her a kiss at the top of the Ferris wheel, and he delivers. At the top of the wheel, they realize how much they love each other. They confirm then that they want to be with each other, even though things are bound to get complicated. The episode starts with a road trip. Elena, Damon, and Ulrich head to Duke University to dig through Isobel's research on werewolves, as they suspect the Lockwoods are lycanthropes, which is basically the scientific term for a werewolf. Ulrich's old connection, Vanessa, tries to put an arrow through Elena's heart, thinking she's Catherine. Damon then takes the hit for Elena, acting as her bodyguard. And yes, she still hates him. Research at Duke reveals a terrifying new piece of lore: the sun and the moon curse. While the vampires cannot walk in the sun, the werewolves are cursed to only be able to turn at a full moon. Vanessa explains that vampires and werewolves are natural enemies, and a werewolf bite is fatal to a vampire. While being there, Damon tries to mend his relationship with Elena, giving her a book on the Petrova family. Why? You see, Catherine Pierce was actually of Bulgarian descent, belonging to the Petrova family. Her real name? Katerina Petrova. Damon does this in the hopes of winning Elena back. He asks if he lost her friendship forever, and in return, Elena asks him if he knew Jeremy was wearing the ring when he killed him. After Damon admits he didn't, she confirms that he indeed lost her forever. Back in Mystic Falls, it's a full moon, and Stefan is busy teaching Caroline the way of the vampire. Bonnie reluctantly spells a daylight ring for Caroline, but Bonnie warns Caroline that she'll gladly take her out if she hurts anyone. Back in the woods, there's a party going on in the swimming hole. Caroline and Stefan are there, waiting to give Caroline a bit of normalcy. Matt is being hit on by Amy, and Caroline struggles with her heightened insecurities, eventually losing control and biting Matt in the woods. Stefan intervenes just as the night takes a turn for the supernatural. Mason Lockwood spends the episode frantically prepping for his transformation, chaining himself in the family cellar. However, he breaks free and roams the woods as a wolf. He attacks Caroline, but a shout from Tyler seems to make the wolf retreat. Later, Tyler finds a naked Mason by his truck and realizes the family anger issues were not genetics, but a side effect of being werewolves. The episode ends as Matt breaks up with Caroline, unable to handle her weird behavior. Caroline returns home to find an unexpected guest sitting on her bed, and it's none other than Catherine Pierce. The episode opens with a flashback to 1 year ago in Florida, revealing how Mason Lockwood triggered his curse. It wasn't an accident, but a setup. Catherine manipulated a friend into attacking Mason, forcing him to kill the man in self-defense. In the present, Mason uses this story to warn Tyler about the trigger to the curse. Mason decides he's had enough and goes to Sheriff Forbes. He outs Stefan and Damon as vampires, and though Liz is skeptical at first, Mason proves it by spiking the lemonade at a volunteer event with Vervain. When Damon collapses in front of her, Liz's world shatters. She leads a tactical team into the woods, taking Stefan and Damon down with wooden bullets and dragging them to the Lockwood cellar to be executed. Caroline realizes what's happening and uses her vampire hearing to track her mother's deputies. Elena and her decide to storm the cellar. Caroline reveals her true nature to her mother by taking out the deputies to save the Salvatores. Liz, distraught that her daughter is a vampire, aka the monster she secretly fights against, tells Caroline she is no longer her daughter. Damon decides to keep Liz locked in the boarding house cellar to let the Vervain out of her system so he can compel her to forget everything. Back at the Lockwood mansion, Tyler, Jeremy, and 2 other friends are hanging out. Tyler suspects Jeremy knows the truth about his wolf nature and reveals the trigger to the curse to him. That's when Sarah, one of the 2 girls they were with, walks in and playfully steals the stone. During a struggle to get it back, Tyler accidentally pushes Sarah off the stairs.
All right,
Hey, that hurts.
Easy there. Just let me.
She pretends to be dead, scaring everyone. Shaken by how close he'd come to triggering the curse, Tyler gives the moonstone to Mason, not wanting anything to do with it. Meanwhile, back at the boarding house, Stefan has decided he can't continue losing his mind at the mere sight of blood. So he decides to give in to his urges, asking Elena to help him get to human blood, a little bit at a time. If Stefan is going to be drinking human blood, Elena decides it is hers he will be drinking, deepening their trust. The episode's finale reveals the ultimate betrayal. Mason meets Catherine in a car to hand over the moonstone. It turns out Mason is just another pawn in Catherine's game, convinced she loves him back. But in true Catherine form, she's only using him to retrieve the stone. The episode opens with a surreal dream sequence where Stefan imagines a dance with Catherine in 1864, only to see her shift into Elena, who kisses Damon. He wakes up in a panic to find Catherine actually in bed with him, using her powers to mess with his head. Stefan decides he's done playing games, and stabs her with a Vervain dart. He chains her in the cellar to ask her why she's really back. Flashbacks to 1864 reveals that Catherine knew George Lockwood, one of the founders of Mystic Falls, and Tyler's ancestor, was a werewolf, and she made a deal with him. He would help her fake her death in exchange for the Moonstone. Catherine breaks free and reveals to Stefan that she has been taking vervain in small amounts for 145 years, which means his torture methods were useless. She only stayed in the cellar because she wanted to spend time with him. Catherine insists her love for him was always real, unlike the compulsion she used on Damon. Elena shows up at the Salvatore house, drawing the attention of Catherine. After Catherine stabs Stefan in the leg to keep him down, she goes up to confront Elena. The resemblance is so striking it leaves both women stunned. At the Gilbert house, Jenna hosts a barbecue meant to be a trap for Mason. After Mason offers a truce, Damon decides to test a myth and stabs Mason with a silver cake knife.
He's got old.
It doesn't kill him though, it just really pisses him off. Mason warns Damon that he's just made an enemy. Meanwhile, Tyler learns the trigger to becoming a werewolf, killing someone. Stefan and Elena then stage a public argument at the grill to convince Catherine and her spy Caroline that they've broken up. And just as Stefan tells Elena that Catherine is incapable of love, a final flashback shows Catherine kissing Stefan's body in 1864. She whispers that she loves him and promises they will be together again, before escaping into the night. That's totally not foreshadowing, right? The episode opens with Catherine manipulating Mason, promising him a life together once they use the Moonstone to break his curse. Where's the Moonstone? Hidden somewhere by Mason. Somewhere even Catherine doesn't know. Meanwhile, a research team made up of Damon, Alaric, and Jeremy discovers that the Moonstone is the key to the Aztec legend that can break the curse of the sun and the moon. Bonnie accidentally discovers that Catherine and Mason connection when she brushes against him and has a vision of them kissing. This information leaves the Salvatores to kidnap Mason with the help of Bonnie, who magically finds out through Mason's mind that the Moonstone is in a well. And after Bonnie leaves, Damon spends the afternoon torturing Mason with Wolfsbane, the kryptonite for werewolves. Damon then delivers a reality check. He tells Mason that Catherine is playing with his heart, just as she did with his. He then rips out the said heart, killing Mason instantly. Later, Stefan moves first, reaching the well with Elena. He jumps into it, only to find out it's a trap filled with vervain. Damn, Mason really had trust issues. Caroline shows up and helps save Stefan by lowering Elena down to rescue him and grab the stone. Back at the cellar, Caroline is for the first time having a nice conversation with her mom. Despite her mother promising to keep her vampire secret, Caroline realizes she must compel Liz to forget she's a vampire to keep everyone safe. Stefan hands over the Moonstone to Damon as he's cleaning up Mason's body. Damon grabs Mason's phone and calls the last number on it. Who else could it be but Catherine? He taunts Catherine with the news of his death. Catherine, unfazed, tells him she always has a plan B. Moments later, Elena walks into her kitchen and is handed a phone by Jenna. It's Catherine's call. She reveals she has compelled Jenna as her spy, who, on command, stabs herself in the stomach. Jenna survives an emergency surgery, but a devastated Elena realizes she can't keep her family safe while she's with Stefan. She breaks up with him, and this time it seems like she's serious. Catherine, meanwhile, moves to her next target. She compels Matt to provoke Tyler into a death match, intending to trigger Tyler's curse and replace Mason, the werewolf she just lost. Episode 7 takes us on a high-stakes mission to the Lockwood Masquerade Ball. Stefan and Damon assemble a team of Bonnie, Jeremy, Alaric, and Caroline. They all have one goal: kill Catherine. Stefan makes it clear that this isn't about winning Elena back. It's about stopping Catherine before she kills anyone else. To keep her safe and out of the way, they lie to Elena, leaving Alaric to guard her at home. Catherine arrives at the ball with a powerful witch named Lucy. To threaten Stefan into giving her the Moonstone, Catherine ends up killing Amy. Meanwhile, Elena manages to sneak out and drive to the ball. The Salvatores use Caroline to lure Catherine into a room upstairs, but Bonnie is sealed with a trapping spell. However, Catherine reveals her ace. Lucy has linked Catherine's body to Elena's. Every time the brothers strike Catherine, Elena feels the pain and bleeds. The plan nearly falls apart as Elena collapses in pain outside the mansion, her shirt filling with bloodstains as Damon attacks Catherine. Bonnie realizes the link and finds Lucy, discovering they're actually cousins from the Bennett bloodline. Lucy, realizing Bonnie is one of the good witches, turns on Catherine. She takes the Moonstone from Bonnie, who had it this whole time, and uses it to incapacitate Catherine. But worry not, the link between Elena and Catherine has been long broken. Downstairs, Matt is getting Tyler more and more drunk, and just as he has been compelled to do, Matt starts to fight with Tyler. Caroline intervenes, knocking Matt out to save his life. However, Sarah, who is also compelled by Catherine, stabs Tyler, forcing him to push her away. She hits her head and dies instantly, meaning the curse is unfortunately triggered. Tyler's eyes turn yellow and he realizes he is now a werewolf. The episode ends as Damon drags Catherine to the tomb and seals her inside with the Moonstone, leaving her to rot in the dark. As she's sealed in, Catherine screams that Elena is in danger and and needs her help. Her warning is suddenly proven right. Immediately, as Elena walks to her car, a masked stranger grabs her and kidnaps her into the night. This episode continues with Elena's kidnapping. A vampire named Trevor delivers her to an old mansion in the middle of nowhere where he and his friend Rose are hiding out. Rose reveals that they've been running for 500 years and have kidnapped Elena to use as a peace offering. They want to clear their names with the oldest vampires in existence. That's when Rose introduces a massive piece of lore, the Originals. The Originals are revealed to be the first vampires to have come into existence. She also tells Elena that the Originals are searching for her, and the Moonstone is what binds the curse of the sun and the moon. But apparently her blood is what will break it. In Mystic Falls, Stefan and Damon realize Elena's gone. To find her, Bonnie performs a locator spell using Jeremy's blood on a map. The magic is taxing, causing Bonnie to get a nosebleed, but it successfully points the brothers to a remote house in Virginia. Meanwhile, Tyler confronts Caroline about her strength, leading her to finally reveal her vampire nature to him, showing him he's not alone. She does tell him, however, that she's the only vampire in town. She can't trust him fully yet. And back at home with Jeremy, Bonnie casts a spell which allows her to send a message to Elena. She tells Elena that Stefan and Damon are coming to rescue her, but the spell is too taxing on her body and she faints. Jeremy gets really worried and takes care of her. Something's going on between these two. At the mansion, we see the arrival of Elijah, an original vampire. He's composed and polite, but there's something about him that's downright terrifying. Rose offers Elena to him in exchange for forgiveness, but when Trevor begs for forgiveness, Elijah grants it swiftly by cutting his head off his shoulders. Elena tries to bargain with the Moonstone, but Elijah simply rips off her vervain necklace and compels the location of the stone out of her. The Salvatores then launch a rescue mission. Using Alaric's creations such as vervain bombs and stake shooters, they take on the Original. Damon manages to pin Elijah to a door and stake him with a wooden coat rack, killing him. Elena is reunited with Stefan while Rose flees the scene. Later, Rose appears at the boarding house to warn Stefan that the brothers have no idea what they've started. Apparently, Elijah was harmless compared to a mysterious vampire named Klaus. Back at the Gilbert home, Damon returns Elena's necklace, but first confesses his love for her, admitting he doesn't deserve her, but his brother does. He sheds a single tear and compels her to forget his confession. Elsewhere at the old mansion, Elijah wakes up. He pulls the stake out of his own chest, proving that killing an Original needs a lot more than a piece of wood. The 9th episode takes us through Catherine's backstory. Not her as Catherine, but her history as Katerina Petrova. In 1490 Bulgaria, Katerina is shunned by her family after giving birth to an illegitimate daughter. Her father heartlessly rips the baby from her arms, saying the baby is better off somewhere else. In present day, Bonnie and Jeremy meet up at school and Jeremy asks her for a date at the grill. That's when Luca, a new student, approaches Bonnie for help with his classes. Later at the grill, Bonnie meets with Jonas, Luca's father. Luca reveals that he also is a witch, but prefers the term warlock instead. At the time, Elena goes on a mission to the tomb to get the truth directly from Catherine. Caroline distracts Stefan while Elena bribes a withering Catherine with blood in exchange for her story. Catherine reveals that she was the first doppelganger Klaus needed to break the curse. Side note, a doppelganger is basically a person who looks identical to another, and Catherine and Elena are part of that lineage. And for some reason, Klaus needs to kill a doppelganger to do the ritual. To escape being sacrificed, she manipulated Rose and Trevor, stole the Moonstone, and forced her own transition to make her now vampire blood useless for the ritual. While Elena is at the tomb, Damon and Rose visit a vampire named Slater to find out how to destroy the Moonstone or contact Klaus. Their meeting is cut short when Elijah, who is back from the dead, shatters the cafe windows, which were UV-proof, letting the sun burn the vampires. Stefan eventually tracks Elena to the tomb. That's when Catherine says something terrifying to Elena. Klaus didn't just chase her. He killed her entire family in Bulgaria as revenge for her running. She warns that Klaus will do the same to everyone Elena loves. Elena realizes that by being the doppelganger, she is basically a death sentence for her friends and family. At the Salvatore house, Rose and Damon curb the loneliness that comes with immortality, while Catherine sits alone in the tomb. Looking at the Petrova family book Elena left her, Catherine is sad over a sketch of her parents. Even after 500 years, the scars of Klaus's cruelty haven't healed. In the last scene, Slater calls Rose to inform her that in order to destroy the curse, they need the Moonstone and a witch, who should be able to figure out the rest. As soon as the call ends, Elijah comes out of the shadows. Due to being an original, he can compel other vampires and compels Slater to kill himself, also revealing he is working with Jonas, Luca's father. The episode starts as Tyler prepares for his first transformation in the Lockwood cellar, and in town, Jules shows up, who is a friend of Mason's from Florida. Damon and Alaric are immediately suspicious and try to poison her with wolfsbane at the grill. Jules reveals she is a werewolf and was never fooled. She warns Damon that he should watch his back. Back at the Lockwood cellar, Tyler is getting ready for the transformation along with Caroline, who helps him. The process is agonizing. His bones are breaking and changing shape over the span of several hours. Caroline stays by his side until the final moments, locking him in the cellar just as he shifts into a wolf. Afterwards, she finds a shattered Tyler and consoles him, establishing their new bond. Elijah makes a bold move by visiting the Gilbert house. After being invited in by a clueless Jenna, he offers Elena a deal. He will protect her and her friends if she agrees to act as bait to lure Klaus out so Elijah can kill him. Elena accepts on one condition, that he releases Stefan from the tomb. Meanwhile, Bonnie gets Luca to help her destroy the Moonstone. Through a shared ritual, the stone appears to explode into dust. However, it's a trick. Luca is working with his father and Elijah. He hands the intact Moonstone over to his father, meaning the brothers and Bonnie have lost their leverage without even knowing it. As he promised Elena, Elijah walks into the tomb and lifts the spell, freeing Stefan but compelling Catherine to stay inside. So Stefan and Elena are finally back together. The episode ends when, later that night, Jules in wolf form breaks into Damon's house, biting Rose in the shoulder. While the wound initially seems to heal, it quickly turns into a horrific pulsing infection. Damon watches in horror as Rose's condition worsens. The myth is real, and Rose is running out of time. The next episode starts with Jonas in Elena's house. Elena wakes up only to run into a shirtless Alaric with Aunt Jenna. Jonas uses this distraction to steal her stuff for God knows what reason. Meanwhile, Stefan and Damon are focused on one goal, getting the Moonstone back from Catherine. They tell Elena that in order to break the curse, they can use Bonnie to destroy the stone. And back at school, Luca teaches Bonnie how to channel other witches' powers using their personal items. However, Elena has a darker plan. She believes her death is the only way to save her family. She convinces Rose to take her back to Slater's. There, they meet Alice, Slater's girlfriend. They find Slater dead, but Elena uses the help of Alice to unlock his computer. She uses his records to broadcast a message to Klaus's network that she is ready to surrender. Back at Jonas's place, he uses the things he stole from Elena to help Elijah find her location. At the Lockwood estate, Tyler is spiraling as the full moon approaches. Caroline helps him explore the old family cellar where they find Mason's hidden journal and a haunting video diary. They watch footage of Mason's first transformation. It's brutal. They're literally watching his bones break and restructure, leaving both of them terrified for what Tyler is about to endure. Jeremy, tired of doing nothing, sneaks into the tomb to snatch the Moonstone, while Catherine is distracted. It backfires instantly. Catherine grabs him and begins feeding on him. I mean, what did he really expect? Stefan then arrives with Bonnie, who tries to save Jeremy by removing the barrier. She uses Luca's powers by channeling him, but even with using Luca's power, Bonnie is unable to break the barrier. Stefan makes a split-second choice, shoving Jeremy out of the tomb, but trapping himself inside with Catherine. Jeremy manages to throw the Moonstone out, but the cost is Stefan's freedom. At Slater's, Damon arrives just in time to stop Elena from turning herself over to Klaus. When two vampires show up to take Elena, Elijah suddenly appears and kills them both with terrifying ease. But he ends up leaving Damon, Rose, and Elena untouched. Back at the tomb, Elena tries to run to Stefan, but Damon holds her back as she cries. Stefan makes Damon promise to keep Elena safe while he is locked away. Meanwhile, Elijah and Jonas reveal their true motive. They're sparing the Salvatores because the brothers are the perfect bodyguards to keep the doppelganger Elena alive. From here onwards, things seem to be getting serious. Stefan and Elena begin microdosing vervain to build immunity so they won't be compelled by the originals. It doesn't seem to be that easy for Stefan, though. He looks like he's swallowing battery acid. At the boarding house, Rose's werewolf bite has gone from a nasty infection to full-on hallucinations. Damon asks Elena to look after Rose while he approaches Jules for a cure. Rose spends the time hallucinating about her life in 1490 England, at one point mistaking Elena for Catherine and nearly killing her. At the same time, Stefan decides it's time to contact Isobel, as he needs information on the originals. He leaves a voicemail for her on the number he got from Alaric. At the grill, Jules eventually delivers the grim news to Damon, that there is no cure and the bite will melt holes in Rose's brain until she goes rabid. Back at school, Tyler thanks Caroline for saving his life during the transformation. Matt tries to fix things with Caroline with a kiss, but she pulls away, worried she'll only hurt him if they stay together. Later, Tyler tries the same move, leading to a frustrated Caroline shouting,
Everyone just needs to stop kissing me.
Rose's dementia turns deadly when she escapes and kills 3 people. Damon finds her devastated and confused and brings her home. He uses his powers to give her a peaceful dream of a sunny hillside in England back at her home. While she is happy and distracted in the vision, he stakes her through the heart, shedding a rare tear. So Damon does have a heart. At the grill, Jules meets up with Trevor and reveals that she is also a werewolf. She also reveals that Mason is dead and he was killed by none other than Caroline and her friends. The episode wraps up when John returns to the house, revealing he was the one who answered Stefan's call to Isobel. Simultaneously, a spiraling drunken Damon admits to a stranger on the road that he desperately misses being human, before killing her to prove to himself that he's still the bad guy. The episode starts with the reminder that the return of Uncle John is not welcome. He reveals to a devastated Jenna that he is Elena's biological father. While John claims his return is strictly to protect Elena from Klaus, no one really believes him, and rightfully so. At the grill, Jenna introduces Damon to Andy Starr, a news reporter who's interested in him. Damon totally blows her off though, saying he's steering clear of women. Elsewhere, the wolf-vampire war over the Moonstone gets serious when Jules and her partner Brady kidnap Caroline. They use her as bait to persuade Tyler to join their pack. They also torture her for revenge and fun, and it's really hard to see. Stefan attempts a diplomatic resolution, but Damon, true to his form, prefers a head-on attack. The brothers are nearly overwhelmed by the pack until Jonas shows up, following Elijah's orders to keep Elena's inner circle safe. He uses his powers to telepathically restrain the werewolves. During the rescue, Tyler hesitates to help Caroline escape, causing a permanent rift in their friendship. Having nowhere else to go, Tyler aligns himself with the werewolves, and decides to follow Jules and Brady. Back at the Salvatore house, John hands Damon a weapon, an ancient dagger wrapped in white oak ash. Allegedly the only weapon capable of killing an original. Seeking an escape from his feelings for Elena, Damon starts a relationship with Andy, although she is heavily compelled. In a vulnerable moment, he confesses his love for Elena is changing him, and he is scared he's not as emotionless as before. Andy comforts him by saying that love changes people, and that this is who he is now, but he just tells her to shut up and that all she needs to be is a distraction for him. Maybe what Damon really needs is therapy. The episode ends by confirming something we all suspected. John is still working with Catherine. The episode starts with the werewolves deciding to eliminate every vampire in Mystic Falls to seize the Moonstone, as they can't let Catherine break the curse. They also falsely promise Tyler that breaking the curse will grant him control over his painful transformations, which means he can choose to never turn at all. They ask his help to find the doppelganger, to which a shocked Tyler realizes it's Elena. Stefan and Elena retreat to the Gilbert family lake house for a romantic getaway, only to discover a hidden armory of vampire hunting weapons and the complete collection of Jonathan Gilbert's journals. What they don't realize is that Tyler has led the werewolf pack to their location. Tyler captures Stefan, who reveals that the curse of the sun and the moon can only be broken with Elena's death. Hearing this, Tyler hesitates. Elena manages to outmaneuver Brady, leading to a confrontation where Stefan ultimately kills him. Back at the Gilbert house, John tries causing problems in Jenna and Alaric's relationship, asking Jenna if she really thinks Isobel is dead. While Jenna does trust Alaric, she can't help but let John get to her. At the grill, Bonnie, Jeremy, and Caroline drug Luca and use a spell to learn the truth. Luca and his father are working with Elijah because all 3 of them want Klaus dead. Apparently Klaus has kidnapped Luca's sister, and he wants her back. They also ask Luca how to kill an original, which is possible only when he is vulnerable after the sacrifice. The sacrifice, you may ask? Well, Elena's, of course. Meanwhile, at the Salvatore house, the werewolves ambush Damon and Alaric, torturing Damon for the Moonstone's location. That is, until Elijah shows up, brutally murdering the pack members to protect his promise to Elena.
Realize this is the 3rd time I saved your life now.
Back at the cabin, Elena confesses to Stefan that she knew Elijah's plan involved her death, and she agreed to it to save her friends. The episode comes to an end, and Bonnie and Jeremy finally act on their feelings with a kiss. Finally, Tyler chooses to leave Mystic Falls with Jules, leaving behind a letter for his mother and a request to Matt to treat Caroline well. In episode 15, while reading through Jonathan Gilbert's journals, Stefan walks Elena through his dark history as a Ripper. Back in 1864, he was a blood-addicted monster who had completely switched off his humanity. He gives all the credit to Lexi for teaching him how to feel again, showing just how much he's changed from the past and the restraint he has now. At the Salvatore house, Damon throws a dinner party for Elijah, but John crashes the party, much to Damon's dismay. Damon's party came up with a secret plan to use the white oak ash dagger, but of course, there's a catch. John Gilbert forgot to mention that if a vampire uses that dagger on an original, the vampire dies too. Alaric jumps in just in time and stabs Elijah himself. They stash the body in the cellar and pull the dagger out for future use, but what they don't realize is that the dagger has to stay in his heart to keep him dead. Surprise! Elijah wakes up and makes a run for it, right to Jonas, who helps him locate Elena. Outside, things get messy on two different fronts. Jonas corners Bonnie and Jeremy, successfully removing all of Bonnie's powers as payback for what they did with Luca. Meanwhile, at the lake house, an angry Elijah traps Elena, since he can't enter the house. To Elijah's complete shock, Elena stabs herself to lure him close, then plunges a second dagger into him. This time they keep the blade in. Phew. At home, things between Jenna and Alaric are getting rocky when John just rubs it in his face. By the end, Elena is done being a passive victim and demands the Salvatores not keep anything from her if they want her to survive. Meanwhile, since Elijah is technically dead, his compulsion on Catherine breaks. She strolls out of the tomb and right into the Salvatore's shower, claiming she's ready to help them fight Klaus. Though, with her, you never really know what the true motive is. The next episode shows that Catherine is now living at the boarding house, playing psychological games by impersonating Elena, forcing the brothers to stay on high alert. Damon spends his time trying to find where the 1864 witch massacre happened, a site where hundreds of witches died. Using the power of the spirits there, a witch could easily kill Klaus. Later, Jonas and Luca, at their house, attempt a spell to remove the blade from Elijah. Jonas then sends Luca's spirit into the Salvatore cellar to pull the dagger from Elijah's chest. Catherine notices and steps in, leading to a struggle that ends with Damon using a flamethrower on the invisible spirit. The fire travels back to the physical source, killing Luca and sending an out-of-control Jonas to the mystic grill. The girls are having a girls' night out at the grill, and Caroline performs a song to swoon Matt that wins him over, and they kiss on the stage. That's when Jonas shows up, setting the bar on fire. Well, that's one way to ruin a romantic moment. Jonas then starts attacking Bonnie, who is powerless without her magic. Everyone escapes the grill and reaches Elena's house, and Jonas follows them. That's when the plan is revealed. Catherine pretended to be Elena and lured Jonas, allowing her to kill him. And with the last of his strength, Jonas grabs Bonnie and returns her powers to her, and along with her powers, he also gives her the key to killing Klaus. Matt catches Caroline in her vampire face while she heals his wounds with her blood. She takes him to his house, and Matt suddenly remembers how Vicky used to talk about vampires and how he used to brush her off. He moves away terrified, confirming that a possible relationship with Caroline is officially dead. Meanwhile, Jenna remains cold to Alaric, no matter how much he tells her Isobel is dead. And that's exactly when a very much alive Isobel shows up at the Gilbert front door, introducing herself to Jenna. In episode 17, the arrival of Isobel seems to be spelling disaster for Elena. Aunt Jenna is devastated, finding out that Elena and everyone else hid the fact that they knew Isobel was alive. She can't trust them now and decides to stay somewhere else. Isobel shows up again and claims to offer Elena a safe house, but she's still working with Catherine. But even working with Catherine is a trick. Her true objective is to deliver the Moonstone and the doppelganger to Klaus. She uses Klaus's witch, Maddox, to kidnap Alaric. Meanwhile, Catherine is at the Salvatore house trying to find the Moonstone, which she succeeds at. Later at a Lockwood event, Isobel uses John as a distraction and kidnaps Elena. She swaps Elena with Catherine so no one suspects anything. Isobel betrays Catherine under Klaus's compelling and takes the kidnapped Elena to her own grave, and apologizes for being a bad mother. She then proceeds to commit suicide in front of her daughter, being no more of use to Klaus. She kills herself by removing her daylight necklace and letting the sun take her. On the other side, Bonnie, Damon, and Jeremy locate the site of the 1864 witch massacre. Despite the less than warm welcome of Damon, Bonnie successfully channels the collective power of the 100 dead witches. The brothers realize that as long as Klaus believes Bonnie is powerless, she is their greatest advantage. Matt can't handle the truth about the vampires and tells the sheriff about it. He then confronts Caroline about Vicky's death. He also asks her to compel him to forget the truth, but he has actually taken Vervain. Matt successfully fakes the compulsion to be an informant to the Sheriff Forbes, who is now actively hunting the town's vampires. The episode ends as Catherine wakes up to find Maddox performing a body switch spell. The ritual is successful. Klaus is now in Alaric's body, placing himself directly inside Elena's inner circle. Klaus, now in Alaric's body, keeps Catherine under compellment and uses her as an informant source. He learns about Bonnie's restored powers, and the group's plan to use her as a secret weapon. While he compels Catherine to keep stabbing herself, he heads over to the 1960s decade dance to meet Elena. At the Salvatore house, the ownership of the house is being transferred to Elena, to use it as a safe house. Elena then officially moves into the Salvatore house. Before the dance, Klaus uses compelled humans to let the group know he's there. Jeremy, terrified of losing Bonnie, tells Stefan that the spell required to kill an original will also kill the witch casting it. Damon, realizing Klaus is watching, plans with Bonnie to set a trap. After cornering Bonnie and Elena, Klaus reveals that he has taken over Alaric's body. Elena runs to find Stefan while Bonnie follows Klaus to the cafeteria. Elena and Stefan realize what Bonnie's doing and rush to stop her, but Bonnie locks the doors and unleashes her power. That is, until she uses too much magic and abruptly collapses dead. Elena is devastated over Bonnie's death, and Stefan has to drag her away from her best friend's body. That's when Damon reveals that Bonnie is still alive and hiding at the witch massacre site, and her death was just a performance to trick Klaus. Damon deliberately kept Elena and Stefan in the dark to really sell the fact that Bonnie was dead. He says he doesn't mind being the villain as long as it keeps Elena safe. The episode ends with Elena sneaking into the Salvatore cell. Bonnie's fake death made her realize she can't let Damon pull the shots, and removes the dagger from Elijah's chest. So in other words, she resurrects the only person who might help her kill Klaus and keep her friends safe. In the next episode, we see Elijah, who, after being resurrected by Elena, mistakes her for Catherine. Through a flashback, we see 1492 England, where Elijah was the first to meet Catherine. He quickly realizes that she is the key to breaking the sun and moon curse. At present, Elijah is thrown out of the house as he is not invited in. In order to win his trust, Elena hands over the dagger to Elijah, and they move somewhere else to speak. By the time Stefan and Damon realize what she's done, Elena is long gone. Elijah, through a series of flashbacks, reveals that he and Klaus are brothers with 5 other siblings and parents who were also vampires. That is when Elijah drops a massive bombshell. The sun and moon curse is not even real. It was completely made up by him and Klaus, and the real curse only applies to Klaus, born of an affair between their mother and a werewolf. Klaus is the world's first vampire-werewolf hybrid. The witches suppressed his werewolf side centuries ago, and he needs a doppelganger, a witch, a werewolf, and the moonstone to trigger his transition into a true hybrid. Elijah tells Elena that with the help of a witch, Klaus can be killed. He also says that he has found a way to save the doppelganger, much to Elena's surprise. Damon goes rogue and shows up at Alaric's house with Andy, where Catherine is currently trapped. He hands her a bottle of vervain, which Catherine will use to fight off Klaus's compelling. At the Gilbert home, Klaus, still using Alaric's body, reveals everything about the supernatural to Jenna. He provokes her, and Stefan is forced to show her his vampire phase to save Jenna, ending the lies about permanently breaking her already fragile trust in everyone. Jenna confronts Elena about the truth and learns that she's the only one left out of the circle. Elena comforts her as she cries. This tension carries over to the Salvatore brothers, whose fight over Elena turns physical. Stefan taunts Damon by saying that, unlike him, he has Elena's respect. This sends a spiraling Damon to take his anger out on Andy by feeding on her. The episode concludes with the revival of the real villain. Maddox and Greta are introduced. Greta is Luca's sister, who reveals she went to Klaus willingly, and they are there to perform a ritual to return Klaus to his true physical form. Klaus steps out of his crate in his own body, ready to be freed of the curse.
Now that's more like it.
In the next episode, we learn that tonight is the full moon. Elijah announces that Klaus will definitely be performing the ritual tonight, and hands an elixir to Elena which will keep her alive even after Klaus kills her. The elixir is not guaranteed to work, but Elena still takes the chance as she trusts Elijah. At the Lockwood mansion, Maddox hurts Carol Lockwood to get Tyler to come home. It works, and Tyler is back in town with Jules. At the Salvatore house, Alaric is back after being possessed by Klaus. He says that Klaus left a message, and he confirms that the ritual is happening tonight. Scared that Elijah's magical elixir won't work, Damon forces Elena to drink his blood, making sure that she will return as a vampire if she does die. This made Stefan really angry, as Damon took away Elena's choice of turning into a vampire or not. They end up fighting right there, with Stefan ending up being staked in the gut. Klaus then has Maddox and Greta kidnap Caroline and Tyler to use as the vampire and werewolf needed in the sacrifice. Damon manages to rescue them from the tomb with the surprising help of Matt, who ends up shooting Maddox. But when everyone escapes, it's too late into the night, and Tyler transforms into a wolf. He attacks Damon, but is able to control himself and tells everyone to run. Damon tells Klaus what he has done, but Klaus is not bothered by the escape. He reveals he always had a backup. Jules is captured to be the werewolf. And regarding him getting a new vampire, he can always just make one. Believing these are her final hours as a human, Stefan takes Elena on a hike to a waterfall. As they reach the top, Elena realizes the gravity of the situation and admits through tears that she never wanted to be a vampire. She wanted to grow old and have a family. At night, Klaus shows up to collect her, and Elena leaves with him after kissing Stefan goodbye. At the ritual area, Elena is horrified to learn that the replacement vampire for Caroline is none other than Jenna. The episode ends with the devastating news. Catherine notices a wound on Damon's arm. It turns out that during his rescue mission, Damon was bitten by Tyler. Damon might suffer the same fate as Rose, and he doesn't have much time. In the next episode, the ritual to break the hybrid curse continues. Greta completes Jenna's transition by feeding her her own blood, and traps Elena in a ring of fire to stop her from interfering. Jules is brought over, and all the sacrifices needed are now complete. The ritual begins, and Jules is the first one to be killed. Elsewhere, Elijah reveals his reason for wanting Klaus dead. He killed all their siblings and parents, and spread their bodies across the sea so they couldn't be revived. At the ritual ground, Stefan shows up to exchange his life for Jenna's. Klaus tells Stefan that he has other uses for him, and then kills Jenna. He then drains Elena to death, finishing the ritual. As Klaus completes his transformation, Bonnie uses her channeled ancestral power to paralyze him. Elijah prepares to deliver the killing blow, but Klaus stops him by saying that their family's bodies were still with them. Choosing his family over revenge, Elijah rescues Klaus and flees. Elena survives the ritual as a human because John Gilbert uses a soul-binding spell to link his life force to hers. As Elena awakens, John dies, sacrificing himself to ensure his daughter doesn't return as a vampire. At the funeral for Jenna and John, Jeremy delivers a funeral letter from John expressing his unconditional love. While the survivors mourn, Matt ends his relationship with Caroline, saying he wants to live a normal life and can't do that with Caroline. The episode ends with Damon showing Stefan his werewolf bite, admitting he's dying and begging Stefan to keep it a secret from Elena because the last thing she needs is another grave to mourn. The season finale starts as Damon tries to end his own life, Isobel style, by taking off his ring and letting the sun burn him. Stefan shoves him and locks him in the cellar, saying he will not die today. Outside, Stefan tells Elena that Damon is dying from a wolf bite. As Damon suffers from vivid blood-soaked hallucinations of his 1864 past, Stefan goes to Klaus to demand a cure. Klaus tells him he will have to wait as he has something else to do. He then proceeds to stab Elijah with the oak ash dagger, letting him see his family again. Klaus reveals by demonstrating on Catherine that the only cure is the blood of a hybrid, Klaus's own blood. To save his brother, Stefan agrees to a deal. He must join Klaus as the Ripper, leaving Mystic Falls forever. In a daze, Damon leaves his house and reaches for the annual Gone with the Wind screening. Sheriff Forbes attempts to kill Damon, but accidentally shoots Jeremy instead. In a desperate move, Bonnie takes Jeremy to the witch massacre site and begs the ancestors to return him to life. The spell works, but with a side effect. Jeremy begins seeing the ghosts of his dead ex-girlfriends, Vicky and Anna. At the Salvatore house, a dying Damon confesses his love and regret to Elena, thinking these are his final moments. Elena forgives him and kisses him as a last goodbye. Catherine suddenly arrives with the cure, Klaus's blood. She reveals that Stefan sacrificed everything to save him, his old life, his brother, and even Elena. Before leaving, Catherine leaves a message for Elena.
It's okay to love them both. I did.
On the other side, Stefan feeds on a human victim in front of Klaus to prove his loyalty. The two villains depart town together, and Stefan is effectively missing. The balance is shifted, with Stefan now being a villain. Episode 1 of the third season tells us that it's been months since Stefan left with Klaus. It's now Elena's 18th birthday, and she's secretly working with a reluctant Damon to track Stefan. Meanwhile, Klaus and Stefan are hunting a werewolf named Ray Sutton, hoping to use him to find a pack and jumpstart Klaus's plan to create more hybrids.
You see, I want to create more of me.
On the other side, Damon and Alaric investigate a house in Tennessee, finding a signature display of the Ripper.
Feeds so hard he blacks out, rips them apart. When he's done, he feels remorse. It's the damnedest thing. Puts the bodies back together. Definitely Stefan.
Damon explains that after a kill, Stefan feels so guilty that he reassembles the body in order to feel better. Damon realizes that Stefan has turned off his humanity and let the Ripper take control. Back at the Salvatore mansion, Caroline is throwing Elena an 18th birthday party to bring some normalcy back into her life. Back at where Klaus and Stefan are, they are enjoying torturing Ray to get details about the pack's location. Even though Stefan has shut off his humanity, you still don't expect this from him. Klaus learns that Damon is looking for his brother and allows Stefan to deal with him. Stefan reaches Andy's workplace and confronts Damon there, telling him to back off. Stefan solidifies his message by compelling Andy to jump to her death right in front of Damon, proving he is no longer the man they remember. Since being rescued, Jeremy is seeing the ghosts of Vicky and Anna. He finally confesses to Matt that he isn't just missing them, they're physically appearing and asking for help. Simultaneously, Caroline and Tyler finally give in to their chemistry and sleep together. However, as Caroline tries to sneak out of the Lockwood mansion, Carol Lockwood uses vervain to confirm she's a vampire and shoots her with a tranquilizer. Stefan, reaching a breaking point, calls Elena. Though he doesn't speak, Elena knows it's him and whispers that she loves him and that he needs to hold on. Stefan sheds a single tear, making us question whether he really turned off his humanity. The next episode starts off with Stefan and Klaus carrying Ray to a mountain in Tennessee where they suspect the wolf pack is. After feeding his blood to Ray Sutton and an entire pack of werewolves, the transition turns into a horror show. Instead of becoming hybrids, the wolves develop rabid symptoms, like bleeding from the eyes and dying mid-transformation. Klaus is left angry and confused, realizing that despite the ritual being complete, something is still wrong. At the grill, Elena gets Tyler's help in tracking down the pack in Tennessee to get closer to Stefan. She leads Alaric and Damon with her to the mountain. Suddenly, Ray Sutton attacks the group. As a hybrid, he proves to be significantly faster and stronger than a vampire. Stefan intervenes and saves Damon's life by ripping out Ray's heart, but he warns Damon to stay away, claiming he is never coming back to Mystic Falls. At the Lockwood house, Carol calls Bill Forbes, Caroline's father, to reveal Caroline's true nature. Tyler realizes what his mom has done because she doesn't want him near vampires. Tyler notices that his mom doesn't know he's a werewolf. He forces his mother to witness his agonizing transformation in the family cellar to prove that the monster she fears is her own son. While Carol tries to call off her hunt for Caroline, it's too late. Caroline wakes up chained in a dark room to find her own father, Bill. Jeremy, instead of asking Bonnie, decides to take matters into his own hands to contact the ghosts he's been seeing. He can't exactly tell his girlfriend he wants her to help get in contact with his exes. Jeremy decides to take the help of Matt, since he is Vicky's brother. Even before trying anything, he sees the ghost of Vicky, who begs for any connection to the living world. However, Anna's ghost appears to warn Jeremy that Vicky's intentions are dangerous, and that she cannot be trusted. The episode ends at the Gilbert house, where Damon admits to Elena that Stefan can still be saved. But he also tells her to acknowledge that she has grown feelings for him while Stefan was busy playing the villain. Klaus and Stefan arrive in Chicago, a city that triggers a flood of past memories for Stefan from the 1920s. Klaus takes Stefan to a bar owned by Gloria, a powerful witch who has remained unnaturally alive for nearly a century. Gloria reveals that to fix the failed hybrid ritual, they need to contact the original witch. Stefan finds an old photo of himself with Klaus, realizing his connection to the originals goes much deeper. Through flashbacks, it is revealed that Stefan was once best friends with Klaus and in love with Klaus's sister Rebecca. However, Klaus compelled Stefan to forget their entire history together to protect them from a mysterious hunter who was after them in 1922. At the demands of Gloria, Klaus resurrects Rebecca by pulling the dagger from her chest. Her response?
Go to hell, Nick!
Immediately attacking him for keeping her dead for 90 years. Meanwhile, Damon and Elena track them to Stefan's old Chicago apartment, where Damon tells Elena to wait while he goes out to research. While Damon is out, Klaus and Stefan show up at the apartment. Elena is forced to hide in a secret closet while Klaus and Stefan search the room. Stefan spots her, but chooses to protect her, staying silent and leading Klaus away. In Mystic Falls, Bill Forbes attempts to fix Caroline's vampirism through torture. He repeatedly exposes her to direct sunlight, burning her skin, believing he can condition her to resist her bloodlust through pain. The torture only ends when Sheriff Forbes and Tyler break into the cellar. Liz points a gun at her ex-husband to stop the abuse, and Tyler carries a weakened Caroline back home to safety. In Chicago, Elena corners Stefan outside the bar while Damon distracts Klaus. She begs him to come home, even attempting to vervain him to force his return. Stefan stops her, coldly saying that his Ripper side has done too much damage to ever go back, and he doesn't want to be with her. As Klaus finally restores Stefan's memories from the 1920s and reunites him with Rebecca, Klaus asks Rebecca for her necklace, which is none other than the necklace Stefan gave Elena in Season 1. Since it is still with Elena, Rebecca says she doesn't have it. The episode ends as Catherine is revealed to be lurking in Chicago, both now and in 1920, secretly watching Stefan for centuries. The episode begins as Klaus asks Gloria to find out where the necklace is. Through a spell, Gloria glimpses Elena, Bonnie, and Caroline in Mystic Falls, deducing that the doppelganger survived the sacrifice and also has the necklace. She tortures Stefan to get out information on Elena, but Catherine intervenes, killing Gloria to protect the secret. Despite her saving his life, Stefan refuses to partner with Catherine, remaining committed to his solo nature. While exploring the 1920s warehouse, Stefan questions Rebecca about the mysterious hunter they were running from decades ago. Her instincts flare, and she alerts Klaus to Stefan's suspicious interests. Realizing Stefan is hiding significant information, Klaus knocks him unconscious. After a secret council meeting, Damon realizes his compulsion on Bill Forbes didn't work, and now he's threatening to out him. Damon wants to kill Bill, and Alaric and Elena judge his impulsivity. Damon kills Alaric, who won't die thanks to his ring, and attempts to murder Bill Forbes. Caroline saves her father, defeating Damon in a fit of rage. Damon and Elena get into an argument over his violent nature, where Damon tells her that she should stop trying to turn him into Stefan. Later, Bill decides it's time to leave Mystic Falls before he actually dies. Angered by all the events and Damon literally killing him, Alaric demands a seat on the Founders Council to keep the vampires in check. Simultaneously, Jeremy makes physical contact with Anna, discovering that they can touch while he thinks about her. However, Anna warns him of a darkness following Vicky on the other side, trying to push her out. In Jeremy's room, Bonnie reveals that she has lost the witch's powers due to bringing him back to life. Having had enough of lies, Jeremy comes clean to Bonnie about seeing his ex-girlfriends since he was brought back to life. Back at the boarding house, Catherine reveals to Damon that she has stolen the necklace from Elena and offers herself as his new partner in crime. Damon accepts, realizing his presence is less than welcome in the town after what he pulled yesterday. Elsewhere, Stefan eventually wakes up in the back of a truck as Klaus announces their return to Mystic Falls, bringing the threat directly to Elena's doorstep. The next episode starts with the senior prank night at Mystic High, with Caroline forcing the others to take part. Klaus and Rebecca hijack the event, turning the gym into a dark circus. Klaus reveals that his hybrid transitions failed because the doppelganger survived. To prove his theory, he force feeds Tyler Lockwood his blood and kills him, starting the transition.
I need you to find a way to save my hybrids, Bonnie. And for Tyler's sake. You better hurry.
He gives the ultimatum to Bonnie to find a way to fix the ritual or Tyler dies. As Stefan makes his way into the gym, a betrayed Klaus compels Stefan to obey his orders strictly from now onwards. Outside, Rebecca steals Caroline's phone and goes through her photos, realizing Elena has her necklace. She tells Klaus, who compels Elena to give the necklace. Elena says it was stolen by Catherine, so she doesn't have it anymore. Klaus, in a fit of rage, sets a 20-minute timer for Bonnie to find the cure, after which he will force Stefan to feed on Elena and kill her. As the timer counts down, the group splits to find answers. Matt takes the desperate step of drowning himself to contact Vicky on the other side. And after Bonnie revives him, he reveals the message from the dead. The hybrids are failing because Elena is still alive. In the gym, Stefan fights Klaus's compulsion to protect Elena, begging her to run. Ultimately, Klaus loses patience and commands Stefan to turn his humanity off. With his humanity gone, the Ripper surfaces, brutally feeding on Elena as the timer hits 0. Klaus then realizes Elena's blood is the required ingredient to stabilize the hybrid transition, not her death. So he successfully turns Tyler, who awakens as the first functional hybrid. To have some supply, Klaus moves Elena to the hospital to take some of her blood. Meanwhile, Damon, Catherine, and Jeremy use Anna to locate the tomb of Michael, the vampire who hunts vampires. But Damon has to leave early, getting texts from Bonnie about what is happening at the school. Damon uses the threat of Michael's awakening to scare Klaus out of town, and then brings Elena home from the hospital. At the Salvatore house, Damon gives Elena her necklace, while she cries about feeling like Stefan is lost, and there's no bringing him back this time. Damon promises Elena that he will never leave her side, and that's when Stefan shows up, revealing that Klaus has kept him behind to keep an eye on Elena. The episode concludes at a hidden crypt where Catherine slides open the coffin containing the vampire hunter. The ancient vampire Michael opens his eyes, making the arrival of the only being the originals truly fear. Episode 6 begins in the woods, where Elena, with Alaric's help, plans on becoming strong enough to fight a vampire. And with Stefan's flipped switch, she needs to learn how to protect herself from the one she loves most. The first day of senior year has less than a great start. Bonnie and Jeremy are having relationship troubles due to Jeremy's ex-girlfriends. He probably still loves them since they didn't actually break up. All his girlfriends just died. Outside, it's revealed that Matt is also now able to see ghosts using his ability to talk to Vicky. Stefan is keeping an eye on Elena, but not for protection, but as Klaus's spy. Rebecca has now enrolled as a student, moving into the Salvatore boarding house and targeting Caroline's spot on the cheerleading squad. and maybe even her boyfriend. Meanwhile, Elena plans to capture Stefan, using herself as bait to lure him into a trap set by Alaric, Caroline, and Damon. Damon's job is to keep Rebecca busy, who follows Stefan everywhere. That's when the group discovers that Tyler has been sired to Klaus, which is an obsessive loyalty that prevents him from going against the person who turned him. Simultaneously, Vicky manages to convince Matt that she can be brought back to life. Matt performs a ritual to bring Vicky back, but she has hidden intentions. So much for sibling love. To remain in the living world, Vicky is compelled by the original witch to kill Elena and stop the hybrid production. During the back-to-school bonfire, the plan is set in motion and Stefan is captured. They put the unconscious Stefan in Alaric's car, with Elena getting in first. That's when Vicky sets Alaric's car on fire, with Elena now trapped inside.
Elena! Elena!
Bonnie manages to cast a counterspell just in time, allowing Matt to finally let go of his sister and banish her back to the other side. Elena and Stefan escape the car just in time, right before it blows up. At the crypt, Catherine successfully awakens Michael, only to discover a terrifying truth. He does not feed on human blood. Instead, he feeds on vampires, immediately attacking Catherine to satisfy his hunger. Back in Mystic Falls, Elena proves she's changed by stabbing Stefan when he mocks her for saving him. The episode closes on two major cliffhangers. Jeremy's constant thoughts of Anna has made her ghost physical to the touch, and Damon is haunted at home by none other than the ghost of Mason Lockwood. The next episode starts off with a tied-up and staked Damon, who thinks Stefan did this to him. Stefan shows up, removes the stake, but doesn't unchain Damon. Mason, who none of the brothers can see, opens the curtains on a ringless Damon and burns him. Damon, quickly realizing it was Mason who did this, approaches Bonnie and asks her to fix whatever she did wrong. Bonnie takes the matter into her own hands and decides to use a spell. Bonnie's manifestation spell allows the ghost of the other side to become physical. While some, like Grams and Lexi, return to help, others seek revenge.
She cracked open the door to the other side. There's an old witch over here. She took advantage of it. She took advantage of you, honey.
While Mason Lockwood initially tortures Damon, he later says he wants to help Tyler. He asks Damon to meet him in the Lockwood cellar, where he promises to reveal a secret weapon to kill Klaus. To stop the chaos, Bonnie learns from her grandma that she must close the Veiled Matter, which is a fancy word for ghosts. The only way to do this is by destroying the original witch's talisman, Elena's necklace. Elsewhere, Jeremy realizes he still loves Anna despite his relationship with Bonnie. He realizes he can't let her go, not before giving her a kiss. Elena catches them in the act right as Caroline calls and asks Elena about the necklace. She tells Caroline what Jeremy did and proceeds to scold him after the call is cut. Meanwhile, Lexi uses her temporary physical state to put Stefan through a detox in the jail cellar, starving him and using hallucinations to force his humanity back to the surface. In the middle of this, Elena calls Caroline and tells her to hold off on destroying the necklace until Lexi can bring Stefan's humanity back. This is when Bonnie learns that Jeremy kissed Anna, and her trust in him is shattering. Back at the cellar, Elena tells Stefan that she will not love a ghost for the rest of her life. He must choose his humanity or lose her forever. At the Illumination Night, an event to celebrate the town by releasing lanterns, the tomb vampires, led by Frederick, began attacking founding family members. Meanwhile, Caroline and Bonnie cannot find the necklace and realize it could have only been taken by Anna, who wished to stay longer to be with Jeremy. Anna realizes she's only holding Jeremy back and gives up the necklace to give it to Bonnie. As Bonnie and Graham successfully cast the spell to destroy the necklace, the ghosts finish their goals. Mason leads Damon to a hidden cave beneath the Lockwood estate containing ancient secrets before vanishing, and Anna finally reunites with her mother, Pearl, to find peace. The veil closes, leaving Jeremy and Bonnie's relationship shattered by his betrayal. However, the necklace miraculously restores itself in Bonnie's fire. The episode ends underneath the Lockwood cellar, where Damon calls Alaric for help with the hidden cave. Alaric discovers primitive cave drawings that hint at the true origin story of the original vampires. The next episode starts with Alaric and Elena trying to decipher the Viking runes in the Lockwood cave, which reveal the true origin of the original family. While Damon is also present, he cannot enter the cave as he is not invited in. They discover the names of the originals carved in the cave, along with a new name, Michael, the vampire hunter. Alaric calls over Bonnie to help with deciphering, while Elena realizes what better way to decipher the runes than from the source itself. Elena gets information from Rebecca, who recounts her family's history. 1,000 years ago, their mother Esther, who was the original witch, and father Michael turned their children into vampires as a weapon against the werewolves after the death of their youngest son, Henrik. Rebecca explains that for every strength Nature created a weakness. The sun burned them, the white oak tree could kill them, and the vervain growing at its base prevented their compulsion. But the biggest weakness of them all was blood. They would crave it constantly. Rebecca believes that Michael killed their mother in a fit of rage after discovering her affair with a werewolf. She says that her father's biggest drive is his pride, which led him to turning them into vampires and killing their mother. However, Elena uses the cave carvings to prove the truth. Klaus was the one who ripped out Esther's heart because she had suppressed his werewolf side and rejected him. This revelation shatters Rebecca's world as she realizes the brother she has been loyal to for a millennium murdered their mother and lied to keep her by his side. While the girls talk history, Damon releases Stefan from his cell to go on a drinking binge. Damon's goal is to remind Stefan that he isn't just Klaus's, but their bonding is interrupted by the arrival of Michael. He proves his ruthlessness by grabbing Damon's heart and threatening to rip it out unless Stefan agrees to lure Klaus back to Mystic Falls. Stefan, showing a small hope of his humanity to save his brother, agrees to the deal. The episode concludes as Elena and Damon realize that they now have Michael as a weapon and an emotionally betrayed Rebecca as a potential ally. As Elena falls asleep, she notes that the bond between brothers, specifically Damon's love for Stefan, is the only thing strong enough to truly save him from the Ripper's darkness. In episode 9, the ultimate trap for Klaus is set to lure him back to Mystic Falls with the news of Michael's death. Damon, Elena, and Stefan, along with Michael and Rebecca, are all in on this plan. To ensure the plan's success, Elena even goes as far as daggering Rebecca, knowing that her loyalty might waver at the last second. Meanwhile, everyone is preparing for the homecoming dance. The party is relocated to the Lockwood Mansion as the gym was flooded due to leaks. Isn't it just so convenient that Klaus has taken over the Lockwood Mansion along with his newly turned hybrids? We're looking at you, Tyler. At the Salvatore house, Damon asks Michael why he feeds on vampires, to which he gets a surprising response. Michael's only goal is to kill his son, not innocent people. He then hands Damon the white oak stake, the surefire way to kill an original. Stefan shows up to set the plan in motion, but Michael suddenly feeds on him, bleeding him unconscious. The night turns into a psychological war. Klaus reveals he knows all about the plan, while Tyler vervains Caroline to keep her from getting caught in the crossfire. Klaus meets Michael in the front door and reveals that the hybrids can still be compelled by him. He then threatens to kill Elena, but Klaus calls his father's bluff, prompting Michael to plunge the knife deep into Elena's back. However, Elena is actually Catherine in disguise. She stands up, hurls wolfsbane grenades at the hybrids, and creates the opening for Damon to strike Klaus with the white oak stake. Just as Damon is about to deliver the killing blow, Stefan intervenes, tackling Damon to save Klaus. In the chaos, Klaus seizes the stake and drives it into Michael, killing his father forever. It's revealed that Catherine alerted Stefan to Klaus's plan. The hybrids were ordered to kill Damon if Klaus died. By saving Klaus, Stefan saved his brother's life. Klaus grants Stefan his freedom as a reward, but he isn't done. At her house, Caroline wakes up and sees Tyler. She realizes she can't be with Tyler while he doesn't have control over himself. Being a servant to Klaus, this breaks Tyler's heart, driving a wedge between them. The episode ends with Stefan calling Klaus to reveal he has stolen the coffins containing Klaus's siblings, stripping the original of his only family and igniting a new war of revenge. The next episode starts off with Bonnie having a nightmare of the coffins being at the witch's massacre site. Klaus shows up at the grill and introduces his new hybrid, Tony, the mysterious man who's been stalking Elena. Klaus gives an ultimatum to Elena and Damon. Find Stefan in the coffins or the death count in Mystic Falls will start rising. The power shifts as Stefan hides the 4 coffins containing Klaus's daggered family to keep them shielded from Klaus's locator spells. Stefan uses Bonnie's help, and then Stefan reveals his ultimate plan. Klaus's family is his only true weakness, and as long as they are hidden, Klaus can be destroyed. At the Gilbert house, Jeremy invites Tyler in right as he was about to be scolded for being fired from the grill. After Tyler leaves, Jeremy disappears right behind him, leaving his protective ring behind. Alaric and Elena run outside, only to see Jeremy about to be run over. Alaric rushes to push Jeremy out of the way, getting hit by the car instead.
Jeremy, move!
It turns out Klaus had compelled Jeremy, using Tyler, to get him off Vervain. Alaric wakes up after dying, and something is wrong. His ring isn't working like before, and he starts coughing up blood. While the ambulance tries to get him into the hospital, Tony shows up and compels the dispatchers to leave. While Elena is panicking, Jeremy shoots Tony from behind and then proceeds to behead him right at their doorstep. Alaric is treated at the hospital by Dr. Meredith Fell. She is immediately suspicious of Alaric's miraculous recovery speed, hinting at a deeper knowledge of the town's secrets. In Elena's head, since Klaus wants his family back, she attempts to negotiate with him. She gives a daggered Rebecca to him in exchange for Jeremy's safety. But right before she leaves, she makes sure to tell Klaus that Rebecca knows his secret, that he killed their mother. At the massacre site, Stefan and Damon team up to defeat Klaus on an agreement that Elena won't be involved. Stefan reveals where the coffins are kept right at the site, hidden using magic. He says that the spirits hate Klaus as much as they do, and even if Klaus, he wouldn't be able to see the coffins. Elsewhere, Klaus takes Rebecca to the new house he's building as a home for the hybrids, but right as she's about to wake up, Klaus daggers her again, putting her back to sleep. The episode concludes with the realization that the town is no longer safe. Elena and Alaric ask Damon once again to compel Jeremy, telling him to forget about the supernatural, live as a normal teenager in Denver, leave this town, and never look back. Later, outside the house, Damon and Elena are talking when Damon reveals that he's been feeling guilty about being in love with Elena, and right as he leaves, his impulse takes over. He realizes that he should actually do something to feel guilty about, and kisses Elena, and she kisses him back. In episode 11, the Gilbert household undergoes a major shift as Jeremy prepares to leave town. When Elena tells Bonnie about this, she's upset, but still approaches Jeremy to say goodbye. At the witches' massacre site, Damon and Stefan are doing their best to get the coffins open, but they seem to be sealed shut with some magic. While Caroline struggles with the depression of being stuck as a vampire at age 17, her friends organize a funeral-themed birthday party at a local crypt to help her say goodbye to her human life. The night takes a dark turn when Tyler, still struggling against the sire bond, refuses Klaus's order to bite Caroline. Later at her party, he tells Caroline that he loves her, and they start making out. Unconsciously, Tyler bites her neck, sealing her fate with a werewolf bite. In a calculated move to win over Sheriff Forbes, Klaus appears at Caroline's house as a savior. He offers Caroline his blood to cure her and tells her of a vast, beautiful world that still awaits her. He lets Caroline feed on his blood with a haunting wish of happy birthday. Caroline wakes up the next morning with a gift from Klaus, a diamond bracelet. The tension in Mystic Falls reaches a breaking point as Stefan kidnaps Elena as a bargaining chip to remove the hybrids from town. After Klaus refuses, Stefan takes Elena on a terrifying ride to Wickery Bridge, the place where her parents died. To prove he has nothing left to lose, Stefan forces his blood into Elena's system and threatens to drive her off the bridge, turning her into a vampire and ending Klaus's ability to create more hybrids. Horrified, Klaus finally agrees to Stefan's terms, but after this stunt, whatever hope Elena had is gone. Meanwhile, Alaric continues his flirtation with Meredith Fell, who reveals she's a part of the council and knows about the vampires. Alaric later steps out only to find her in a heated public argument with her ex-boyfriend, a medical examiner. Later, the medical examiner is found murdered with a stake through his heart, suggesting a new non-vampire killer is stalking the council members of Mystic Falls. In the next episode, Bonnie and Elena are back to the massacre site, where Bonnie talks about the mysterious fourth coffin whose contents are unknown. It refuses to open, but Bonnie thinks she knows who to approach. Bonnie then leads Elena to a remote farmhouse in North Carolina to find her estranged mother, Abby Bennett. Having been missing for 15 years, Abby reveals she lost her magic after using it to protect a young Elena from Michael. Somehow, Stefan finds out about their plan and shows up outside. The reunion is cut short when Abby's adopted son Jamie holds them hostage while Abby kidnaps Bonnie. It turns out one of Klaus's hybrids has compelled Jamie to kill himself unless Bonnie reveals the coffin's locations. Though the hybrids successfully pressure Abby into revealing the hiding spot at the witch's house, Bonnie manages to warn Damon just in time for him to take away the mysterious fourth coffin before Klaus can get it. In Mystic Falls, Tyler undergoes a brutal de-siring process led by Bill Forbes. To break the debt he feels towards Klaus, Tyler must endure the agony of transforming into a wolf repeatedly until it no longer feels like a gift from his creator. The process nearly turns fatal when a transforming Tyler attacks Bill, leading Meredith to use vampire blood to heal him. Meanwhile, Damon's investigation into Meredith gets him vervained by her. He realizes that she has been using vampire blood for her medical practice, becoming one of the unwilling vampire blood donors for her cause. But the revelation doesn't stop Alaric from pursuing her. The romantic tension between the Salvatores reaches a boiling point when Elena confesses to Stefan that she kissed Damon. Stefan's cold reaction hides a deeper hurt, leading to a violent confrontation back at the boarding house where he punches Damon for the betrayal. At the hybrid house, Klaus believes he has secured his family's remains. All of a sudden, one of his hybrid's hearts is ripped out by none other than Elijah. Elijah, Klaus's brother whom he had daggered, has been brought back by Damon, and he has a single question.
What'd I miss?
The next episode starts as Sheriff Forbes informs Elena that her fingerprints were found on the stake used to kill the medical examiner. Things get worse when Bill is found murdered in the hospital by none other than Caroline. Because he had Meredith's stash of vampire blood in his system, he begins the transition, but due to his stubborn morals, he refuses to drink human blood. Despite Caroline's tearful pleas for him to drink, Bill chooses to die a human death, leaving his daughter heartbroken. At the hybrid house, Elijah takes control of the negotiations, while Klaus attempts to manipulate the brothers with stories of Tatia, the original Petrova doppelganger who first tore him and Elijah apart 1,000 years ago. Damon and Elijah then execute a secret plan. To Klaus's horror, Elijah reveals he has undaggered their siblings, Finn, Cole, and eventual Rebecca. At the cave, the mysterious fourth coffin is opened by Bonnie and Abby. At the Gilbert house, the mysterious killer strikes again, this time targeting Alaric. Elena finds him bleeding out in the kitchen. Because the killer is likely a human, it makes the death natural, and the ring useless. Alaric forces Elena to deliver the killing blow herself, and since Elena is a supernatural doppelganger, it successfully resurrects Alaric hours later. The incident leaves the group into panic, realizing an assassin is systematically killing off the Founders Council. At the hybrid house, Klaus is face to face with his siblings. That's when the door opens, revealing Esther, the original witch, and the mother of all the originals. She was released from the fourth coffin and is finally seeing her son, who murdered her. Instead of seeking revenge on Klaus, Esther shocks her children by offering forgiveness and declaring they will be a family once more. The episode concludes with the original family standing united under their mother, while the Salvatores find themselves empty-handed. The weapon that they hoped was inside the coffin, that is Esther, is now Klaus's greatest ally. In the next episode, Elena gets an invite from the Michelson family, aka the originals, for an elegant ball. Behind the letter is a personal invite to Elena from Esther, who wants to finally meet. At the ball, Klaus attempts to woo Caroline, saying he is interested in her. Damon and Stefan clash over how to protect Elena, leading to a violent moment where Stefan snaps Damon's neck to allow Elena her private meeting with Esther. The original witch reveals her true intention. She views her children as abominations and plans to undo the spell that created them. She held the ball specifically to perform a ritual. To do it, she only needs a drop of Elena's blood to bind her children together through the champagne they will drink. Elena agrees, effectively turning the entire family into a single target. If one dies, so do the rest.
Cheers.
Later, a heartbroken and defensive Damon lashes out after Elena tells him his love for her is a problem. In a fit of self-destruction, he gets in a fight with Cole and eventually finds a distraction in the arms of Rebecca, ending the night in an impulsive hookup. Outside, despite the villainous reputation, Klaus shows a surprisingly vulnerable side to Caroline, taking her to see his gallery. He later gifts her a hand-drawn sketch, even after Caroline was icy to him. However, the night ends with the completion of the ritual. Esther uses Finn's blood to finish the link on a parchment with all of her children's names. While Elijah is suspicious of his mother's forgiveness, he is unaware that he and his siblings are now magically connected to a collective death sentence, with Finn standing for their mother's cause. The next episode begins as Elena discovers Damon has slept with Rebecca. Back at her house, Bonnie reveals to Elena and Caroline that Esther approached her and Abby for help with the ritual, as tonight was the full moon, letting her channel celestial power. Realizing Elena lied to him about Esther's intentions, Elijah traps Elena in the Lockwood cave under the guard of Rebecca. Elijah gives an ultimatum to the Salvatore brothers: stop Esther's ritual by 9 p.m. or Rebecca will kill Elena. To kill her children, Esther begins a ritual channeling the entire Bennett bloodline through Bonnie and Abby. That's when Alaric stabs Cole with the oakwood dagger at the grill, leading to every one of the original siblings starting to die.
What did you do?
Nothing.
What did you do?
Klaus realizes something is wrong and heads directly to Cole, pulling the dagger out and warning Damon. Elijah also shows up and demands Damon to immediately stop the ritual, despite it not being 9 p.m. Stefan and Damon realize that the only way to break Esther's power is to turn one of the witches, and out of all of the things, they flip a coin to decide who will transition a witch and face Elena's anger. Damon wins, or rather loses the toss. He feeds Abby his blood and kills her. By turning Abby into a vampire, he cuts off her connection to magic. This successfully breaks Esther's spell, saving the originals, but destroying Bonnie's last hope for a life with her mother. Afterwards, Damon acknowledges his feelings for Elena, but knows she doesn't love him. Stefan points out that he was the one who lost the coin toss, but Damon still went ahead and did the act. Damon just states that Stefan's humanity is clearly returning, having not had a single drop of human blood for a while. So, in other words, Stefan has enough to feel guilty about, leading Damon to end the conversation. A guilt-stricken Elijah leaves a letter for Elena, apologizing for his cruelty and departing Mystic Falls in shame. We learn that Cole has fled the town too, while Rebecca shows Klaus a recording of what she learned in the cave ruins. The white oak tree, the only weapon capable of killing an original, wasn't completely destroyed. A second tree survived. The episode ends as Alaric finds evidence in Meredith's apartment linking her to the council murders, only for her to shoot him before he can react. He sure has great luck with the ladies. The next episode starts with a shocking scene. Alaric wakes up in a jail cell, suspected to be behind the council murders. As the current council murders mirror on a string of killings from 1912, the Salvatore brothers reflect on their past. They suspect the 1912 murders were done by a vampire Damon met named Sage, who taught him how to embrace his predatory nature. Damon attempted to share this with Stefan, but it backfired. The taste of blood triggered Stefan's spiral into becoming the infamous Ripper of Monterey. In the present, Damon vows to help Stefan find a middle ground between animal and human blood, admitting that after a century of life, Stefan is all he's got. While Alaric sits in the jail cell, Elena and Matt turn into detectives. They break into Meredith's apartment and discover a stash of medical files and an old journal belonging to Samantha Gilbert. Elena and Matt get caught, but not before Matt manages to sneak out the Gilbert journal. Later, Alaric gets released and Meredith comes to see him. Initially, Alaric is angry at her, but after listening to her theory, everything changes. The ring that protects Alaric from death is also what is driving him insane. She believes the rings cause a form of insanity and blackouts, during which the wearer turns into a killer, and at the same time, Damon and Stefan come to the same conclusion. In 1912, the first victim of Stefan was none other than Samantha Gilbert, who they later realized was wearing the same ring. So, really, it wasn't Sage who killed the council members, it was Samantha. They realized that because Alaric has died multiple times while wearing the same ring, he is facing the same fate. Elena confirms the theory with Samantha's journal. The person responsible for the recent murders in Mystic Falls isn't a vampire or a Meredith. It's Alaric himself. In episode 17, Sage, the vampire Damon met in 1912, returns to Mystic Falls. She turns out to be a 900-year-old vampire and the lover of Finn Michelson. She teams up with Damon to try and get into Rebecca's head to figure out what she's hiding. They invite Rebecca for a drink back at Damon's house, where Sage uses Rebecca's weakness to get into her head. They discover about the second white oak tree. It wasn't just a legend, it was used to build the town's Wickery Bridge in 1912. But Sage betrays Damon and helps Rebecca burn the bridge. She doesn't want Finn to die and will do anything. The dark side of Alaric finally takes control, revealing his alter ego, dedicated to cleansing the Founders Council of secret vampire supporters. He brutally attacks Meredith in her own home, nearly killing her before Stefan and Elena intervene.
Don't hurt him.
I'm trying not to.
To save Meredith, Stefan feeds her his blood while managing to control his own bloodlust. The next morning, Damon asks Bonnie to perform a spell to heal Alaric's fragmented mind, but the damage is done. Alaric awakens with no memory of his crimes, living in fear of the killer he has become. While the town deals with the council killer, Amy Bennett struggles with her transition into vampirism. Feeling disconnected from nature and terrified of her own hunger after accidentally biting Jamie, she decides that she cannot handle her new life. Despite Caroline's pleas for Abby to stay and be a mother to Bonnie, Abby chooses to abandon her daughter yet again, leaving a heartbreaking letter before vanishing into the night. The episode ends with a twist, though. Turns out the Salvatores have a piece of white oak bridge in their possession, the bridge sign made of the same wood. They now have the means to permanently end the original line. The Salvatore brothers launch their most ambitious plan yet in this episode, using the 12 stakes they carved from the White Oak Bridge sign to kill the originals. In the woods, Damon and Stefan train Caroline, Matt, and Elena on using the stakes, saying they have 12 chances to kill an original, leading to all of their deaths. At Klaus's mansion, he manages to capture Finn and reunite him with Sage, while Rebecca enacts a brutal revenge on Damon. She kidnaps him, hanging him in the Michelson mansion to bleed out the vervain from his system so she can compel him to suffer. Klaus simultaneously blackmails Bonnie into performing a spell to unbind the siblings, using a live feed of Cole stalking Jeremy as leverage. Just as Bonnie is done unbinding the siblings, Stefan and Matt are getting ready to kill Finn. They successfully trap and kill Finn, but the victory is short-lived and leads to a devastating discovery. As Finn dies, Sage and her entire bloodline suddenly die within an hour.
What is happening to me?
This reveals the bloodline rule. If an original is killed, every vampire they ever sired, and everyone, even those vampires sired, will die with them. This realization turns their mission into a suicide pact, as killing the wrong original could wipe out Stefan, Damon, Caroline, and the entire vampire species. Once Finn is dead, Stefan shows up with 8 stakes to give Klaus and buy Damon's freedom. Klaus compels a weakened Damon to reveal the truth, and Damon says there are 11 left. In a fight with Klaus, Stefan loses the 9th stake and is only left with 2. Rebecca lets Damon go as a sign of good faith, but still wants the rest of the stakes delivered. At the Salvatore house, Stefan forces Elena to admit she has feelings for Damon, leaving their future more uncertain than ever. A healed Damon then leads to Alaric's loft, only to discover that Alaric's alter ego has hidden the final white oak stake, leaving a lethal weapon in the hands of a vampire-hating madman. In this next episode, while Stefan watches Alaric in the cellar, the quest to identify the Salvatore bloodline takes Damon and Elena to Denver to find Jeremy. That's when they run into Cole, who turns out to be Jeremy's friend. Damon knocks Cole unconscious, buying them time. With Jeremy's ability to speak to the dead, they contact Rose, who reveals she was turned by a vampire named Mary Porter. Amidst the tension, the long simmering attraction between Damon and Elena finally boils over into a passionate kiss. However, the trail goes cold when they find Mary murdered by Cole. Meanwhile, Rebecca seems to be falling for Matt, growing closer while preparing for the 1920s school decade dance. Back at the cellar, Alaric convinces Stefan to attack him to trigger the alter ego. The plan works. The evil Alaric emerges and reveals the hiding spot of the final white oak stake. It is stashed in the Lockwood cave where vampires cannot enter. As soon as Stefan steps out, he realizes Klaus and Rebecca had been listening in all along. Meanwhile, Tyler returns, leading to a steamy reunion with Caroline, though the mood is quickly soured when Tyler discovers Klaus's hand-drawn sketches and realizes the original has been pursuing his girlfriend. At the Klaus mansion, Esther tells Rebecca that due to her connection with the Bennett line severing, Esther will soon be dead. Within seconds, she collapses. Rebecca then leads Alaric to a cave to retrieve the stake, since she can't enter herself. But here's the twist. Rebecca takes a step forward into the cave, which shouldn't be possible. It is then revealed that when Esther died, she took control over Rebecca's body. She clarifies that she doesn't just want to kill one of her children, she wants to use the stake and wipe them all out. The episode starts with Alaric telling Damon he wants to leave for a few days, scared that his alter ego might hurt someone. As soon as he cuts the call, Esther in Rebecca's body shows up. Turns out Alaric's alter ego is in control, and him and Esther are plotting together. As per Esther's request, Alaric then stabs Rebecca's body, returning Esther's spirit back to where it belongs. Jeremy's back in town and helping everyone with setting up the 1920s decade dance. Caroline convinces Elena to ask Stefan for the dance, to figure her feelings out. Stefan happily agrees. In the woods, Esther channels the sight of her own death to connect Alaric's ring to the last white oak stake, creating an indestructible stake that can be used again and again. While Elena and Stefan are having a moment at the dance, Esther shows up to take Elena to the cemetery. Back at the dance, Klaus continues his pursuit of Caroline. Klaus attempts to sow seeds of doubt in a relationship with Tyler, claiming that Tyler's small-town life will never be enough for her. Meanwhile, the Salvatores and Klaus are forced into an alliance when Esther traps them inside the school with a boundary spell, leaving Matt and Jeremy as the only ones who can go to the cemetery to try to save Elena. At the cemetery, Esther reveals her plan to Elena. Her goal is to use her blood to turn Alaric into an enhanced original vampire, a hunter with all the power of her children but none of their weaknesses, programmed with a singular drive to kill them. Matt and Jeremy show up to save Elena, and just before Esther can attack the two, Alaric kills her. With Esther's death, her boundary comes undone. Alaric, realizing his dark side cannot be given power, chooses to die a human death rather than complete the transition. The group gathers to say goodbye to their mentor, friend, and father figure. While a grieving Damon stays with Alaric to honor his final moments, Esther possesses a sleeping Bonnie. She forces her to go to the tomb and feed Alaric her blood, completing his transition. Alaric wakes up, but as the enhanced original with his evil alter ego in full control. In the next episode, Alaric, now a super original, takes Caroline hostage at the school. witnessed by Rebecca. Everyone quickly realizes that Alaric is still alive and is threatening to harm Caroline if Elena does not come to him right away. Elena shows up at the school while Klaus is trying to break into the Gilbert house. He plans on leaving town with Elena, taking his human blood bank with him. Right as he's about to light the house on fire, Stefan tells him that Elena is with Alaric. The Salvatores and Klaus have no choice but to work together, especially when Klaus learns Caroline is also held hostage. That's when Bonnie comes up with a plan to use a desiccation spell, which could immobilize Alaric without killing him. To stop him, Bonnie enlists Sabby to perform the desiccation spell, the same one used on Michael. The ritual requires Bonnie to first link the vampires together by drinking her blood, and second, stop a human heart. Jeremy courageously volunteers, relying on his Gilbert ring to pull him back from the brink. Inside, Elena manages to outsmart Alaric and helps Caroline escape, but is too slow herself and gets caught. During the confrontation, Elena realizes why Alaric won't kill her. Esther tied Alaric's life force directly to Elena's, because he is a weapon intended to be temporary. Alaric will only live as long as Elena remains human. If she dies, he dies. Klaus attempts to exploit this by kidnapping Elena to bleed her dry, intending to kill Alaric while saving her blood for his future hybrids. Alaric realizes Klaus's plan and teams up with Damon and Stefan to save Elena and his own life. Back in the mansion, Klaus's plan is ruined by Tyler, who finally reveals he has broken his sire bond. Klaus immediately tries killing Tyler, but Stefan and Damon step in. Klaus realizes he's been betrayed. Bonnie's spell successfully desiccates Klaus, removing him from the picture. After all the fighting that went down, later at night, Alaric calls a council meeting. He exposes the Forbes and Lockwood families to the Founders Council, outing Caroline and Tyler as supernaturals. On account of Klaus's defeat, Stefan and Damon make a pact. Once Elena chooses one of them, the other will leave town for good and allow her a life of peace. The episode closes at the Gilbert house, where, after a moment of peace, Elena suddenly collapses in her home, blood streaming from her nose. Oh geez, she really can't catch a break, can she? The season finale begins with Elena recovering from a concussion in the hospital. Fearing the remaining originals will target her to kill Alaric, Stefan and Damon look for ways to protect her. While Stefan returns to Elena, Damon drives further to keep Klaus's body at a storage unit. Elijah arrives and offers a deal. If they return Klaus's desiccated body, he and all his siblings will lead Alaric away and leave Elena in peace. Despite the risks, Elena agrees. Meanwhile, Jeremy and Matt devise a plan to get Elena out of Mystic Falls, entirely to ensure her safety. But apparently, Matt drugged Elena's tea and he drives Elena out of town. They learn that Alaric has staked Klaus's body at the storage facility, believing Klaus is dead and that their own bloodlines might perish with him. Everyone prepares for a goodbye. Back in the truck, Matt realizes they don't have enough time and gives Elena an ultimatum. Either he turns around and takes her to Stefan, or they continue and reach Damon. Elena is forced to make a heart-wrenching choice between the brothers. She calls Damon and tells him she's turning back to say goodbye to Stefan. She admits that while she does have feelings for Damon, she never lost feelings, or rather, unfell for Stefan, who came into her life when she needed someone the most. In a moment of vulnerability, Elena admits that maybe if she had met Damon first, things might be different. While a heartbroken Damon fights Alaric at the storage unit, he recalls a suppressed memory. He actually met Elena first, the night her parents died, but he compelled her to forget. At the woods, Rebecca tells Elijah that Klaus is dead. While they cry, Elijah realizes something. Klaus's sires are still alive. Turns out Bonnie's made a secret deal. She successfully moved Klaus's soul into Tyler's body to save her friends. Back in the present, a vengeful Rebecca stands in the middle of Wickery Bridge as Matt and Elena drive towards her. Matt swerves, sending the car plummeting into the water. In a mirror of the accident that killed her parents, Stefan arrives to save them. True to her character, Elena insists that Stefan save Matt first. Stefan reluctantly agrees, leaving Elena to drown. As Elena dies, the magical connection between her and Alaric works. The enhanced original collapses and dies in Damon's arms. Back at the Gilbert house, Jeremy sees Alaric's ghost, realizing with horror that his sister is dead. The main character is dead, leaving the love interests devastated. But wait, the final shock comes at the hospital morgue, where Meredith confesses she used vampire blood to heal Elena's brain injury earlier that morning. Elena gasps awake on the table, transitioning into a vampire. The next season opens up as Elena awakens in the Salvatore boarding house, disoriented and suffering from the early stages of vampire transition. Stefan and Damon explain that she died with Meredith's stash of vampire blood in her system. She now has less than 24 hours to feed on human blood or die permanently. While Stefan hopes Bonnie can find a magical cure to stop the transition, Damon remains furious, believing Stefan should have saved Elena first. and that her becoming a vampire is now inevitable. Elena also begins to regain memories Damon once compelled her to forget, including their first meeting and his confession of love. We are then introduced to Pastor Young, who overthrows Sheriff Forbes and begins a ruthless crackdown. He arrests Carol Lockwood and fires Meredith Fell, captures Caroline and Rebecca, and eventually captures Stefan and Elena as well. Unbeknownst to the council, Klaus is currently inhabiting Tyler's body thanks to Bonnie's spell. The lie begins to slip when Tyler rescues Caroline from a transport van. His behavior and way of talking lead her to realize she is actually kissing the original hybrid and not her boyfriend. Locked in the stables and nearing death, Elena begins to starve. Meanwhile, Bonnie attempts a dangerous dark magic ritual to pull Elena's soul back to her human body, but she's stopped by the ghost of her Grams. Grams warns her that using such power will have devastating consequences. Bonnie could not complete the ritual, and Klaus, angered by this, threatens to rip Tyler's heart out unless he is returned to his own body. Having no choice, Bonnie agrees to do the ritual. Back with Bonnie, her ritual is successful and Tyler and Klaus are back in their own bodies. Since Tyler literally died in the other episode, he has been brought back to life using dark magic, but using dark magic had its own consequences. The spirit of the witches punished Bonnie's Grams by blackening her veins with magic. Who takes the curse for Bonnie? Back at the stable, Elena truly believes she's about to die now, and in a surprising act of empathy, Rebecca helps Stefan kill a guard, providing Elena with the blood she needs to complete her transition and save her life. At the mansion, Klaus, now back in his own body, disowns Rebecca after she destroys his remaining stash of Elena's human blood, ending their 1,000-year bond. At the rooftop of the Salvatore house, Stefan hands Elena her very own daylight ring, solidifying the fact that she is now truly a vampire. The episode ends as Pastor Young gathers the entire town council at his home for a final meeting. In a shocking display of religious fanaticism, he leaks a gas line and ignites a lighter, blowing up the house and killing the entire council to go against the greater evil. The episode opens with Stefan taking Elena into the woods for her first hunt, hoping to keep her on an animal blood diet. While she tries to embrace the clean lifestyle for Stefan's sake, her body violently rejects the deer blood. Unable to keep it down and desperate to hide her failure from Stefan, she turns to Damon. In a private, intimate moment, Damon allows her to feed directly on his blood, which he warns her to keep it a secret from his brother. A dangerous new stranger, Connor Jordan, arrives in Mystic Falls to investigate the council's explosion. His skin is covered in a mysterious tattoo that only Jeremy can see, and he uses specialized decorated wooden bullets. Connor's dangerous nature is confirmed when he shoots Tyler during a confrontation at the Lockwood mansion, leaving the hybrid with unnatural, painful wounds. Meanwhile, Elena's body is rejecting the blood, both blood bags and animal. Damon assumes it's her doppelganger nature rejecting the blood, and she can only feed directly. To smoke out the town's vampires, Connor sets a trap at Pastor Young's memorial service. He stabs the pastor's daughter, April, and leaves her bleeding in the church balcony to fill the room with the scent of blood. The plan nearly works. Elena begins to fang out while standing at the podium to deliver a tribute. To prevent a massacre, Matt allows Elena to feed on him discreetly to stabilize her hunger. Suddenly, Connor shoots Tyler, leading to chaos in the memorial. This leads to a fight in the parking lot where Connor manages to escape the Salvatores. Stefan discovers that Damon fed his blood to Elena, leading him to punch his brother in frustration. Back inside, Elena successfully performs her first compelling on April. The episode ends at the graveyard where Damon drinks alone at Alaric's headstone. Though Damon can't see him, Alaric's ghost sits right behind him, offering a quiet,
I miss you too, buddy.
The next episode begins with Connor ambushing Tyler in the hospital. He paralyzes Tyler and extracts werewolf venom to use as a weapon against the vampires. Elena attempts to reclaim normalcy by returning to school and is immediately faced by Rebecca, who is passing out flyers for her party. She taunts Elena about Alaric's death and her new vampiric nature. The conflict only increases at Rebecca's party, where she steals Elena's daylight ring and throws it into a garbage disposal, nearly burning her. To calm her anger, Stefan attempts to distract Elena with a high-speed motorcycle ride, hoping to prove that her new life can still be enjoyed. Amidst the social chaos, a new werewolf named Haley arrives in town. She's an old friend who helped Tyler break his sire bond in the mountains, and also the girl he cheated on Caroline with. Klaus realizes this and uses the fact as leverage. On the other side, Damon and Klaus team up to capture Connor at the hospital. At the party, Elena and Rebecca are poisoned with the werewolf venom, leading to them hallucinating. It turns out Connor spiked the beer kegs at the party. Back at the hospital, before Connor triggers an explosion in a suicide attempt, Klaus realizes the truth. The hunter's invisible tattoo identifies him as one of the Five, an ancient order of elite vampire slayers. Recognizing Connor's value, Klaus saves him from the blast. Back at the Salvatore house, Elena is dying. A desperate Damon calls Klaus, who saves Elena using his blood. But as it is with Klaus, he didn't heal her from the goodness of his heart. He always has an ulterior motive. The episode concludes with Elena reaching a breaking point. Traumatized by the poisoning and her own growing aggression, she says she doesn't feel like herself anymore. All the uncertainty manifests as she feeds on Matt, taking it too far and almost draining him dry. Damon intervenes, compelling Matt to forget the attack and promising to finally teach Elena how to be a vampire his way. The episode opens with a 12th century flashback of the creation of the Five, a group of elite vampire hunters bound by a powerful witch's spell. In the present, Klaus keeps a captured Connor in his mansion. Klaus agrees to give Stefan more information about the Five on the condition that he brings Rebecca to him. He tells Stefan that Connor has the answer to his prayers, turning Elena back into a human. After getting Rebecca to the mansion, Klaus further continues his story as promised to Stefan. Klaus recounts his 1114 AD encounter in Italy with the original Brotherhood of the Five, led by a man named Alexander. Alexander had an ultimate weapon, which Klaus claims is the answer to Stefan's prayers, and he's trying to find it today. He reveals that the Hunter's invisible tattoo is actually a map. In order to see the map, Klaus brings out Jeremy, the only one who can see the tattoo. While Stefan investigates the Hunters, Damon takes Elena and Bonnie to Whitmore College to visit Professor Shane, who teaches occult studies. Damon uses a horror-themed fraternity party as a training ground, encouraging Elena to embrace her vampiric nature. After initially struggling with guilt, Elena eventually loses herself in the high of the party, dancing and feeding on guests with an intensity. Meanwhile, Bonnie is talking to Professor Shane, who, even though isn't a witch himself, knew Bonnie's grandma and her abilities. While Bonnie explains she doesn't do magic anymore, Shane reveals there are other ways to practice magic. Back at the party, Elena is then broken out of her high when she sees Bonnie's shocked face and realizes what she's done. Back in the mansion, Jeremy is tasked with drawing Connor's tattoos while Klaus continues with the story. During that era, Rebecca fell in love with Alexander, unaware that he was plotting to kill her entire family with oak daggers. Klaus, due to his hybrid nature, was unaffected by the dagger and killed Alexander.
Your only family was nearly wiped out because of your stupidity.
That's when Rebecca reveals the secret Alexander told her centuries ago. The weapon is a cure for vampirism. Klaus, desperate for the cure to turn Elena back into a human blood bag for his hybrids, asks Stefan to help him find Alexander's sword, which is the tool to decipher the tattoos. In an act of betrayal, Stefan manipulates the location of the sword out of Rebecca and stands by as Klaus daggers her to stop her from interfering. Klaus also makes sure that Stefan compels Jeremy to forget today. The episode ends with Connor escaping Klaus's mansion after decapitating a hybrid, causing his tattoo to spread across his chest as a search for the ultimate weapon intensifies. Meanwhile, at the college, Professor Shane is revealed to be working with Connor, having sent the hunter to Mystic Falls. Episode 5 starts with Connor harvesting werewolf venom from the severed head of a hybrid. In a flashback, Professor Shane reveals his true role as the puppet master, admitting he sent Connor to Mystic Falls to complete the hunter's mark, which is the tattoo on his body. While Shane keeps Bonnie occupied by offering to restore her magic through hypnosis, Connor hijacks the Mystic Grill. He takes Jeremy, Matt, and April hostage, rigging the building with explosives and pressure plate traps to create a deadly obstruction for the town's vampires. Stefan is forced to act by Klaus, who is currently in Italy, excavating the hunter's sword. Klaus issues a clear ultimatum. Connor must be captured alive to preserve the map on his body, or Klaus will drop the sword into the Mediterranean, ending any hope of Elena becoming human again. This creates a massive rift between the Salvatore brothers. Damon, unaware of the cure, wants to kill Connor immediately due to the hijacking, while Stefan works repeatedly to stop Damon's plans without revealing the truth to either Damon or Elena. The standoff at the grill turns bloody when Klaus sends a hybrid to intervene. Connor easily kills him, proving the vampires are nothing compared to his traps. Elena, driven by a desperate need to save her brother, uses the fact that Connor still thinks she's a human and enters the grill. After a few explosives go down, Damon encounters and corners Stefan into revealing the secret about the cure, but before Damon can save him, Elena snaps Connor's neck, killing him instantly.
You missed.
As Connor dies, the invisible hunter's mark begins to manifest on a new host, Jeremy. The episode concludes with Elena burying Connor, horrified that she has committed her first murder. Stefan and Damon decide that they will turn Elena back one way or another, and decide to find the remaining 4 of the 5 vampire hunters. The episode begins with Elena trapped in a nightmare. Haunted by the hunter's curse, she suffers from vivid, hallucinations of Connor, which has her in a state of hysteria. In a terrifying moment of confusion, she accidentally stabs Jeremy, only surviving the trauma because he was wearing his Gilbert ring. Klaus explains to Stefan that the curse is a punishment designed by witches to drive any vampire who kills a hunter to suicide.
I mean, Connor's death won't prevent him from making Elena his final vampire kill.
So, to protect his interest in the cure, Klaus kidnaps Elena and locks her in a windowless room to prevent her from burning herself in the sun. While Elena spirals, Damon and Bonnie seek answers from Professor Shane at a local occult exhibit. Shane explains that the only way to break a hunter's curse is for a new hunter to awaken by making their first kill. This puts a target on Jeremy, the next potential hunter, meaning Tyler and Stefan get Elena free with the help of another hybrid who unsired himself, while Caroline distracts Klaus. Elena, still hallucinating, stabs Stefan and runs away. And at the grill, Matt grows suspicious of Shane after discovering the professor was in constant contact with Pastor Young on the day the council committed mass suicide. A hallucinating Elena, now starting to see Catherine and her own mother, reaches Wickery Bridge. She throws her daylight ring into the river just as the sun rises. While Damon shows up at the bridge to talk Elena out of killing herself, Stefan and Klaus sacrifice a hybrid named Chris, allowing Jeremy to deliver the killing blow and awaken as a hunter. They instantly break the curse, and the map on Jeremy's body grows. Elena is saved by Damon, who fishes out her ring just in time. Back at her house, Damon reveals to Elena that there's actually a cure for her vampireness. And later, Tyler learns that Caroline agreed to go on a date with Klaus in exchange for Chris's life, effectively ending their relationship. The episode ends as Elena confesses to Stefan that her feelings for Damon have become too intense for her to ignore, acknowledging that the distance between them has grown too wide. Stefan and Elena end their relationship. The episode opens with Stefan and Klaus getting into another alliance to speedrun Jeremy's transition into a hunter. Stefan begins kidnapping death row convicts, turning them into vampires and forcing a reluctant Jeremy to kill them to grow the hunter's map. Meanwhile, Jeremy begins to suffer from the hunter's urge, experiencing vivid nightmares of killing his sister. At the annual Miss Mystic Falls pageant, Shane is invited as a judge. Damon confronts Shane about his ties to the late Pastor Young, but Shane reveals a leverage. He's the only one who can help Bonnie regain her magic, which is essential to unsealing the cure. In another room, Jeremy's urges to kill Elena get out of control. He stakes her in the neck, almost killing her before Matt and Stefan arrive. In the shadows, Haley and Tyler work to break the sire bonds of Klaus's hybrid. While Tyler believes he is liberating his pack, it is revealed that Haley is secretly reporting to Shane, who needs 12 unsired hybrids for a mysterious ritual. After the event, Elena moves into the Salvatore boarding house for safety. She and Damon share a drink, a dance, and finally give in to their feelings, sleeping together for the first time. However, Caroline and Stefan realize that since Elena has turned with Damon's blood and had feelings for him as a human, she is now sired to him. Every choice she has made, from rejecting animal blood to her sudden behavior change, may not be love, but the sired bond working. Episode 8 begins where we left off. Damon and Elena are enjoying their new relationship, but the joy is cut short when Stefan confronts Damon with the theory that Elena is sired to him. To investigate, the brothers travel to New Orleans, retracing their steps from 1942. Damon recalls Charlotte, a woman he turned decades ago. At the time, he realized she had been sired to him and would not stop following him. So, to get rid of her, he had a witch do a ritual to unsire Charlotte. In present day, they decide to go find the witch in New Orleans. And upon arriving, they find Charlotte still waiting for Damon, having spent decades fulfilling a joke command to count every brick in the city. That's weird. Didn't Damon just say that he unsired her? And back in Mystic Falls, Elena hosts a girls' night with Caroline and Bonnie. The good mood sours a little when Elena reveals she slept with Damon. Caroline, unable to contain her disapproval, blurts out the truth. Elena isn't just in love, she's sired. The tension is interrupted when a group of rogue hybrids kidnap Caroline to bait Tyler into a leadership challenge. Tyler eventually asserts himself as the alpha of the group, forcing the hybrids to break their own sire bonds to Klaus through the agony of repeated transformations. In New Orleans, a witch named Nandi reveals the grim truth. There is no spell to break a sire bond. The ritual Damon performed in 1942, that is, killing 12 people, was actually a trick by Nandi's mother to procure a human sacrifice for dark magic, a type of magic they call expression. The only way to break the bond is for the sire to tell the vampire to move on and never think of them again. Returning home, Damon faces a heart-wrenching choice. Despite Elena's insistence that her feelings are real, Damon realizes he must do the right thing. He prepares to set her free, even if it means losing the person he truly loves. Meanwhile, Bonnie reveals she is practicing expression magic under Professor Shane. In episode 9, Tyler prepares to lead his pack in a revolt against Klaus. With Haley's help, Tyler plans to trap Klaus in his own body by desiccating him, using the same spell used on Alaric. However, Stefan and Caroline are hesitant. Meanwhile, Elena and Damon go to the Gilbert Lake house to help Jeremy manage his hunter's instincts, with the help of Bonnie and, surprisingly, Shane. At the lake house, Jeremy's urge to kill is nearly uncontrollable until Elena uses her memories together to ground him. Shane reveals the staggering origin of the cure. It is buried with Silas, the world's first immortal being, and he knows the location. Damon sees the literal power of the sire bond with how Elena listens to his every word. He then realizes this can't go on and finally does the selfless thing. He tells her to go home and stay away from him, effectively breaking the bond's effective hold but leaving them both devastated. The episode reaches a horrifying climax when it's revealed that Haley has been working for Shane all along. She betrays the hybrids, informing Klaus of their revolution to provide Shane with the 12 sacrifices he needs. In a fit of vengeful rage, Klaus slaughters all 12 of the hybrids in the woods, leaving Tyler as the lone survivor of his pack. The slaughter concludes at the town fountain, where Klaus drowns Carol Lockwood as a final cruel punishment for Tyler's betrayal.
Someday soon we all will be together.
Meanwhile, it's revealed that April was hiding in the cellar while the hybrids were being slaughtered. She walks towards Rebecca's coffin, hidden in the cellar, and opens it. The episode begins with a candlelight vigil for Carol, along with the appointment of a new mayor, who is none other than Bonnie's father, Rudy Hopkins. We also see the return of Rebecca, who chose to snap Elena's neck as her entrance. She's helped by April, who now knows about vampires and wears vervain. Rebecca gathers Elena, Stefan, and Caroline, trapping them in the high school library to interrogate them about the cure. Using compulsion, she forces the trio into a brutal game of truth or dare, where Elena is forced to admit that she's no longer in love with Stefan and that her feelings for Damon are real. This revelation shatters any lingering hope Stefan had for getting back with Elena, leaving him devastated. At the Gilbert Lake house, Damon is training Jeremy, whose hunter's mark is growing too slowly for Klaus's liking. Klaus intervenes by turning a pizza delivery girl into a vampire, forcing Jeremy to kill her to speed up the map. Back at the school, with Shane's 12-people massacre complete, Bonnie now has the power of expression, for which Shane gives her a human bone, worn by Ketsia, a powerful witch and the lover of Silas. The graduation takes a dark turn when Cole Michelson arrives, abducting Professor Shane and bringing him to the library. Cole, who remembers the legend of Silas with terror, tortures Shane and finds the cure's location. Shane reveals his plan to resurrect the dead through Silas, which leads them to realize he was the one behind the secret council massacre. Cole remains unconvinced about his plan, attempting to drown the professor to stop the ancient evil from being unleashed. While this is going on, Bonnie uses a dangerous protection spell to save Shane, which unintentionally links his injuries to April.
Oh my god.
Back in the library, Rebecca compels Tyler to transform into a werewolf inside the school and hunt his friends, while Tyler tries his best to give them time to escape. After the chaos subsides, April confronts the new mayor, revealing she knows the truth about the town's supernatural secrets. The episode ends when Elena calls Damon to say that her love for him is real, sire bond or not. Meanwhile, Stefan agrees to form a dark alliance with Rebecca to find the cure and use it against Klaus. In the next episode, Klaus proves to be the biggest hindrance to finding the cure. He massacres a bar full of transitioning vampires Klaus created, effectively halting Jeremy's progress. To ensure the hunt ends permanently, Cole compels Damon to kill Jeremy, knowing that if a vampire kills a hunter, they will be consumed by the hunter's curse. This forces Jeremy into a cat-and-mouse chase, while Elena desperately tries to find a way to break the compulsion before her brother becomes Damon's next victim. Back in Mystic Falls, Mayor Hopkins and Sheriff Forbes arrest Professor Shane for the council's mass suicide. During a tense interrogation, Shane finally admits his involvement to Bonnie, justifying the deaths as necessary sacrifices for a greater good. He manipulates Bonnie by promising that Silas can resurrect her Grams, causing her magic to flare out of control. Her father's intervention only deepens the rift between them, as he realizes his daughter is practicing a dark, volatile form of magic. Meanwhile, Stefan and Rebecca come across an unknown man trying to steal Silas's headstone, but before they can question him, he kills himself. The emotional fallout of the sire bond peaks when Stefan captures the compelled Damon, locking him in the cellar for Jeremy's safety. In a confrontation, Stefan tells a visibly shaken Elena that he is no longer in love with her, later finding comfort in getting with Rebecca. Yikes, a rebound. Realizing that Klaus and Cole will never stop manipulating them, Elena proposes a staggering solution. Instead of killing 100 vampires to complete the map, Jeremy will kill one original, Cole. By destroying an entire bloodline, the Hunter's Mark will be completed instantly, freeing Damon from his compulsion and Jeremy from his duty. The next episode centers on staking Cole to finish Jeremy's mark. With the town's 1980s decade dance, geez, is it just me or is there always an event going on in this town? I mean, it's like the third decade dance we're talking about. Okay, sorry, back to the show. With the town's 1980s decade dance canceled due to Mayor Hopkins spiking the water supply with vervain, Stefan has a private dance with Rebecca to distract her, while Elena and Jeremy lure Cole into a deadly trap. Elena attempts to negotiate a truce with Cole, but he knows better, warning them that releasing Silas will unleash hell on Earth. Meanwhile, Klaus remains at the Salvatore boarding house, telling a locked-up Damon about Stefan's night with Rebecca, and seeking advice on how to earn Caroline's forgiveness. As the plan at the Gilbert house begins to fail, Jeremy rushes to find Bonnie, only to find her being held captive by her own mother, Abby, who intends to cleanse her of expression magic. Bonnie overpowers her mother, embracing her dark powers to join the fight. Meanwhile, Stefan realizes Rebecca has the indestructible stake created by Esther in the last season, which she hands over without a fight as she wants to be a human again. Back at the house, a furious Cole stalks the siblings, intending to injure Jeremy and kill Elena. The fight peaks in the kitchen, where after a desperate struggle, Jeremy manages to impale Cole with a stake.
Jeremy, now!
The original bursts into flames and dies, completing the Hunter's Mark instantly as his entire bloodline perishes with him. The aftermath is explosive as Klaus arrives to witness his brother's murder. Consumed by grief and rage, he reveals he never wanted the cure for his hybrid, but intended to destroy it to keep everyone in their place. Bonnie arrives just in time to help trap Klaus inside the Gilbert house with a powerful boundary spell, leaving him screaming in outrage. By the end, Damon is freed from his compulsion. The episode concludes with the group gathering as the invisible tattoo finally covers Jeremy's entire body, revealing the map to the cure. The search for the cure moves to a desolate island off the coast of Nova Scotia, led by the increasingly suspicious Professor Shane. As the group, consisting of Stefan, Damon, Elena, Rebecca, Bonnie, and Jeremy, navigates the terrain, the air is thick with Return of the Jedi-style booby traps and weird group dynamics. Through Jeremy's tattoos, Bonnie reads the story of Silas and Katsia, who was in love with the former. She made Silas immortal, but apparently he used the immortality elixir to make another woman immortal. Katsia freaks out, kills the other woman, and banishes Silas to the ground. Shane explains that the five were created to cure and kill Silas. Shane reveals to Bonnie that his wife was a witch who tried to bring their son back to life using expression magic, but unfortunately, she also ended up dying within months. Bonnie is shocked Shane taught her the same magic that killed his wife, but Shane reassures her that he knows when to stop her because, according to him, he knows the warning signs. Back at home, Tyler taunts a trapped Klaus. The confrontation turns lethal when Klaus, as revenge, skewers Caroline with a curtain rod and bites her, infecting her with werewolf toxins. As Caroline is basically dying, Tyler lays her at Klaus's feet, begging for a cure. In a moment of raw vulnerability, Caroline tells Klaus she knows he's capable of love and redemption. Touched by her words, or perhaps his own humanity resurfacing, Klaus finally feeds her his blood, saving her life. Back at the island, the expedition falls apart in the dead of night. Shane kidnaps Bonnie and Jeremy using a mercenary witch named Massak to secure them as he heads toward the well containing Silas. On the beach, Damon confronts Elena about their future. While she wants him to take the cure and grow old with her, Damon confesses that being human is the greatest nightmare. The episode reaches a chilling end when Damon is ambushed in the woods by a mysterious tribal warrior. After a brutal struggle, the stranger reveals himself as one of the five and snaps Damon's neck. In the next episode, Klaus, still trapped in the Gilbert living room, helps Caroline and Tyler translate the final symbols on the Hunter's sword. He reveals a crushing piece of information that Shane conveniently omitted. There is only one dose of the cure. Klaus calls Rebecca to reveal the truth, and Rebecca immediately breaks Stefan's neck to ensure she gets the dose for herself. Back in Mystic Falls, Tyler is forced to say a heartbreaking goodbye to Caroline and run away before Klaus is freed from his boundary spell and attacks him. On the island, Galen Vaughn is revealed to be a member of the Brotherhood of the Five and holds Damon hostage, intending to use the cure to kill Silas once and for all. Meanwhile, Bonnie and Jeremy reach the heart of the cavern and start performing the ritual to reach Silas. Bonnie is tormented by a vision of her Grams, urging her to wake the immortal. Jeremy realizes the vision is an illusion, but before they can secure the cure, Vaughn ambushes them, stabbing Bonnie and leaving her incapacitated. That's when Elena arrives in the tomb. While Stefan finds the real unconscious Elena elsewhere in the cave, it is revealed that the Elena in the tomb is actually none other than Catherine. Catherine bites Jeremy and feeds his blood to the desiccated body of Silas to pry the cure from the immortal's grip, and then runs away with it. As Silas begins to stir, he snaps Jeremy's neck, leaving him lifeless. The episode opens with Elena and Stefan returning to Mystic Falls with Jeremy's lifeless body, trapped in a state of denial. She insists that because he is wearing the Gilbert ring, he will eventually wake up. Stefan realizes that the ring only works on humans, and since Jeremy died as a supernatural hunter, his death is permanent. Over time, Stefan and Caroline watch in horror as the house begins to smell of decomposition, prompting Stefan to call Meredith and Matt to help Elena face the truth. When Meredith explains that Jeremy has already started rigor mortis, Elena attacks her, still refusing to accept it. On the island, Damon and Rebecca hunt for a missing Bonnie, only to cross paths with Vaughn. The hunter reveals a chilling detail. Catherine had a werewolf feeding her information about the cure, Haley. When they finally find Bonnie, she's under the influence of Shane, who has brainwashed her into believing she can just resurrect Jeremy by completing the expression triangle. Back home, she explains that this plan requires 12 sacrifices and dropping the veil between the living world and the other side, a move that would release every supernatural soul back into the world of the living. The emotional dam finally breaks when Elena receives a phone call from April asking for Jeremy. The reality of his death hits Elena with a violent, agonizing force. Spiraling into a manic breakdown, she begins dousing the Gilbert home in lighter fluid and bourbon, determined to burn away every memory of her lost family. Seeing her drowning in grief, Damon uses the sire bond to command her to turn her emotions off. While going home, Bonnie runs into Shane, who tells her that she has the power to do the ritual and not doubt herself. At the same time, Rebecca on the island finds a dead body on the ground, and it's none other than Shane. Wait, hold on. Who is the Shane that Bonnie's talking to then? With Elena's humanity turned off, she is left cold and vacant. As the Salvatore brothers lead her onto the porch, she drops a match and the group watches in silence as the Gilbert house and Elena's last ties to her human life burns to the ground. In the next episode, due to Elena's humanity being turned off, Damon and Stefan decide the best course of action is to force her back into her old high school routine, with Damon commanding her to act good and not feed on any people. She rejoins the cheerleading squad only to use the competition as a hunting ground, feeding on rival cheerleaders. During the chaos, Stefan and Damon realize a chilling fact. The sire bond is broken. Because the bond was fueled by Elena's human feelings for Damon, her emotional void has rendered his commands useless, leaving her completely uncontrollable. While Caroline struggles to reach Tyler, Sheriff Forbes alerts Stefan to a string of hospital blood thefts. Damon investigates the culprit, teaming up with Rebecca to track down a vampire named Will, an old friend of Damon's from his days in New York. He had been bitten by Klaus earlier that day while trying to attack Haley on Catherine's orders. Damon, realizing he's too far gone, rips Will's heart out. Meanwhile, Klaus shelters Haley. After the two share a night together, Klaus notices a unique birthmark on Haley's back, identifying her as a part of a legendary werewolf lineage he recognizes from his past. This discovery shifts his interest in her from a mere informant to a person of significant value. Later, Elena throws a party as a diversion and uses it as a chance to escape. When Caroline tries to intervene, Elena attacks her in the woods, mocking Caroline's constant voicemails to a runaway Tyler and her complicated feelings for Klaus. The fight proves that Elena's training with Alaric makes her a difficult fight for the others. And after realizing that Mystic Falls is too full of triggers, Damon decides to take Elena on a road trip to New York City to blow off steam. As they depart, Stefan stays behind to deal with a looming threat. the growing suspicion that Silas has followed them back from the island and is already walking the streets of Mystic Falls. In episode 17, Damon and Elena's trip to New York is crashed by Rebecca as they party through the underground club scene. Elena and Rebecca form an alliance, outsmarting Damon and stealing his car to hunt down Catherine on their own. Back in Mystic Falls, Silas is disguised as Shane, while the real Shane is dead on the island. Silas, disguised as Shane, manipulates Bonnie into completing the expression triangle, which consists of the sacrifice of 12 humans, 12 demons, and 12 witches. 12 witches arrive in the woods, led by Asia, a witch who was a friend of Abby's, intending to cleanse Bonnie of her dark magic. However, the ritual turns into a trap as the witches link their souls to subdue her. When the witches realize Bonnie is too far gone and attempt to kill her, Caroline intervenes to save her best friend. By killing Asia, Caroline accidentally kills all 12 witches and completes the third massacre Silas required. The completion of the triangle releases Bonnie from Silas's brainwashing, erasing her memories from the island. Stefan is forced to break the news to her all over again. Jeremy is dead. Since the 3 massacres are complete, the expression triangle is powered, and Silas now has almost everything he needs to drop the veil between the living and the dead. Later in the woods, Klaus meets Silas, who demands for the cure, using the indestructible oak stake as leverage. When the negotiations don't work out, Silas stabs Klaus in the back with the white oak stake, leaving a splinter still lodged. The hunt for the cure leads Elena and Rebecca to the small town of Willoughby, Pennsylvania, where Catherine Pierce has been hiding in plain sight. They corner her at a cafe and learn that she has a secret meeting with someone. Elena impersonates Catherine and goes in her stead, only to be stunned when the mystery contact is Elijah Michelson. Meanwhile, Stefan and Damon arrive to find Catherine and Rebecca bickering in a cafe, with Catherine revealing she intended to use the cure as a bargaining chip with Klaus for her freedom. Elijah, not knowing that he's facing Elena, not Catherine, immediately kisses her. Elijah realizes the switch, leading to a tense conversation where he learns of Jeremy's death and how his girlfriend killed him. Back in Mystic Falls, Klaus is incapacitated by pain from a white oak splinter Silas lodged in his back. When Caroline arrives, Klaus asks her for help, only to realize that it's actually Silas disguised as Caroline. He demands for the cure and then leaves, with Klaus still in pain. Later, Caroline actually shows up, but Klaus still thinks it's Silas. Through their banter, Klaus realizes it's actually Caroline. She helps Klaus realize the pain is entirely in his head, revealing the terrifying scale of Silas's psychological abilities. Klaus agrees to stop hunting Tyler on the request of Caroline, asking for Caroline's friendship in return. Back in Pennsylvania, Catherine leads Rebecca and Damon to a fake cure, which is actually a concentrated dose of vervain. Rebecca drinks it only to find out she is still a vampire. Catherine later hands the real cure to Elijah, who intends to give it to Klaus in exchange for his demands. The episode concludes on a chilling note back at the cafe. Elena makes it clear she never wants the cure, and to prove her point, she snaps a waitress's neck right in front of the Salvatore brothers. She warns them that every life she takes from now on will be in spite of them, and caused by their actions if they don't stop trying to fix her. In episode 19, the night of the senior prom becomes a test of character for Rebecca when Elijah offers her a life-changing deal. If she can go the entire day without using her vampire powers, he will give her the cure. Meanwhile, Caroline's perfect night is sabotaged by Elena, who steals Caroline's dress and arrives with Stefan and Damon, purely to mock their attempts to fix her. Determined to prove that she can be a normal human, Rebecca navigates the dance with Matt, trying to earn his respect through kindness rather than compulsion. The prom takes a turn as Silas begins playing mind games with everyone. He appears to Bonnie as Jeremy, trying to manipulate her into dropping the veil, and later disguises himself as Stefan to start a fight with Damon. Amidst the chaos, Bonnie struggles with her spiraling expression magic, which goes out of control as she realizes Silas is deep inside her head. In a quiet, bittersweet moment, Tyler risks his life to return for one last dance with Caroline.
Caroline Forbes, may I please have this dance?
Though the original hybrid eventually discovers him, Klaus grants Tyler a 5-second head start for the sake of Caroline. The night ends in violence when Elena attempts to kill Bonnie to prevent her from helping Silas. Elena fails and attacks April in a fit of anger. Outside, Bonnie runs into Silas again and her expression powers flare up again. Elena takes this chance and bites her. However, Bonnie's ability to heal herself rapidly, as well as her magic, proves too strong, and she nearly kills Elena in a fit of rage. before Stefan and Damon intervene with Vervain. Rebecca ultimately loses her bet with Elijah by using her blood to save a dying April, only to discover that Silas has stolen the cure by pretending to be her. As Elena is locked in the Salvatore cellar after being vervained by the brothers, Klaus receives a mysterious letter from Catherine. She reveals a witch is plotting against him in New Orleans, sparking a lead so significant that it promises to distract him from his vendettas in Mystic Falls forever. The episode ends as Bonnie finds Silas, who has already taken the cure, revealing a part of his true face to her, never seen before by anyone. Too bad we don't actually get to see it ourselves. In the next episode, as per Catherine's letter, Klaus travels to New Orleans, a city he and his family helped build centuries ago. Expecting a witch, he instead finds a thriving supernatural empire ruled by his former student, Marcel Gerard. Unlike the chaos of Mystic Falls, Marcel has the city under total control, enforcing strict rules that keep the witches oppressed and the vampires in power. Klaus is torn between admiration for the king he created and a jealousy over the throne Marcel now occupies. Elijah follows his brother to New Orleans, determined to find a way to anchor Klaus to his humanity. He discovers that Haley has been captured by a bunch of witches led by Sophie, the head witch in New Orleans. Sophie reveals a staggering, biologically impossible truth.
Klaus, the girl is carrying your child.
Because Klaus is the original hybrid, part werewolf and part vampire, his werewolf side has allowed him to procreate with Haley. The witches intend to use the life of this miracle baby as leverage to force Klaus to take down Marcel and restore the balance of the power in the city. While he refuses to listen initially, Klaus is moved by Elijah's speech to choose family and how they can start anew with the baby. He decides to stay in New Orleans, not just to protect his unborn heir, but to reclaim the city he feels is rightfully his. While Rebecca remains in Mystic Falls, skeptical of Klaus's new redemption, the Salvatore brothers are forced to escalate their misery therapy for Elena, locking her in the dark basement to face hunger and isolation, hoping that her feeling these dark moments and emotions might make her want to be human again. The next episode kicks off as the Salvatore shift from misery therapy to full-blown mental attacks. Damon and Stefan trap Elena in a high school hallucination, hoping the weight of her human memories will crack her resolve. When she calls their bluff, they escalate to physical torture, removing her daylight ring and letting the sun sear her skin. Realizing they don't have it in them to break her, the brothers recruit the one person who truly enjoys Elena's suffering, Catherine Pierce. After torturing her doppelganger for a bit, Catherine throws Elena back in the cage but forgets to lock the door. I'm sure everyone can guess what happens next. Meanwhile, Bonnie strikes a dark deal with Catherine. In exchange for Silas's tombstone, which is made with Ketsia's calcified blood, Bonnie promises to use it to make Catherine truly immortal, invulnerable to any weapon on Earth. While the intervention unfolds, Silas begins a terrifying game of psychological warfare with the rest of the group. He stalks Caroline, appearing as both Klaus and Matt to manipulate her into finding Bonnie. Silas nearly kills Sheriff Forbes, forcing Bonnie to agree to drop the veil between the living and the other side to protect her friends. The therapy finally goes to the extreme in the woods when Damon threatens to kill Matt right in front of Elena. Believing it's another bluff, Elena watches with cold eyes as Damon snaps Matt's neck. The shock of seeing her oldest friend die acts as the ultimate emotional trigger. Her humanity floods back in a crushing wave of grief and guilt. Though Matt survives thanks to the Gilbert ring, the damage is done. Elena is back, but she isn't the same girl she was before. She decides that rather than feeling guilty over all the people that she's murdered over the last few days, she'll focus on what started the problem. The one who killed Jeremy. Her new goal is to kill Catherine. The next episode takes us into the caves beneath the school. Bonnie uses the power of the expression triangle to open the veil to the other side, taking Catherine with her to give her immortality as she promised. The result of removing the veil is a supernatural windstorm that caused a power outage in Mystic Falls and closes the gap between the living and the dead. While Elena is still focused on hunting Catherine, she is unaware that the town is suddenly crawling with ghosts, some seeking peace and others, like Cole, seeking bloody revenge. Silas continues his psychological warfare, pretending to be Caroline to get Bonnie's guard down and then tricking her into believing she's suffocating. However, Bonnie, with the guidance of her Grams, escapes the trap and taps into her full potential as a Bennett witch. She shatters Silas's psychic defenses and begins the spell to desiccate him and close the veil. As Silas's blood flow freezes, he desperately hides his face with his hands, turning into a stone statue before the true identity can be revealed. Elsewhere, Rebecca and Matt are cornered by her ex, Alexander, and the rest of the five, Connor and Vaughn. The drop of the veil brings a bittersweet reunion for the Gilbert siblings as Jeremy returns to protect Elena from Cole. Overcome with the desire to keep him here forever, Bonnie ignores her Graham's warnings and attempts a forbidden resurrection spell to anchor Jeremy to the living world. She combines expression, spirit magic, and darkness, but the raw surge of magic is too much for her, so Bonnie collapses. The episode ends with a heartbreaking revelation. Bonnie is dead.
Oh my God.
Standing as a ghost over her own body, she realizes she has traded her life for Jeremy's. The final episode of Season 4 is a doozy. As graduation day arrives, the veil between the worlds remains open. Meanwhile, Bonnie struggles to keep her own death a secret from her friends, hiding her body while her grandmother Grams warns her that she must say her final goodbyes before the veil closes at sundown. The peace is shattered when the Brotherhood of the Five returns to fulfill their destiny. Connor holds the Mystic Grill hostage, demanding Silas and the cure. In a selfless act of guardianship, Ghost Alaric takes on Connor, using his original vampire speed to drag the hunter into a storage room just as the explosives detonate, saving the town at the cost of the bar. Simultaneously at the local trailer park, Alexander forces Matt to stand on a pressure-sensitive bomb. Rebecca distracts Matt by kissing him and switching their places on the device, allowing him to escape while she absorbs the blast, an act that earns her a summer trip across Europe with the boy she loves. And back at the Salvatore house, Vaughn shoots Damon with bullets laced with werewolf venom. As Damon begins to hallucinate and fade, Stefan prepares to go to New Orleans to beg Klaus for a cure. However, Klaus makes a surprise entrance at the graduation ceremony, decapitating Asia with a graduation cap. Asia and her coven of witches have come to the graduation for revenge, but the death of their leader scared everyone off. In a rare moment of grace, Klaus grants Tyler his freedom as a gift to Caroline, telling her that while Tyler was her first love, he intends to be her last, leaving with a kiss. Now finally, after 4 long seasons, we get what everyone's been waiting for. The long-standing love triangle reaches a conclusion. With the sire bond finally broken, Elena faces Damon. Damon, now healed from werewolf venom, stubbornly insists he would rather die than be human, claiming he is selfish and wrong for her. Elena counters with a powerful confession. She isn't sorry that she met him. She isn't sorry that he made her feel alive in death. And despite all the horrible things he has done, she is not sorry that she is in love with him. They share a passionate kiss, confirming Elena's choice. In the next room, Stefan overhears everything, finally accepting that Elena has moved on. Elsewhere, a bitter and jealous Catherine attacks Elena, and just as Catherine prepares to rip Elena's heart out, Elena remembers the gift Stefan gave her earlier, the cure. Elena shoves the cure into Catherine's mouth and slams her jaw shut. As the ancient vampire collapses, turning human against her will, Elena leaves her with a
Have a nice human life, Catherine.
Bonnie successfully closes the veil and completes the ritual to resurrect Jeremy, but the strain ultimately kills her, so she remains a ghost, seen only by Jeremy. She then makes Jeremy promise her that he won't tell everyone that she's dead, just spending the summer at her mother's. And after a final goodbye, she leaves with her Grams, hand in hand. The most terrifying twist, however, belongs to Stefan. As Stefan prepares to dump the calcified body of Silas into the ocean, the statue disappears. Silas, in Elena's form, reveals that due to Bonnie's death, his calcification was reversed. He then reveals his true face, Stefan's face. He explains that nature created a shadow self of the immortal Silas who could be killed, aka a doppelganger. Silas stakes Stefan, locks him in a heavy iron safe, and sinks him into the depths of the quarry to drown repeatedly as the screen fades to black. Episode 1 of Season 5 tries to be optimistic. It begins with a mix of excitement and unease as Elena and Caroline move into their dorm at Whitmore College. While Elena is glowing from the new relationship with Damon, the transition to being a student is spoiled by the mysterious presence of a third roommate, Megan, who strangely has been drinking vervain water. That, and also the fact that Tyler decided to not go to college with Caroline, message delivered over voicemail. Seriously, Tyler? The girls' attempt to blend in fails spectacularly when Megan is killed by a vampire at a campus party In an incident, the local police quickly cover up as a suicide. The mystery deepens when Elena finds a photo of Megan posing with her late father, Grayson Gilbert, suggesting the college holds dark secrets tied to her family's past. Back in Mystic Falls, an extremely disheveled Catherine Pierce asks for protection at the Salvatore house. Low-key a jump scare. Now fully human, she's terrified of the centuries of enemies currently hunting her. Damon's offer to turn her back is met with skepticism, as no one knows if the cure allows for returning. Silas, as Stefan, goes to the Salvatore house and tries to kill Catherine, who manages to escape. He then goes to meet Damon, who immediately knows it's Silas and not his brother. He then asks Damon to bring Catherine back to him in exchange to know where Stefan is. Damon calls Jeremy, who was escaping with Catherine, to come back. True to her self-preservative nature, Catherine crashes the car to escape. Meanwhile, Matt and Rebecca return from their European travels with more than just memories. They've been followed by Nadia, a mysterious woman who lures Matt into a trap. In a jarring ritual, Nadia's partner casts a spell on Matt, leaving us with no idea what his future holds. The season premiere ends with Silas making a public appearance at the end of Summer Festival. To demonstrate his dominance, he slits the throat of Mayor Hopkins in front of the entire town, compelling the crowd to remain silent and tasking them with finding Catherine. While Ghost Bonnie watches her father die in agony, the real Stefan remains trapped in an underwater tomb. He suffers through endless cycles of drowning and hallucinating conversations with Elena and Damon, who tell him to turn off the pain by turning off his humanity. In episode 2, Elena and Caroline focus on a Professor Wes Maxfield, who they suspect is covering up their roommate Megan's murder. After being kicked out of his advanced microbiology class, Elena learns later from a fellow student, Jesse, that Maxfield is rumored to be part of a shadowy secret society. The plot thickens when Maxfield reveals he knew Elena's father, calling him a legend, further tying the Gilbert family history to the dark going-ons at the university. Back at Mystic Falls, Catherine is found by Jeremy and Matt, who prevent her from escaping further. Silas tracks them down, immediately terrorizing the trio. He kills Matt after realizing he can't get into his head, sending Matt briefly out to the other side. There, Matt encounters a grieving Bonnie, who finally confesses she's dead. Matt later returns to life thanks to the Gilbert ring, but he loses all memory of the encounter. Meanwhile, Catherine saves Jeremy by shooting Silas, proving that even as a human, she remains a survivor. Silas later intercepts Elena on campus, using Stefan's face to trick her into revealing Catherine's location, before compelling her to kill Damon. Damon shows up on campus and is immediately tied up and forced to drink vervain by Elena, fully intending to kill him. Damon manages to break the compulsion by revealing everything she has missed. The real Stefan has been drowning in a safe all summer. Anyway, back at the gas station, Silas encounters two travelers, Nadia and her partner. The man tells Silas that they want to put him in the tomb again. But Nadia has other plans. She kills her partner, and Silas, surprise surprise, uses his mind-reading powers to figure out that she has a different agenda. However, the rescue mission takes a dark turn when Sheriff Forbes helps them locate the safe, only to find it empty, except for a drained corpse. It's clear that Stefan has finally escaped, with no idea where he could be now. The next episode reveals that Stefan is rescued from his underwater jail by a mysterious woman named Tessa. She reveals herself to be none other than Katsia, one of the greatest witches and fiancée of Silas, both of whom were part of a group of gifted witches called the Travelers. She says she escaped and revived herself when the veil was dropped. Planning on seeing her grudge to the end, in a series of flashbacks to ancient Greece, she tells the story of how Silas betrayed her on their wedding day to be with her handmaiden, Amara, Elena's ancestor and the original of the doppelgangers.
Amara.
Katsia's revenge was brutal. She created the cure, forced it on Amara, and then killed her to break Silas's heart, creating the other side to ensure that they could never be together even in death. While Damon, Elena, and Catherine track Stefan to a remote cabin, Silas and Nadia are after Catherine's life. The reason for Silas's obsession is finally unmasked. Since Catherine was force-fed the cure, her blood has become the cure itself. Meanwhile, back in Mystic Falls, Matt begins to realize he's losing time discovering mud and weapons in his room with no memory of how they got there, unaware that a traveler is hiding in his mind. Tessa then links Stefan to Silas, using her powers to fry Silas's brain to strip him of his mental powers. And due to being linked, Stefan ends up passing out. After the ritual, she drops a prophetic bombshell on Damon. For 2,000 years, the universe has pushed the doppelgangers of Silas and Amara together, meaning Stefan and Elena are destined to find each other, leaving Damon as nothing more than a temporary distraction. Though Damon vows to fight fate itself for Elena's love, his resolve is overshadowed by a bigger issue. Stefan finally wakes up, but he is a clean slate, and he has no memory of who Damon or Elena are. In the next episode, Damon and Elena do their best to help Stefan remember who he was. Damon gives Stefan his journals to read, while Elena tries walking him through the greatest hits of his life, such as the first time they met. Stefan feels an instant pull towards Elena, nearly kissing her until Elena pulls back and reveals her relationship with Damon. Something about this makes Stefan angry and he leaves. He ends up at a Remembrance Day celebration, meeting Caroline, and something in him tells him that he can trust her. But Jesse, who was with Caroline, is not so fortunate and he gets attacked, leading Caroline to heal him with her blood and then compel him to forget. Confused by the diaries and a past he doesn't recognize, Stefan chooses to burn his journals and walk away from his former life, telling Damon and Elena that Caroline will keep a check on him. Later, the secret Jeremy has been carrying finally comes to light. Matt finds a video of himself possessed by a traveler who warns him to protect the mysterious knife, or his friends will pay the price. Matt, scared by his recent blackouts and worried about not being able to contact Bonnie, asks Jeremy for help. Jeremy confesses the truth to Damon. Bonnie is dead. The news ripples through the inner circle, leading to a memorial in the woods. As the friends gather to say goodbye, Bonnie stands among them as a ghost, speaking through Jeremy to provide a final moment of closure. While this is happening, Tyler makes a surprise return, reuniting with a crying Caroline. Back at college, Wes discovers vampire blood in Jesse's system. He seizes the opportunity and injects Jesse with a lethal yellow serum, sealing his fate. The next episode kicks off with Nadia, as she holds Catherine captive. Nadia reveals her true identity. She was the daughter Catherine was forced to give up in 1492. Nadia spent 500 years as a vampire searching for her mother, traveling across continents just to find the woman who was the mother she lost. Meanwhile, back at Whitmore, Elena attempts to move past her grief by investigating Megan's death, leading her to Aaron, a brooding student with a tragic past. His guardian conveniently turns out to be Wes. Wes warns Elena at the Whitmore Historical Ball, "Leave the university immediately because people are watching her." While all this is going on, Tyler tells Caroline he cannot give up his vendetta against Klaus for his mother's death, leading to a tearful breakup as he leaves Caroline once again. And later, Damon proposes a gamble to Jeremy to bring Bonnie back from the dead by working with Silas. Silas wants to die to reunite with his true love, Amara, and Damon plans to use that death to swap Bonnie's soul back into the living world. However, Silas demands that Damon kill Stefan repeatedly to break their link that Tessa had placed. By breaking the link, it would restore Silas's mental powers. While Damon keeps Stefan captive, Silas approaches Tessa as Stefan and tries to trick her into unlinking them. The plan spirals when Tessa realizes she's being played, and in a fit of rage, she reaches into Silas's chest and uses a spell to calcify him, turning him into a statue again. The episode ends as Damon brings a calcified Silas back to the Salvatore house and feeds him Catherine's cure blood, knowing it's the only way to revive the immortal. And although Catherine is drained and should be dead, she miraculously wakes up, leaving Damon and Elena stunned. In the next episode, Silas, Damon, and Jeremy go into a warehouse in New Jersey, set out on a mission to destroy the other side so Silas can die and not get caught in it. But to do so, he must find and kill the Anchor, the power source keeping the other side alive. Damon and Jeremy accompany him to a warehouse in New Jersey only to make a staggering discovery.
Amara. You're still alive.
The Anchor is not an object. It is Amara. She wasn't actually killed. She's been used as a physical bridge between life and death for 2,000 years, always being near death. Silas, devastated by the realization, tries to remove his lover from her misery. When Silas awakens her, the reunion is far from romantic. Amara stabs Silas and drinks his blood to take the cure for herself, saying she can't live another day. Meanwhile, Catherine uses her second chance at life to wander around. At Whitmore, Catherine finds Caroline and forms a temporary alliance. Catherine pretends to be Elena to help Caroline interrogate Wes. He reveals the existence of Augustine, a secret society that experiments on vampires. Catherine later goes to a party where some Augustine members are present. And when she enters without being invited in, everyone's convinced Elena is a human. On a side note, Catherine's body is catching up to her age. There is a lock of gray hair and even a tooth falling out. Desperate to stop her sudden decay, she blackmails Wes into doing something to save her. While Damon and Jeremy are in New Jersey, Elena goes to the cabin trying to rescue Stefan, who has been captured by Tessa. Instead of rescuing him, Elena also ends up captured. Stefan tries to protect Elena by playing along with Tessa's advances, stabbing her at the last moment to let them escape. Back at the Salvatore mansion, Damon is back to his old ways and has kidnapped someone, Amara. As revenge, Tessa uses her magic to forcibly restore all of Stefan's memories. Every moment of drowning and starving in the safe comes rushing back all at once, leaving Stefan shattered from the weight of his trauma. The next episode starts off with Amara locked in a Salvatore cell. Since Amara is desperate to die and Silas has gone back on his promise to help, Damon turns to Tessa to perform a spell. The goal, to make Bonnie a new physical anchor to the other side, allowing her to exist in the living world while maintaining the spiritual veil. The ritual requires the blood of all three doppelgangers, Elena, Catherine, and Amara. Catherine only agrees to participate after Tessa promises to find a cure for her rapid aging, a condition Wes confirmed is unstoppable. Later, Stefan, fueled by revenge, kidnaps Amara and lures Silas into a confrontation. In the woods, Silas is forced to face the suicidal version of the woman he loves.
I loved you. I still do. But I can't live any longer.
As Amara begs for death, Stefan finally gets his revenge, stabbing Silas and watching him die. Moments later, a distraught Amara stabs herself. Tessa finishes the anchor switch spell just seconds before Anna's heart stops, successfully anchoring Bonnie to the living world. Elena and Caroline are overjoyed, excited to be able to spend their college life with their best friend. Tessa, satisfied that Silas is trapped on the other side, where she can torment him for eternity, kills herself, leaving no cure to Catherine for her aging. Seems like Catherine's been on some really bad luck, huh? Nadia offers her mother a chance to start over in Prague, but Catherine coldly rejects her. Meanwhile, Tessa reveals to Bonnie the real meaning of being an anchor. Every supernatural soul that dies must pass through her, and it hurts like hell. The episode ends with Stefan burying Silas, realizing that killing his monster didn't ease the trauma, and he collapses. In episode 8, Wes's dark research is being done on Jesse, who has transitioned into an Augustine vampire, aka a vampire who feeds on other vampires. After Jesse escapes the lab and attacks Aaron, who turns out to be his roommate, Caroline and Elena step in to save the day and help them adjust to his new life. And at a party at Whitmore, Jesse and Caroline finally hit it off and kiss, but he accidentally bites her lip, realizes he's vamping out, and escapes. He then runs into Damon, who is questioning Wes, but Jesse overpowers Damon and nearly kills him. To save Damon, Elena is forced to stake and kill Jesse, a move that leaves Caroline devastated. In Mystic Falls, Stefan struggles with severe PTSD from his summer in the safe, experiencing violent flashbacks of drowning. Meanwhile, Catherine deals with the Traveler hiding inside Matt. To protect himself and Matt, Catherine uses the special dagger to kill the Traveler inside him, who before dying said the group's goal was to kill Silas and then Catherine. Back at college, Bonnie and Jeremy are making out when the spirit of Jesse shows up to go to the other side, passing through Bonnie and letting Jeremy see the agonizing process. And while her and Jeremy find some comfort in each other, Damon is going through it. While interrogating Wes, Damon discovers a blood bag labeled with a familiar number, triggering memories of his own time as a prisoner of the Augustine Society 60 years ago. Later, Maxfield traps Damon with vervain gas, locking him back in a cell where his own initials are still carved into the wall. The next episode reveals the Augustine history through Damon's torture. Locked in a cell by Wes, Damon recalls his 5-year imprisonment starting in 1953, where he was tortured daily by Dr. Whitmore. During this time, he became friends with another vampire prisoner named Enzo, who kept Damon's humanity intact by sharing stories of the girl he loved called Maggie. They had apparently come up with an escape plan together, but Damon was the only one who was able to escape, leaving Enzo behind and trapped in the fire.
Damon. I'm sorry, Enzo. Damon, please.
In other news, Elena, who followed Aaron looking for Wes, was vervained by him and is now trapped in the neighboring cell. She's horrified to learn that her father, Grayson, was a lead doctor for the Augustine Society, partaking in vampire torture. Outside, Wes tells Aaron about the vampires, as it was his legacy to continue the experiments. Yep, Aaron is a Whitmore. Back at the Salvatore house, Catherine and Caroline team up to force Stefan to confront his PTSD with exposure therapy, locking him back inside the safe. That's just insane. Imagine your therapist sending you back to what you're deathly scared of. Catherine then puts herself at risk, being a human who Stefan could accidentally kill, betting that Stefan's instinct to protect her will override his trauma. The plan works. By focusing on Catherine rather than the trauma of drowning, Stefan regains control. The shared intensity somehow leads to both of them hooking up. Overheard by poor Caroline. Back at the cells, Aaron meets the vampires and suspects them for killing his family. Damon confesses that he has spent decades systematically murdering every member of the Whitmore family tree as revenge for his and Enzo's torture, sparing only one person per generation to continue the bloodline for future killings. This disgusts Elena, and Aaron shoots Damon in anger and hands Elena over to Wes. The episode ends as Elena wakes up on an experiment table next to Enzo, who is revealed to be alive and still an Augustine prisoner after decades. The next episode starts as Damon escapes from the Westmore cells and runs straight to the Salvatore house. Damon and Stefan team up to rescue Elena by using a kidnapped Aaron as leverage. When they attempt to trade Aaron for Elena's freedom, Wes sends a drugged Enzo to fight Damon instead. While Damon and Enzo initially fight, Damon eventually saves Enzo by injecting him with antidotes. Enzo is still angry at Damon for abandoning him during the escape, and calls him a monster before leaving. Meanwhile, Stefan discovers the full extent of Damon's decades-long revenge plot against the Whitmore family, where he has been killing off members of the Whitmore family, leaving one alive to continue the lineage. Unable to be as heartless as Damon, though, Stefan spares Aaron. Trapped in her father's old medical basement, Wes reveals that Grayson wasn't just a doctor. He was using vampire blood to cure human diseases through experimentation. Elena is struggling to see her father the same as before, who she learns would torture vampires, just as Wes prepares to inject her with a serum to make Elena crave vampire blood. Stefan arrives to save her, though before escaping, Elena chooses to take her father's journal with her. Back at the boarding house, Damon, overwhelmed and feeling guilty for being a monster, breaks up with Elena to save her from having to defend him. Meanwhile, Catherine is offered to switch bodies with Nadia to end her aging. Despite her initial refusal, she changes her mind and calls Nadia, only then to suffer a heart attack and collapse. In the next episode, everyone gathers to celebrate Catherine's impending death while she is bedridden upstairs, drinking to every horrible thing she ever did to them. Stefan, however, insists on honoring the survivor within her, while Damon mentally tortures her with hallucinations of the family she lost. Meanwhile, Nadia creates a desperate rescue plan. She buries Matt alive and steals his Gilbert ring to force the group to help her. Stefan and Elena follow her into the woods and end up being captured by travelers who were waiting for them. There, they forcibly drain a bucket of doppelganger blood from Stefan and Elena for an unknown reason, all before letting them go. In the woods, Klaus makes a surprise return to Mystic Falls after hearing of Catherine's condition. He meets Caroline, promising to leave her forever if she finally admits her true feelings for him. In a long-awaited moment of honesty, Caroline confesses her attraction, and the two share a moment in the forest. Afterwards, Klaus keeps his word and departs, while Tyler unexpectedly returns to town, unaware of Caroline's acts. In her final hours, Stefan gives Catherine a peaceful dream memory where her family is still alive and she is reunited with her baby. When Elena enters the room alone, Catherine sees one last opportunity to survive. Using the traveler spell Nadia taught her, Catherine enters inside Elena's body just as her heart stops. Elena's consciousness is now suppressed, and Catherine has now taken over. In the next episode, Catherine and Nadia work together to make the body swap permanent. To complete the ritual, they need Catherine's original corpse, which Damon has hidden in the very place he thought she was trapped for 145 years, the Salvatore tomb. During a brief moment where Elena regains control, she attempts to flee to find help, but she's overtaken by Catherine just as the Traveler spell concludes. The transition is now permanent. Catherine Pierce has officially stolen Elena Gilbert's life. Meanwhile, Enzo kidnaps Aaron and brings him to Damon, intending to kill Aaron as a sort of ritual to mend their relationship. Damon refuses to do so, compelling Aaron to leave town and never come back. At Tyler's welcome back party, Catherine, posing as Elena, intentionally speaks loudly about Caroline's hookup within Tyler's earshot. The revelation shatters Tyler, leading to a violent confrontation where Tyler threatens to turn into a wolf, and Stefan is forced to intervene to protect Caroline. Outside the party, Catherine, who is now permanently Elena, coldly tells Damon that they are over for good, leading to him spiraling back into his predatory nature. Later, Damon catches up to Aaron on the road, and alongside Enzo, brutally kills the last of the Whitmore line, effectively undoing all the progress he had made for Elena. In the next episode, hoping to distract themselves from their recent heartbreaks, Caroline, Bonnie, and Elena, who is really Catherine, attend Whitmore's Bitter Ball, a ball for all the broken-hearted students in the college. Catherine uses the dance to pull Stefan closer, pretending to be done with Damon. Elsewhere, Wes continues his vampire experiments in relatively poor conditions, as he doesn't have the Whitmore sponsor anymore. That's when a mysterious woman named Sloane appears, offering to be Wes's sponsor in exchange for some blood analysis. Meanwhile, Damon and Enzo's hunt for Wes takes a violent turn when they take Jeremy hostage to force Bonnie into helping. But since Bonnie is the anchor now and can't do magic anymore, she asks a student named Liv, a new witch whom she convinces to perform a locator spell to help find a kidnapped Jeremy. This leads to a final confrontation where Stefan, disgusted by his brother's actions, tells Damon not to bother coming back to Mystic Falls, which Damon didn't plan to do either way. At Mystic Falls, Matt finally pieces the truth together, telling Nadia he knows Catherine is hiding inside Elena's body. Nadia compels Matt, taking him away with her to keep the secret. When Damon and Enzo finally find Wes, they are too late to realize it's a setup. Sloane and the Travelers ambush the duo, allowing Wes to finally complete his research. He injects Damon with a virus, a serum designed to make vampires crave the blood of their own kind. The virus takes hold immediately, and Damon attacks another vampire, ripping his head off to feed. Damon has now turned into an Augustine vampire, while a shocked Enzo can only watch. In the next episode, Damon, who now only craves vampire blood, is trapped in a farmhouse by Wes and the Travelers. Wes uses Enzo as bait, testing how long Damon can resist feeding on his only friend. Eventually, Enzo is forced to flee by the Travelers while Damon suffers agonizing hunger. Stefan, with the help of Caroline, figures out where Damon is and takes Catherine/Elena with him to rescue his brother. In her pursuit of Stefan, Catherine and Elena sabotages their car to force a romantic hotel stay, succeeding in kissing Stefan. When they finally reach the farmhouse to save Damon, she enacts her plan. She intentionally bleeds in front of a starving Damon, hoping to provoke an attack so Stefan will be forced to kill him in her defense. She even pushes a stake towards Stefan in the midst. Her plan nearly works as Damon lunges for her throat, but Stefan chooses to cut himself to distract his brother, eventually snapping Damon's neck to subdue him. The truth finally begins to unravel back at Mystic Falls. Matt, realizing he is being compelled by Nadia, kisses her to distract her and manages to send a desperate "Help K" text to Caroline before his memory is wiped. Tyler attacks Nadia, and although she manages to escape, she isn't unscathed. She now has a werewolf bite. Back at the boarding house, Damon is now locked in his own cellar. Stefan and Caroline compare notes on Elena's bizarre behavior, her attempt to get Damon killed, flirting with Stefan, and Matt's cryptic message. They reach a horrifying realization. Catherine Pierce never died. She's living as Elena. Episode 15 starts as Nadia is fading fast from Tyler's werewolf bite, suffering from hallucinations of her centuries-long search for her mother. Catherine, desperate to save her daughter, calls Wes for an antidote. While the trap is being set, Damon baits Tyler into his cell, feeds on him, and escapes. He tracks down Wes, demanding a cure for the Augustine nature. When Wes refuses and mocks him, Damon brutally kills him, ending the Augustine experiments for good. Unbeknownst to Damon, Catherine arrives shortly after to find Wes's corpse, realizing that the hope for Nadia's cure has died with him. The group captures and uses Nadia as bait, luring her into a trap at the Salvatore boarding house. Catherine quickly realizes that they're onto her, but her devotion to Nadia forces her to face her enemies instead of fleeing. Catherine returns to the Salvatore house to say a final, tearful goodbye to Nadia, showing her dreams of life together. She cradles Nadia, who dies happy in her arms. With no escape left, Catherine taunts the group one last time before kissing Stefan, who stabs her with the traveler knife, freeing Elena. However, Catherine has a final parting gift. She reveals to Bonnie that she injected Elena's body with enhanced Augustine werewolf venom. And as Catherine tries to pass through Bonnie to the other side, she is violently rejected. Instead of the other side, a dark supernatural wind drags her screaming Catherine into a black abyss. Presumably hell. The next episode finally kicks off as Elena finally wakes up in her own body, only to find herself unable to leave her dorm, courtesy of Liv, who learnt the spell from Bonnie. Stricken by the virus Catherine injected into her, she suffers from violent hallucinations, coughing up blood and seeing visions of Aaron. Meanwhile, Damon is also locked in the Salvatore cellar, starving for vampire blood. While on a call with Damon, Elena spirals into paranoia as she believes she killed Aaron. There, she meets Luke, a classmate who Catherine had been feeding on. She compels him to find Bonnie and to get her out of here. Back at the cellar, Damon eventually baits Jeremy into releasing him by threatening Matt's life, desperate to reach Elena before she harms herself or others. Caroline, Stefan, and Enzo track down the travelers who claim to have an antidote. However, their leader, Sloan, demands a price. She wants to link Stefan to his last remaining doppelganger to locate and kill him. Despite the risk of Stefan losing his memories again, he agrees to the ritual. While Enzo takes the antidote to Elena and Damon, the travelers are able to pinpoint a new Stefan look-alike in Atlanta. Caroline intervenes to save Stefan from the dangerous spell, but she's forced to promise the travelers that she and Enzo will find and kill the doppelganger themselves. Enzo arrives with the antidote just as Damon confesses to Elena that he was the one who killed Aaron in a fit of rage. Once cured, the two attempt to have a rational conversation about their toxic dynamic, acknowledging that they bring out the worst in each other. They resolve to break up, only to immediately end up in bed together. Elsewhere, it's revealed that Liv and Luke are twins and are actually powerful witches who have been faking their newbie status. To save Stefan's mind from the agonizing linking spell, Caroline and Enzo in the next episode travel to Atlanta to kill the paramedic named Tom Avery. Caroline, finding Tom to be a genuinely good person, attempts to save him by compelling him to flee. However, Enzo kills Tom against Caroline's wishes, driven by the deal he made with the travelers to find his lover Maggie. With Tom dead, Stefan and Elena are the last of their kind. Following a disastrous parent-teacher conference where they learn of Jeremy's failing grades and behavioral issues, Damon and Elena realize their toxic relationship is neglecting Jeremy's needs. Feeling he can no longer live under their chaos, Jeremy makes a deal with the witches, Luke and Liv, to protect Elena and moves out of the Salvatore boarding house to live with Matt and Tyler. Ultimately, Elena decides she must leave Damon as well, moving back to Whitmore to break their cycle.
And I can't live like that.
Maybe they finally realized that they could not go against fate. Elsewhere, as the travelers gather at a junkyard in Mystic Falls, they perform a mass suicide ritual, drinking doppelganger blood and setting themselves on fire. Their spirits flood through Bonnie, causing her immense physical agony as she faints. The collective sacrifice acts as a bridge for their ancient leader to return from the other side. The next episode starts as Stefan and Elena begin experiencing vivid shared visions of an alternate life, where they are humans, married, and raising a family. Damon, along with Enzo, goes to meet Marcus, the newly returned leader of the Travelers, and Marcus explains that 1,500 years ago, he cast a spell to draw doppelgangers together, using the promise of true love as bait, simply because the Travelers needed their blood to break an ancient curse. He was the one behind Elena and Stefan's visions. After meeting with Damon, Marcus ends the visions, leaving Stefan and Elena to share a bittersweet moment, acknowledging that while the fantasy was beautiful, their real, complicated history is what truly matters. Meanwhile, Liz reveals that the travelers have begun their silent invasion of Mystic Falls by placing passengers, which are themselves, into the bodies of the town's residents. Bonnie receives a warning from the spirit of her Grams that the other side is falling apart. This is confirmed when Matt is temporarily killed by a passenger-possessed Sheriff Forbes and encounters Vicky in the spirit realm. He witnesses Vicky being violently sucked into a dark void, signaling that the structural integrity of the Anchor's world is failing.
Matt! I love you. I'm already dead.
Matt returns to life with the horrifying knowledge that once the other side disappears, every soul trapped there, including their friends, will be gone forever. Tyler manages to free the passenger inside Sheriff Forbes, but the travelers ambush him and the traveler successfully possesses his body. The episode ends as Marcus uses Tyler to get the last traveler knife, melting it and leaving everyone defenseless against the growing army of possessed citizens. The next episode starts with Enzo's search for Maggie, who realizes that she unfortunately is dead. Flashbacks to the 1960s reveal that Maggie was looking for Damon to avenge Enzo's death in the Augustine fire. While Enzo initially blames Stefan, who was the Ripper at the time, Damon eventually confesses to the murder. He reveals that he killed Maggie when she tried to attack him, not knowing her identity, and then staged the crime to look like Stefan's work. The discovery that his only friend murdered the love of his life breaks Enzo, leading him to flip his humanity switch off and spiral. Later, Enzo kidnaps Elena and Stefan intervenes, leading to a fight. While they're fighting, Damon finds Elena and takes her home, realizing that his death would be the ultimate way to drive a wedge between the brothers. Enzo forces Stefan's hand literally by pulling himself away while Stefan is clutching his heart, committing suicide. Stefan decides to hide the truth, knowing that Damon wouldn't forgive him for killing his only friend. He then tells Damon that Enzo simply left town. However, Enzo's spirit passes through Bonnie, and he stays back as a ghost, watching the brothers, haunting them from the other side. Elsewhere, Marcus and the travelers conduct a successful, horrifying experiment. By using Sloan as a test subject, they turn her into a vampire. She then drinks the combined doppelganger blood, which turns her back into a human. But there's a catch. She is reverted back to the exact situation she was in as a human, which is death. Marcus now has the key to his ultimate goal, a spell that can undo all the supernatural elements in Mystic Falls, effectively killing them. The next episode reveals the Traveler's plan to capture Elena and Stefan for more blood. To protect them from Marcus, everyone hides out at Caroline's father's remote cabin. Luke performs a masking spell to keep them off the Traveler's radar. Meanwhile, Bonnie's Grams comes to warn her that the other side is collapsing, and how Bonnie won't be able to live for long and should tell her friends. That's when Grams accidentally knocks over a lamp, which shouldn't be possible since she's a ghost. Later, Caroline, sensing secrecy, suspects Stefan and Elena have gotten back together, but in reality, they're just hiding the fact that Enzo is dead. The secret is exposed when Enzo's ghost, now able to interact with the physical world, nearly drowns Elena in a bathtub, forcing her to tell the truth to Damon. Outside, Luke is kidnapped, and Enzo traps the Salvatore brothers with him in a burning barn. He stakes them both, intending to let them burn as revenge, but to save his brother and Luke, Damon strikes a desperate bargain with Enzo, promising him that they will find a way to bring him back to life. Enzo is convinced, allowing them to escape, but while they were distracted, their safety was already gone. The masking spell was broken with the kidnapping of Luke. In Mystic Falls, Matt, Jeremy, and Bonnie attempt to interrogate the traveler Julian, who is currently possessing Tyler, wanting to expel him from the body. Their plan fails as the travelers find and burn Julian's body, making him the permanent occupant of Tyler's body. And as the group prepares to flee the cabin, the travelers ambush them, successfully capturing the last two doppelgangers. The episode starts as Stefan and Elena are being drained of their blood by Marcus. Suddenly, a woman appears and frees Stefan and Elena, letting them escape. Outside, the same traveler, Maria, picks them up in her car and plans to drop them home. On the way, she reveals that her husband Julian is in Tyler's body and that Marcus's plans will end the lives of all the magical beings in Mystic Falls, including her husband. So, to save her husband, she's deciding to help them. All of a sudden, Liv and Luke ambush them. Planning to stop Marcus's spell, they crash their car into Maria's, leading to Maria's death. The travelers begin their massive ritual to undo all the spirit-bound magic in Mystic Falls. The effects are immediate. Liv and Luke lose their magic. Damon, Elena, and Stefan lose the protection of their daylight rings and begin to burn in the sun. The wounds that once killed them start to appear, such as the gunshot wound on the Salvatores, and they're forced to flee town limits to stay alive. Bonnie confesses to Caroline that there is no spell to save her or the others from the collapsing other side. However, there is hope when Enzo discovers that Maria knows the specific spell used to bring Marcos back from the dead, which can be used to save the others. Just as Maria prepares to share the spell with Bonnie and Enzo, the Dark Void claims her, taking away the only hope for survival. The episode ends as Julian finds Stefan and Caroline. He learns that his wife, Maria, is dead. In a fit of grief and rage, he realizes that killing a doppelganger is the only way to stop the Traveler's spell. He proceeds to rip Stefan's heart out. Stefan dies in Caroline's arms and appears to Bonnie as a ghost. He passes through her to the other side with no way of bringing him back. The last episode of Season 5 starts with Marcus making an example out of Tyler, keeping him within the boundaries of the anti-supernatural spell, stripping him of his hybrid powers and killing him. With Stefan and the others trapped on the other side, Damon and Bonnie plan something to create the huge number of deaths needed for a resurrection spell. Matt and Jeremy trigger a gas leak at the Mystic Grill, where the travelers, including Marcus, have gathered. Damon and Elena volunteer for the suicide mission, driving an SUV into the building and detonating the gas. The explosion kills everyone inside instantly, including Damon and Elena. As Liv chants the resurrection spell, the spirits begin to push through Bonnie. Elena, Alaric, Stefan, Enzo, and Tyler all make it back. Tyler then realizes he's now human. His hybrid curse is stripped away. However, the toll on Liv is too great. Luke, fearing for his sister's life, forcibly stops Liv from finishing the spell. This leaves Damon stranded on the other side, unable to cross back before the gateway closes. Lexi also chooses to find peace rather than return, stopping Marcus from escaping the void. Later, Bonnie reveals to Jeremy that she was never going to survive the process and that she will die with the other side. In the living world, Elena and Jeremy break down as they realize they both lost their lovers, while Stefan and Caroline mourn the loss of both Damon and Lexi. As the other side dissolves, Damon and Bonnie find each other. They hold hands, facing the unknown together, as they are enveloped by a blinding white light. The pilot of the next season starts 4 months after the collapse of the other side, and the survivors are scattered and coping in drastically different ways. Elena has returned to Whitmore for her sophomore year as a med student, but she's spiraling. She has been using ancient herbs provided by Luke to hallucinate Damon, and it's not looking good.
Can we not talk about this?
About what? The fact that I'm dead? Because I am.
Technically, you were dead when we met.
Good point. Now, I'm just gone.
Meanwhile, Caroline has dropped out of school to live on the border of Mystic Falls, since she can't enter due to the anti-magic border. She's also obsessively searching for a way to bring Bonnie and Damon back. Meanwhile, Stefan has completely disappeared, ignoring everyone's calls to live a quiet life as a mechanic in another town. Matt has joined a community protection militia led by a man named Trip Cook, while a human Tyler has decided to join college. Meanwhile, Jeremy has spent the summer hooking up, drinking, and playing video games. Alaric, still an enhanced original vampire, takes a position as occult professor at Whitmore, but finds himself out of practice. He later ends up meeting Joe Laughlin, a doctor at the university hospital. Meanwhile, Elena nearly kills a girl named Sarah on the road, who was thankfully compelled by Caroline, forcing her to realize that her drug-induced visions of Damon are turning her into a monster. Unable to bear the pain of her grief any longer, Elena approaches Alaric with a desperate request. Since he is an original, she wants him to compel her to forget that she ever loved Damon. But is it really Vampire Diaries if there isn't a shocking twist at the end of the episode? We then see a sunny, mysterious place where Damon and Bonnie are alive and well, sharing a peaceful breakfast. In the next episode, Caroline and Enzo track down Stefan only to find out he's fully moved on with a new girlfriend named Ivy. They sit together to have dinner, and Stefan admits he's given up on finding Damon and Bonnie because the hope was destroying him. Outraged by Stefan's betrayal, Enzo kills Ivy right in front of him. Meanwhile, in Mystic Falls, Trip Cook calls Matt and reveals that he's a descendant of the founding Fell family. After cutting the call, we learn that Trip is actively kidnapping vampires to bring them across the border so the anti-magic spell will kill them. And at Whitmore, in order to erase Damon, Alaric begins searching Elena's mind to find the specific moment she fell in love with Damon, to then erase it. After cycling through their first kiss and dance, Elena finally identifies the core memory, her 18th birthday, when Damon gave her back the necklace Stefan had given her, proving his selfless love. Alaric successfully modifies the memory, leading Elena to now view Damon not as the love of her life, but as a monster who killed her brother. Elsewhere, Damon and Bonnie realize they are trapped in a singular day of Mystic Falls on May 10th, 1994. They are forced to relive the same day over and over, with the town completely empty of other people. However, after months of monotony, a sign of life appears. A crossword puzzle Bonnie was stuck on is suddenly completed by a mysterious third party.
Uncle got 27 across. Eddie better Pearl Jam.
I didn't finish this.
Well, neither did I.
There's someone else here.
Turns out they aren't as alone as they thought. In episode 3, Damon comes across the mystery person in 1994, Kai Parker.
Rough day, huh, Damon? Sorry. Manners, I'm Kai. Nice to meet you. Pork rind?
After a tense confrontation where Kai attempts to kill Damon with vervain-laced bourbon, Bonnie saves him from being staked using her magic. It is revealed that Kai was actually testing Bonnie and has been waiting for her to regain her magic because he believes her power is the key to their escape. Back at Whitmore, Elena throws a party for everyone from Mystic Falls to boost their mood. She also invites Liam, her classmate, who ends up kissing her. Elena brushes it off as a mistake before going to find Caroline, who confesses to Elena that she likes Stefan. Whoa, bombshell after bombshell! Side note, the party was right at the border of the anti-magic barrier, and later the group realizes that all magic is stripped away when a person crosses the border, including one's compelling. So when Sarah crosses the border, the compulsion Caroline placed on her vanishes, meaning she now remembers being attacked by Elena. They try to find Sarah at the party, but there's no luck. Stefan, still grieving Ivy, tracks Enzo to a bar with the intent to kill him. However, he finds Enzo already being ambushed by Tripp. In a shocking move, Stefan shoots Enzo with multiple wooden stakes and hands him over to Tripp's vampire hunting mission. Damn, what happened to his humanity? The next episode kicks off when Kai asks Damon what he was doing on May 10th, 1994. In a series of flashbacks, Damon recalls a blood-stoked return to Mystic Falls, where he murdered Zach, his nephew's pregnant girlfriend, and several others, an act that single-handedly started the Founders Council. In the present, Kai tests Bonnie to find the Ascendant, a mystical compass that uses the eclipse to open a door back to the present-day Mystic Falls. Bonnie, discovering Kai was imprisoned for murdering 4 of his own siblings, realizes she doesn't want to help him escape from the 1994 world anymore. Later, Kai reveals that he is a siphon witch, one who has no magic of their own but can certainly strip it from others. So he suggests Bonnie and Damon help him, or he might just siphon Bonnie's magic dry. Meanwhile, Alaric is at the hospital with Jeremy, who has a terrible hangover. There, he meets Joe again, and they bond over things they have in common, such as drunk underage kids needing their help. Back at Whitmore, Stefan confronts Elena about her memories, explaining that she chose to forget Damon because her grief was unbearable. Shaken, Elena returns to Alaric, who gives her a journal entry she wrote to herself before the compulsion. In the letter, the old Elena explains that while Damon was a monster who did terrible things, he was also the man who made her feel the most alive. Despite the proof, Elena decides she is happier without the pain and chooses not to restore her memories, preferring her peaceful ignorance. Later at the cabin in the woods, Tripp takes Matt to a captured Enzo. Apparently, Tripp believed his wife had died in a car accident, but when the anti-magic veil was placed, all the compulsion wore off. His wife was actually killed by a vampire, and not a car. And who was the vampire? None other than Enzo. Elsewhere, Jeremy stumbles upon a panicking Sarah, and they figure out together that Sarah is the daughter of Gail and Zach Salvatore, who was taken out of her dead mother's body through a C-section after being killed by Damon. The episode ends as Ivy visits Stefan at the garage he works at.
Stefan, I don't feel so good. Your friend Enzo made me drink his blood, and now I'm just so thirsty.
It turns out Enzo fed her his own blood before killing her, and she is now mid-transformation into a vampire. In the next episode, a medical student party in a corn maze turns into a nightmare when Tyler swerves to avoid one of Ivy's freshly turned victims and plows his truck into the crowd. Dozens are left mangled and basically dying, and in the chaos, Alaric struggles with his bloodlust while trying to help Joe save the kids. Elena and Liam then come across a dying girl, who Elena saves by feeding her vampire blood, all while Liam wasn't looking. And to save Tyler from triggering his werewolf curse, Liv steps in and suffocates a dying boy herself, taking the kill so Tyler stays human. And back in 1994, as the eclipse begins, Bonnie, Damon, and Kai prepare to use the Ascendant to go home. However, Kai betrays them and stabs Bonnie, ready to leave her behind. Knowing she's too injured to make it to the portal, Bonnie makes the sacrifice. She uses her remaining magic to blast Kai away and fling Damon into the portal alone, as the Ascendant breaks. Damon screams in agony as he's pulled back into the living world, leaving Bonnie trapped with a sociopath in 1994. Meanwhile, Stefan returns to the Salvatore crypt to meet his brother's grave. He throws a bottle of alcohol in frustration, only for it to be caught mid-air. Damon stands there, physical and alive. The brothers share an emotional, tear-filled hug, marking the end of Damon's 4-month exile. The next episode starts with Ivy and other vampires kidnapped in the back of Tripp's car. Tripp plans to drive the van into Mystic Falls and kill them using the anti-magic barrier. Tripp continues his mission by capturing Damon and Enzo, tying them in the back of his van. Thankfully, Alaric and Stefan intercept the van, but the vehicle flips, sliding Alaric and the others into the barrier. As the magic purification spell begins to strip away their vampirism, Damon and Enzo are saved by Stefan, but Alaric begins to bleed out from his wounds. Joe, who has come to realize that Alaric is a vampire, arrives and tries to save his life. While his heart initially stops, she manages to bring him back to life. Only with a twist. Alaric is now a human again. Because he's no longer an original vampire, he can no longer undo the compulsion he placed on Elena. Elena is forced to face the future, where Damon is a stranger, while Alaric grapples with the guilt of being unable to help her. Meanwhile, the relationship between Stefan and Caroline fragments as they fight over the fact that Stefan was the one who gave Enzo to Tripp. When Stefan tries to apologize and ask for her friendship back, Caroline coldly rejects him, stating that she no longer wants him in her life. And despite the lack of memories, the gravitational pull between Damon and Elena remains. After the chaos of the rescue, Damon arrives at Elena's dorm, refusing to give up on her just because she's forgotten him. The episode ends as Elena finally opens her door, standing face to face with her soulmate she no longer remembers loving. Determined to win Elena back, Damon crashes the Whitmore medical fundraiser. He compels her date, Liam, to fetch drinks so he can corner Elena on the dance floor. As they waltz, Damon describes their most intimate memories, but Elena neither feels nor remembers anything. Desperate to break the compulsion, she crosses the Mystic Falls border, hoping the anti-magic spell would restore her memory. She briefly glimpses their past, but the physical agony of her human death is too much. So Damon pulls her back to safety, realizing he must let her go for her own survival. At the party, Joe reveals to Alaric that she is in fact a witch, who had to seal away her magic for safety, mainly due to her dysfunctional family. Apparently, her brother tried to kill her a few years back, which led her to lose her spleen. Jeez. They then laugh about how both of them are broken, sharing a kiss, solidifying their chemistry. Meanwhile, Tripp's underlings kidnap Sheriff Forbes to force a trade, and get back their leader, who had been previously captured by Matt. Enzo, Stefan, Caroline, and Matt agree to exchange at the town border. However, as soon as Tripp steps across the line into the anti-magic zone, his throat slits and he dies instantly. The group realizes Enzo had secretly turned Tripp into a vampire before the trade, and by crossing the border, Tripp returned to being a dead man. And back in 1994, Bonnie tries to keep Kai from escaping, realizing he needs to siphon her magic to use the Ascendant. She transfers her power into her childhood teddy bear, Miss Cuddles, and sends the bear through the portal to the living world. And back in the present, Damon discovers the blood-stained bear on the side of the road, realizing that Bonnie is still alive and fighting. The next episode starts with a Thanksgiving dinner at Whitmore. Joe reveals that she's not only the older sister of Liv and Luke, but she's also the twin of Kai Parker. Yep, the one who committed the massacre in 1944. She then explains the dark tradition of the Gemini Coven, which her family is a part of. When the twins of the leading bloodline turn 22, they must merge. The stronger twin takes the other's powers, killing the weaker sibling to become the new Coven leader. Liv and Luke are the next in line for this death sentence, a fate Jo escaped by hiding her magic in a knife nearly 2 decades ago. Jo reveals that after Kai killed their siblings, her father, with the help of Bonnie's Grams, banished Kai to the prison world, which is where he is stuck today. And in Portland, Damon, Stefan, and Alaric track down the Gemini Coven's headquarters. They encounter Joshua Parker, the Coven leader and father to Jo, Kai, and the twins. Upon learning that Kai is still alive in the prison world and has access to a Bennett witch, Joshua becomes terrified of his son's return. To prevent a merge that would make Kai invincible, Joshua attempts to kill Jo remotely via a boundary spell. She is saved just in time by Elena and Stefan, with Elena forced to feed Jo her blood in front of Liam. And later, in the prison world, Kai reveals that he knows Jo hid her magic in a knife, buried on the Gemini Coven property. Kai siphons the stored magic from the knife, regaining the power needed to activate the Ascendant. He realizes he doesn't need a Bennett witch to do the ritual, he only needs their blood. So after stabbing Bonnie to collect the necessary amount, Kai performs the ritual. When Bonnie wakes up later, she realizes that Kai finally left for the real world, leaving her behind. The next episode starts with Alaric taking out Jo for a candlelit dinner under the compulsion of Damon. Apparently, Alaric's been compelled to get the Ascendant from Jo, which he finds out is in her underwear drawer. He later delivers the Ascendant to Damon, after which he compels Alaric to forget his mission. Damon and Elena then use the Ascendant to travel back to the 1994 prison world to rescue Bonnie, all with Liv's help. Bonnie reaches out to them via payphone, and they decide on a meeting spot, but the rescue is cut short when Kai attacks Liv in the real world. To save her, Tyler forces Liv to pull Damon and Elena back early. They materialize at the Mystic Falls border just as Bonnie arrives at their meeting spot in 1994, destroying her as she is left alone once again. Meanwhile, Alaric crosses the Mystic Falls border, letting the compulsion fade and realizing what Damon made him do. Alaric confronts Damon in the woods, leading him to accept Alaric's well-deserved punches.
But it's not our fault.
Later at dinner with Enzo, Stefan reveals that Sarah is a con artist named Monique, who stole the real Sarah Salvatore's identity. Stefan reveals that he has been secretly protecting the real Sarah her entire life. Enzo senses that Stefan is hiding something, so when Stefan refuses to reveal what it is, Enzo murders Monique to spite him. This is the final straw for Matt, who realizes that human lives will never matter to vampires. He turns his back on Stefan and recruits Jeremy to help him hunt and kill Enzo. And after destroying the Ascendant so the vampires can't follow him, Kai siphons enough magic to become a massive threat. He meets a desperate Tyler and offers him a deal with the devil, where he claims he wants to save Liv's life. Episode 10 is the start of Christmas. While Caroline tries to celebrate with her mother at Whitmore, Sheriff Forbes collapses and is rushed to the hospital. Elena later discovers the truth from a radiologist. Sheriff Forbes has an inoperable brain tumor that has spread. The group realizes that vampire blood, aka the cure they've been using for practically everything, cannot unfortunately cure cancer. Stefan then is forced to break the news to a devastated Caroline who cries in his arms. Kai later kidnaps Jo, hellbent on forcing the merge. And during the standoff at the Mystic Falls border, Alaric and Damon corner Kai. And even though Alaric has a gun to Kai's head, Jo stops him, fearing that if Kai dies, her younger sibling will be forced to merge instead. She believes she can get strong enough to defeat Kai herself. However, they underestimate Kai's siphoning ability. While chained at the border, he drains a massive amount of magic from the Traveler's anti-magic spell, absorbing the curse and destroying the border forever. The destruction of the border means the vampires can finally return to Mystic Falls, but it also makes Kai more powerful than ever. Afterwards, Damon and Stefan reunite at the Salvatore boarding house, but the reunion is short-lived. Elena finally arrives at the front door, but Damon ignores her completely.
Mistletoe. Clever.
Hello? Anybody there?
David, what are you doing? Are you gonna let me in, or?
Because Kai has cast an invisibility spell, Damon cannot see her or hear her. As Elena stands under the mistletoe, Kai appears behind her, taunting her before knocking her unconscious. The next episode starts as Kai holds Elena captive at their old high school, using her as a guinea pig to master the magic he stole from the Traveler's spell. He accidentally melts her daylight ring, forcing her to stay in the shadows to avoid burning to death. Meanwhile, Damon and Joe attempt a rescue mission using an invisibility spell, but Joe's magic is still too weak and the spell fails.
Why's your nose bleeding?
I have a guess. Magic's hard.
Just as Kai gets the upper hand, Jeremy shows up and shoots him with a crossbow, allowing the group to finally chain Kai up. Meanwhile, Stefan visits Duke to check up on his niece, aka the actual Sarah, who is an art major there. There, Stefan is cornered by Enzo, who has discovered Stefan's secret. He's been protecting the real Sarah Salvatore, or rather, Sarah Nelson, for her entire life, keeping her existence hidden from Damon to ensure her safety. Enzo, for some reason, begins plotting a slow revenge against Stefan involving Sarah. Meanwhile, at the Salvatore house, Liv reveals to Tyler that she won't survive the merge, as Luke is the stronger twin. Later, Caroline also tags along to Duke University to find a specialist to save her mother. When she learns there is no medical cure, she takes a dangerous gamble. She feeds her vampire blood to a terminal cancer patient named Colin. Initially, the results seem miraculous. Colin wakes up energized and can actually stomach food. Believing she has found the cure, Caroline returns home and convinces her mother to drink her blood. However, the episode ends with a horrific revelation. Back at the hospital, Colin's condition takes a violent turn and he begins coughing up blood in agonizing pain. The next episode kicks off as Colin, the patient Caroline treated at Duke, arrives at her door.
Caroline Forbes.
Colin?
What the hell did you do to me?
He's become a vampire, meaning he passed away, but his cancer is now growing at an accelerated rate. He's trapped in a body that can't die, but is being eaten alive by tumors. Realizing Sheriff Forbes faces the same fate, the group attempts a human blood transfusion on her. When it fails, Colin starts to have a breakdown, and Damon is forced to mercy kill him by ripping out his heart. Damon uses Kai to siphon the vampire blood out of the sheriff's system, returning her to her normal, incurable state. But during the siphoning, she suffers a hallucination-fueled heart attack where she imagines Caroline covered in blood, jerking her awake. And thankfully, her mother survives, assuring Caroline that none of this was her fault. But of course, Kai didn't do it for free. The price for saving the sheriff is the merge itself. So the merge progresses, but Joe is pushed out by Luke. Luke points out that since he and Kai share the same bloodline, they are now technically the same age. They can merge instead. Despite not being twins, the ritual begins and the two collapse in the end. Joe watches as both Luke and Kai lie unconscious, waiting to see who survives. For a brief, hopeful second, Luke moves, but Kai emerges as the victor, having absorbed Luke's power and soul. Joshua Parker senses the shift immediately and tries to flee with Liv, who refuses to go with him. Joshua is forced to go alone, knowing that Kai is now the leader of the Gemini Coven. In episode 13, it's Bonnie's birthday in the 1994 prison world, and she is at her limit. Back in the real world, Damon, Elena, and Jeremy convince a guilt-ridden Kai, who has absorbed Luke's empathy along with his powers, to project them into the prison world as ghosts. There, Damon leaves a clue for Bonnie to find Silas's tombstone, hoping Bonnie will come across it. But they watch helplessly as Bonnie drinks a bottle of bourbon and prepares to end her life in the garage of the Salvatore house. Then Jeremy, through Kai's weak magic, manages to physically interact with the prison world long enough to open the garage door, saving Bonnie just as she decides she wants to live.
That's what my grandma said. Strong.
She later comes across Damon's clue, realizes what has to be done, and sets off to the tombstone in Nova Scotia. Later, Caroline spirals into an obsessive mission to find Miss Cuddles, who she buried in the woods after fighting with Bonnie when they were kids. Stefan stays by her side, alternating between teasing her and offering her a shoulder to lean on. When they finally find the mangled Miss Cuddles, the humor of the situation breaks Caroline into a raw, emotional breakdown. Stefan supports her, and the romantic tension between them leads to an almost kiss. And after the trauma of nearly watching Bonnie die, Elena encourages Jeremy to live his life and be a normal adult. Jeremy decides to apply for art school in Santa Fe, leaving Mystic Falls for good. Meanwhile, Enzo forces Matt, using his mother's location as blackmail, to help him manipulate the real Sarah at Duke. The reason? Wanting to turn her into a vampire to get revenge on Stefan, who's been trying to protect her all these years. In the next episode, Sheriff Forbes spends her final functional hours trying to solve the one case that haunts her: the death of Elena's parents on Wickery Bridge. She and Damon re-examine the evidence. Luggage in the trunk, the storm, and the lack of skid marks, hoping to find a supernatural conspiracy. Ultimately, they reach the conclusion: it was a complete accident. It was simply a rainy night, a slick road, and a tragic misfortune. Realizing she has no more duty left, Sheriff accepts her declining health, leaving her badge on her desk for the last time. Jeremy Gilbert prepares to leave Mystic Falls, officially graduating school with a little help from Damon's compulsion on the principal. And when Elena believes her brother is heading off to art school in Santa Fe, the truth is revealed at the bus station. Alaric is sending Jeremy off with a bag of vampire hunting gear. Jeremy isn't running away from the supernatural. He's heading out to hunt it on his own terms. Alaric promises to give him leads on animal attacks, ending Jeremy's era in Mystic Falls. And while preparing the family cabin for the sheriff's last few days, Stefan admits he isn't just there because of a promise to Liz, he's there because of Caroline. And they later share their first romantic kiss in the afternoon sun. However, their romance doesn't last long. They're soon called to the hospital as Liz slips into a coma. As the final act, Stefan uses his abilities to help Caroline walk through one last memory with her mother. Surrounded by her friends, Liz Forbes passes away, leaving the town without its protector and Caroline without her mother. She truly died the most extraordinary death, since supernatural is the norm here. The town of Mystic Falls gathers for the funeral of Sheriff Liz Forbes. Damon delivers a moving eulogy and relays Liz's final message to Caroline, calling her extraordinary and a bright light in a sea of darkness. Meanwhile, Joe is suffering from food poisoning. Kai reveals that he has also been coughing up blood, suspecting that since the merge wasn't between twins, they're facing the side effects. He suggests Joe give up her magic to him, letting him siphon it completely. Joe agrees after a lot of deliberation, which surprisingly stops the blood pouring out of Kai. While the funeral provides closure for the town, it marks a breaking point for Caroline, knowing that things will only get even more difficult from here on out. Caroline decides to take a dark path. Elena realizes too late that Caroline is planning to flip her humanity switch. When Elena tries to intervene, Caroline coldly snaps her best friend's neck, already too far gone. Meanwhile, Bonnie continues her journey through the prison world. She manages to get the magic out from Silas's tomb, and has a glitchy jump to a snowy 1903 version of the Salvatore house. She then successfully uses the eclipse and finally teleports back to the present day, jumping into a stunned but overjoyed Damon's arms. The episode ends with two twists. First, Joe discovers her food poisoning was actually morning sickness as she's pregnant with Alaric's child, leading to a marriage proposal which was in the works for a while anyway. Second, Bonnie shares her camcorder footage from 1903 with Damon, which they had recorded the first few days they were trapped there. As they watch the recording, a woman appears in the background of the Salvatore house. Damon stares in disbelief as he recognizes her. It's Lily Salvatore, his mother, who was supposed to have died in 1858. Episode 16 starts off with Bonnie and Elena reuniting, with Caroline showing up soon after. Remember, her humanity switch is still flipped, so Bonnie and Elena are a little wary of her. Unlike Elena or Stefan's past spirals, Caroline doesn't want to go on a random killing spree. She wants a gap year from her grief. She offers her friends a deal. Leave her alone for 1 year to live emotion-free and she won't spill a single drop of innocent blood. They have no choice but to reluctantly agree. However, when Stefan tries to trigger Caroline's feelings by confessing his love, she realizes her friends won't honor the pact. To punish him, she kidnaps Sarah Salvatore and compels Liam to remove Sarah's organs. Meanwhile, Damon digs up his mother's coffin only to find it empty. Kai provides the missing piece of the puzzle, revealing that Lily Salvatore didn't die of consumption in 1858. She was turned into a vampire and became a ripper so cruel that the Gemini Coven had to create a specific prison world in 1903 just to contain her. And after this, Damon is left reeling from the news that his mother has been alive for over a century. And later at the hospital with Liam's hands literally inside Sarah Salvatore's chest, Caroline gives Stefan the final choice: turn off his own humanity or Sarah dies. Realizing Elena can't do anything, Stefan makes the ultimate sacrifice to save his last remaining relative. He asks Elena to promise to bring him back before flipping his switch. The episode ends with Stefan and Caroline both devoid of humanity, leaving a pissed Elena.
Please don't tell me that you shut it off.
Okay. I won't.
He shut it off.
Damon, Elena, and Bonnie travel to the 1903 prison world with a reluctant Kai to retrieve Lily Salvatore. Damon finds out his mother has spent over a century starving herself, surviving on just 2 drops of blood a week, given to her by mummified vampires in the world. On the other side, Bonnie and Kai are looking for the Ascendant. Well, looking for the Ascendant is just a cover as Bonnie stabs Kai. Back at Whitmore, the no-humanity versions of Stefan and Caroline decide to ruin each other's lives for fun. While Caroline is auditioning for the college musical, Stefan kills the musical director and Caroline dismantles his bike. Hell, even vervain bombs are thrown. They manage to then escape an intervention by Alaric and Enzo, feeding together on a random girl and ending with ripping each other's clothes off. Okay then. And later, the Aurora Borealis starts. Lily refuses to leave the 1903 prison world without her mummy family. She feeds them the last of her blood, planning to take them with her, but Damon and Bonnie are able to manipulate her into leaving alone. As the Ascendant teleports Bonnie, Damon, Elena, and Lily, Kai arrives and watches as he's left behind. Back at the present, Bonnie reveals that while she was in the 1994 prison world searching for magic in Nova Scotia, she found the cure for vampirism. She gifts the vial to Damon, knowing it was originally meant for Elena. Damon is then left standing in his kitchen with the power to make Elena human again, a choice that would mean eventually losing her to old age, but giving her the life she always wanted. In the next episode, Damon puts his risky plan into motion, using his mother Lily as the emotional trigger to flip Stefan's humanity switch back on. However, Lily confesses to Damon that she no longer feels the maternal bond with her sons. Her family consists of the vampires she left behind in 1903. To ensure she plays the part of the loving mother, Damon strikes a deal. If she successfully brings Stefan back, he will help her get her family back from the prison world. And at the bar, Stefan and Caroline host a round of killer karaoke, forcing students to watch Caroline perform for their lives.
Taylor Swift, we're trying to study here. Where's the manager in this place?
Someone asked for a manager?
The night takes a turn when Tyler and Matt attempt to stop them, resulting in Matt being injured. While treating the victims at the hospital, Elena learns that Joe is pregnant. This triggers a midlife crisis for Elena. She begins to mourn the fact that, as a vampire, she'll never be able to have human milestones, like children and aging. Elsewhere, Sarah vervains Enzo, demanding the truth from him. Enzo reveals his tragic backstory. He was dying from a disease in 1903 when Lily Salvatore found him and turned him. This explains his obsession with the Salvatore family. Later, back at the bar, Lily finally faces Stefan. Her rehearsed speech works and Stefan's humanity floods back, leaving him devastated by his recent actions. And at the hospital, Joe reveals that the vampires stuck in 1903 with Kai are not normal. They used to be witches. Before 1903, the Gemini Covenant had desiccated such vampire-witch hybrids, also known as heretics. Stefan, now with his humanity back, coordinates a desperate intervention to bring Caroline back. They lock her in a room at a bed and breakfast. With the help of Damon and Elena, Stefan continues to pretend he doesn't have his humanity, but it backfires when Caroline realizes he's faking and tries to kill him. Ultimately, Stefan uses his powers to show her a deep, buried memory of her mother, expressing her hope that the two would end up together.
Make her come back.
I can't.
No, just show me the vision again.
The vision fully brings her humanity back, causing her devastating guilt. Elsewhere, Lily finds Enzo and weirdly acts nostalgic about the fact that she turned him, following it with a lunch invitation. She then learns that Damon has been lying about having a way back and threatens him with the cure for vampirism. Damon turns to Bonnie, who has the Ascendant, but she refuses to let heretics out and prepares to destroy it. Lily changes Damon's true motives, pointing out that he has been hiding the cure from Elena because he's terrified of a future where she's human and he's not. To punish Damon for his betrayal, Lily gives the cure to Elena, revealing that Damon had been keeping it from her before leaving. Faced with the truth, Damon confesses his selfishness to Elena. He also says that he wants Elena to take the cure, and he vows to take it with her so they can live out the human life they dreamed of. Meanwhile, Lily relapses. After a minor car accident, she loses control and decapitates the driver, sobbing to Enzo as she realizes her Ripper instincts have returned. By the next episode, the wedding is near, and while Alaric and Joe attempt to enjoy their respective bachelor and bachelorette parties, they can't for long. Lily, pushed to the edge by her revived Ripper nature, goes on a binge at the Mystic Grill. She's stopped by Stefan, who tries to convince her that she can follow the rabbit diet he once did. But in response, she stabs his hand with a fork and escapes. At Joe's bachelorette party, she attacks Bonnie, impaling her neck with a metal spike, and nearly attacks Joe. She only stops when she smells that Joe is pregnant with twins, a revelation that shocks Joe and confirms that their unborn children are now primary targets for the Gemini Coven's future merge. Later, Elena finally consumes the cure for vampirism.
We were on our first date.
What? The transition is instantaneous and overwhelming. As her vampirism fades, the compulsions Alaric placed on her to forget her love for Damon fade. She's flooded with restored memories, their first date, their first kiss, and every stolen moment in between. However, the joy is cut short when she realizes that being human makes her vulnerable. Without the healing factor or strength, she's nearly killed by a spiraling Lily who snaps Damon's neck. Elena is next to be attacked, surviving only by stabbing Lily in the eye with a brooch. The episode ends as Lily gets captured and locked in the Salvatore cellar, promising Stefan that once she retrieves her family of heretics, she will show him true devastation. Although the real twist happens in the 1903 prison world, Kai Parker is seen feeding the mummified heretics, announcing that it is finally time for them to leave and return to the land of the living. In the next episode, Stefan takes Damon on a road trip to a quiet house in the suburbs to force him to face the reality of being human. Through a series of vivid visions, Stefan shows his brother the mundane stress of bills, the risk of Elena falling out of love with him, and the agonizing grief he would face if he outlived her. Stefan argues that Damon loves being a vampire too much to survive a life as a human. However, after seeing an elderly couple still in love, Damon tells Elena he's ready to take the cure, choosing a lifetime with her over an eternity of loneliness. While the wedding preparations are underway, Bonnie and Matt attempt to kill Lily in the Salvatore cellar, but they're ambushed by an invisible force that leaves them unable to move. Meanwhile, Lily reunites with Enzo, revealing that she's finally getting her family back. Even without the Ascendant, it becomes clear that the heretics have found a loophole, with Kai in the center. The wedding has begun. As Jo stands at the altar reciting her vows to Alaric, she is suddenly stabbed through the stomach from behind by an invisible blade.
Oh my god! No! I was gonna wait till the death do us part bit.
Kai reveals himself grinning as he mocks the wedding. He uses the surge of magic to incapacitate every supernatural guest in the barn before causing a massive explosion. The episode cuts to black with Jo bleeding out in Alaric's arms and Elena laying unconscious amidst the debris. The final episode of Season 6 starts as a massacre is in the works. Elena, lifeless, is rushed to the hospital by Damon. Jo is dead and Kai commits family suicide by killing himself while his coven is linked to him, only to return as a powerful heretic. Tyler is gravely wounded and won't be able to survive his injuries. That's when Liv, already dying due to Kai's link, chooses to sacrifice herself to trigger Tyler's werewolf curse, healing himself much to his devastation. A devastated Alaric loses his wife and unborn twins, nearly committing suicide before being stopped by Tyler. Tyler then bites Kai, though Kai simply siphons the magic of the venom to heal himself. And later, through a pre-recorded video, Kai reveals he has magically linked Bonnie and Elena. As long as Bonnie is alive, Elena will remain in an unaging coma. It's bulletproof. If anyone attempts to undo the spell, both women will die. Bonnie finds Kai and attempts to torture him into undoing the spell, but Kai just uses his magic to throw her at a wall, deathly injuring her. Damon shows up and has two choices: let Bonnie die to have the love of his life back now, or wait decades for Bonnie to live out her natural life. He acts contrary to his selfish nature. Damon saves Bonnie, decapitates Kai, and prepares to wait 60 plus years for Elena to wake up. And somewhere else, Lily is finally united with her heretic family. Later at the hospital, Elena uses her remaining living spirit to visit her friends in their memories. She shares a final dance with Damon on the road where they met, tells Stefan she loves him, and urges Bonnie to live a full happy life without guilt. Even Jeremy shows up, with Elena telling him to do what he was born to do. The Salvatore brothers then seal Elena in the crypt to protect the cure in her veins, and their dear friend. The season finale ends with the main character gone. Oh, and also a time jump. Mystic Falls is now a desolate, boarded-up war zone, and Damon stands atop the clock tower looking over the ruins of the town. The first episode of Season 7 shows just how much everything's changed. Elena is now asleep in the coffin, and Mystic Falls has become a ghost town ruled by the vampire witch hybrids. To prevent the heretics and Lily from slaughtering the entire population, Stefan and Caroline attempt to negotiate. They carry out a mass evacuation in Mystic Falls under the guise of a mining fire and carbon monoxide leak, in exchange for the heretics staying confined. And they establish that anyone who remains or wanders in is fair game for the heretics to hunt. A grieving Damon is back from his Europe trip with a heartbroken Alaric and Bonnie. He refused to let the heretics colonize his home, realizing Stefan's pact. He teams up with Bonnie and they ambush Malcolm. Over the century that Lily was trapped in the prison world, she had basically adopted all the heretics into the pretend family. And as it turns out, Malcolm is Lily's favorite child. While Bonnie distracts him, Damon rips his heart out. This act leaves Lily devastated, effectively ending the peace pact. The remaining heretics, Valerie, Nora, Mary Louise, and Beau, vow for war. And of course, the first episode cannot be the first episode without some twists. We see that Alaric is secretly keeping Joe's body in a morgue, obsessively trying to use a mysterious red stone to resurrect her. Meanwhile, Enzo, choosing to be on Lily's side, kidnaps Caroline. The episode ends with a flash forward to 3 years in the future. A desiccated Damon is woken up by a wounded Stefan in Brooklyn. They are being hunted by arrows, and Stefan reveals a bleeding X-shaped scar on his chest, matching the one on the heretic Beau. Damon realizes they're being hunted, and she won't stop until Stefan is dead. The next episode opens on present day, with Lily's plan to avenge Malcolm's death. She doesn't just hold Caroline captive, she steals Elena's coffin and hides it. So she's struck Damon's weak point. And unfortunately, Stefan and Damon cannot enter the Salvatore house anymore, with the deed now belonging to Matt. So Bonnie does a ritual to stop Matt's heart to help the brothers sneak into the Salvatore house. But during the ritual, Bonnie's head is flooded with horrific visions of people being marked by an X-shaped scar and fainting. Broken and desperate, Damon agrees to Lily's demand. He must leave Mystic Falls forever if he ever wants to see Elena again. At Whitmore, Alaric continues his dangerous obsession with the Red Stone, which we later learn is called a Phoenix Stone. Despite Bonnie sensing a deep ancient evil within the artifact and begging him to destroy it, Alaric lies and tells her that he dissolved it in acid. But in reality, he begins testing the stone's powers on corpses in the morgue. And while imprisoned, Caroline learns that Valerie has a hidden history with Stefan. Nora taunts Caroline with Stefan's old journals, revealing a July 1863 entry where Stefan describes Valerie as the most wonderful girl he's ever met. This revelation plants the seeds of doubt in Caroline, fearing Stefan might still have feelings for Valerie just as Stefan rescues her. Elsewhere, Enzo reveals he chose to support Lily's plans because he has romantic feelings for her. And finally, a flash forward to 3 years in the future shows a frantic Caroline working as a TV producer when she gets a call from Stefan Salvatore. She reacts with pure spite, stating she never wants to hear that name again, but her fiancé, who's not revealed, wants to return to Mystic Falls. Before she can handle the crisis, however, she is shot with a stake by an unseen huntress, leaving her bleeding on the studio floor. In episode 3, back in the present, we learn through a series of flashbacks the truth of Stefan and Valerie's history. In 1863, a human Stefan fell deeply in love with Valerie, a witch sent by dead Lily to check on her son.
What was the deal with you and Stefan? Wouldn't you like to know? The last thing I need to think about is some girl who batted her eyelashes at Stefan like a million years ago.
Valerie was Stefan's first partner, and she became pregnant with his child. However, there was a barrier to their relationship. Another heretic named Julian. Julian beat her until she miscarried, and then lied to Lily by saying it was due to a robbery. Lily then fed her own blood to heal. But when unable to live on, Valerie attempted suicide, unknowingly becoming the first heretic by dying with Lily's vampire blood in her system. Damon, Bonnie, and Alaric later tracked down a sixth heretic named Oscar in Myrtle Beach. Unlike the others, Oscar has no desire to return to Lily's strict family and prefers freedom. Oscar talks to Bonnie and reveals the meaning behind her visions. He recognizes the Phoenix Stone and warns that it is a dark, dangerous artifact that many would kill to possess. He asks Alaric to hand over the stone, and upon his refusal, Oscar attacks the group and flees with the stone, which they manage to get back, of course. Alaric then confesses to Bonnie that he has been keeping Joe's body in a morgue, and asks for her to help to bring his fiancée back. At the Salvatore house, Lily grants Caroline her freedom, allowing her to reunite with Stefan, although Valerie plays a trick on them by turning Caroline's skin to vervain. preventing them from touching.
Caroline.
Damon calls Lily, telling her he knows where Oscar is. Damon is planning to use him as leverage to get Elena back. Meanwhile, Valerie finds Oscar and murders him to keep a dark secret. Apparently, Oscar knows where Julian was hidden. In a 3-year flash forward, Stefan, still bleeding from the X scar, burns his car and flees the mysterious Huntress while warning Tyler. The next episode, back in the present, starts on the morning of Whitmore College's Heaven and Hell Ball, where Nora and Mary Louise, who are then revealed to be dating, come to collect Oscar. Damon and Stefan are forced to stall them, since Oscar is literally dead. Having realized they are wasting time, the heretics leave, but not before warning that they will murder a Whitmore student every hour until Oscar is returned, starting now.
Starting now.
Driven by grief and the ticking clock of a decomposing body, Alaric and Bonnie get ready to use the Phoenix Stone. But before they can use it, Damon brings Oscar's corpse to Bonnie and Alaric, demanding they use it on him first. Oscar is successfully resurrected, but he is not himself. The new Oscar has a ravenous, mindless hunger. He manages to escape, but Damon catches him with Matt's help, who is now also an officer. Damon then manages to hand Oscar back to Lily, successfully trading him for Elena's coffin. Meanwhile, Nora and Mary Louise are invited to the Heaven and Hell Ball, where they go through relationship trouble. Stefan and Caroline use this to their advantage and trick the couple, undoing the Vervain skin spell and finally being able to kiss each other again. Alaric and Bonnie are now trying to resurrect Jo, and it works as we see her open her eyes. And in the 3-year flash forward, we see Alaric in Brooklyn, living as a father of 2 young twin girls. The peace is shattered when Damon appears at the door. Alaric's immediate instinct is to shield his daughters, but suddenly Damon demands Alaric for his help, or else someone will die. The next episode opens in the present day, with the immediate aftermath of the previous night's resurrections. Alaric is overjoyed, attempting to reintroduce Jo to the world, though she is clearly disoriented and lacks all of her memories. Meanwhile, at the Salvatore house, the heretics realize that the resurrected Oscar is not himself. Bonnie and Enzo eventually confront Oscar at the boarding house. When he turns violent, wanting the Phoenix Stone, Enzo is forced to kill him to protect Bonnie, pocketing the stone at the same time. As Valerie, Stefan, and Damon head towards the warehouse to stop the resurrection of Julian, Valerie reveals the truth. The Phoenix Stone is a sole warehouse for ancient vampires. It doesn't bring back the original person, it just shoves a random old vampire spirit into a vacant body. This means the woman Alaric is protecting isn't Jo, and Oscar they just killed isn't the real Oscar. As the heretics reach the warehouse, Valerie informs Damon that Lily is actually the one who gave Kai the idea for the spell, linking Elena and Bonnie. She actively orchestrated it to ensure Damon would be miserable and under her control. Enraged, Damon tries to kill his mother, but the heretics use their magic to trigger an explosion, allowing them to escape with Julian's coffin. And using the Phoenix Stone, which Enzo hand delivers to her, Lily resurrects Julian, reuniting with the man she loves. Later, as he gasps back to life, Stefan is revealing from Valerie's confession that Julian's assault in 1863 caused her to miscarry their child. Elsewhere, Alaric has a heartbreaking conversation with Jo, realizing after Bonnie reveals the truth that his wife is truly gone.
I cannot begin to even
But in the end, he decides to help the lost soul in her body anyway, and after looking at their mother's actions, Damon and Stefan are officially united against their hatred for Lily and Julian. The episode concludes with the 3-year flash forward in Brooklyn. Bonnie is seen in a group therapy session, clearly struggling with something. As she leaves, she's met by Enzo. Instead of a confrontation, though, the two share a passionate kiss, confusing us in how the rivals will become lovers in 3 years. In the next episode, in present-day Mystic Falls, to celebrate the resurrection of Julian, Lily hosts a formal dinner party at the Salvatore's boarding house, inviting everyone. Her goal is to unite her sons and her heretic family, but the tension is suffocating between Julian and the brothers, who can't wait to kill him. Bonnie and Matt also attend, following a mysterious guest who leads them to a room full of compelled students hooked to IVs. Meanwhile, Alaric is at the hospital with Jo, revealed to be a vampire named Florence. They share a heartbreaking moment where Florence realizes the body she's in is dying because the vampire soul cannot survive in a human body. She says a final goodbye to Alaric, giving him a small sense of closure before Jo's body passes away for good. Honestly, Alaric's been through the most, especially with his love life. Away from the party, the Salvatore brothers lure Julian into a fight. They nearly succeed in killing him, but Lily intervenes. She stops her sons, still blinded by her love for Julian and unaware of the monster he truly is. However, the night ends differently for Caroline. She's been feeling ill and faint, but she hasn't told anyone. And later, Valerie, while watching recordings of Alaric and Joe's wedding at Alaric's place, realizes that the dying Gemini Coven had chanted a spell to keep Joe's twins alive. Valerie then performs a locator spell to find the missing Gemini twins. And imagine the shock when the spell points to none other than Caroline.
Babies, they're here.
Where? Look at the map. Your spell didn't work.
They're not on the map, Caroline. They're inside of you.
Long story short, Caroline is pregnant with Alaric and Joe's twin babies. And in the 3-year flash forward, Alaric is revealed to be Caroline's fiancé. Not really a surprise, considering, Caroline was carrying his kids. Alaric is watching on TV as Caroline is bleeding, unable to do anything, and on screen, Caroline says she has a message for Stefan Salvatore. In the next episode, present-day Stefan and Damon invite Lily to a peace dinner with a dark objective: to prove that Julian is a mirror image of their abusive father, Giuseppe. They spike Lily's drink with vervain and tie her up, forcing her to listen to stories from their childhood trauma. Stefan reveals the truth about Valerie's pregnancy and Julian's role in her miscarriage. Lily refuses to believe, and all of a sudden, she starts bleeding from her neck. It turns out that she has linked her life to Julian's, meaning any physical harm that comes to him will now be felt by her. While the brothers deal with Lily, Bonnie and Enzo search for leverage at a junkyard. They discover a mysterious ancient sword in Oscar's car. Enzo, desperate to prove his worth to Lily, takes the sword and challenges Julian to a duel in the woods, injuring him on the neck. However, Bonnie soon learns from her research that the sword is just a regular blade unless the Phoenix Stone is embedded in its handle. Without the stone, the sword cannot permanently kill a vampire. Back at the house, Lily begins coughing up blood. Apparently, Damon found Julian in the woods and stabbed him with the Phoenix sword. Because of the link, Lily nearly dies alongside him. Damon is indifferent to her plan, but the attack fails to kill Julian because the stone was missing. After Julian admits to Lily that he did in fact kill Valerie's unborn child, Lily finally sees the monster her sons described. She agrees to help them kill Julian, realizing he is a threat to everyone she actually cares about. In the 3-year flash forward, Damon and Alaric arrive at the TV station in search of Caroline. They find the studio empty except for a recording of her, all before Damon is suddenly hit by vervain darts. In the next episode, Lily attempts to betray Julian by siding with her sons during Nora and Mary Louise's anniversary party. She asks her heretic family to perform an unlinking spell so that Julian can be killed during the party. While most, after learning about Julian killing Valerie's baby, support the plan to unlink Lily from Julian, Mary Louise remains loyal to him. She tells Julian about the family's plan and, on his advice, secretly performs the unlinking spell early. Meanwhile, Caroline shocks Stefan with the news that she's pregnant with Alaric's twins, and Matt Donovan's new anti-vampire squad successfully kidnaps Enzo. And at the anniversary party, Julian discovers the betrayal and forces Lily to choose between the lives of Damon and Valerie. Believing she's still linked to Julian, Lily stabs herself in the heart to kill them both and save her children.
No.
Lily!
But because Mary Louise already broke the link, Lily's sacrifice is useless. She begins to desiccate, while Julian escapes unharmed. When Nora realizes what Mary Louise did, she cannot defend her and ends their centuries-long relationship. And as Lily is on her deathbed, Stefan and the heretics offer a tearful goodbye, but Damon remains cold and unforgiving, telling her she made her bed and should have a nice nap. Damn, that is cold. And in the 3-year flash forward, Damon is held captive by the mysterious Huntress. In his weakened state, he hallucinates that the woman is his mother, and he desperately begs for her forgiveness. The Huntress scoffs, reminding him that Lily has been dead for years. She reveals that Damon has been poisoned with werewolf toxin and is about to die, before knocking him unconscious. The next episode, back in the present day, starts during Christmas with a hunt for Julian, who is spiraled into a murderous madness over Lily's death. Stefan and Damon use Bonnie's locator spells to track him to the neighboring town's bar, which they find filled with dead Santas.
Wow, Julian is clearly off the proverbial rails here.
What? Since when do you think logically?
Hi, I'm level-headed, Damon.
Yep, not a pretty picture. And while Bonnie and Nora form an unlikely friendship during the toy drive, Caroline struggles with her supernatural pregnancy. She's not able to handle her heightened bloodlust, only calming down when she talks to the grave of her mom. Elsewhere, Stefan and Valerie decide to kidnap Mary Louise as bait. This plan fails when an unseen force whisks Mary Louise away. The fight that occurs later ends in tragedy as Julian stabs Damon with the Phoenix Stone sword. instantly trapping his soul. Stefan attempts to save him, but Nora, furious over the kidnapping of her partner, siphons Bonnie's magic and stabs Stefan with the same blade. The brothers' souls are then cast into their personal hells, with Damon finding himself in his Civil War days. And in the 3-year flash forward, Stefan is in Chicago, preparing for a desperate mission to rescue Damon from the Huntress. After burning his own, he borrows a car from Valerie, who is now apparently his romantic partner. They share a kiss as Stefan heads towards Dallas, with Valerie vowing to destroy anyone who prevents his safe return. The next episode, back to present day, kicks off as Damon wakes up on an 1863 battlefield where he is ordered to arrest deserters at a farmhouse to earn leave. He goes on the mission with a fellow soldier called Harry, but the mission ends with a bloodbath, where he accidentally kills an innocent family. No wonder this memory is his personal hell. Every time he fails to save them or refuses to face his trauma, the days reset. And through these visions, Lily appears to taunt him, forcing him to confront the mother he rejected. The stone also messes with Damon's perception of reality with several false awakenings. On one day of hell, he believes Bonnie has rescued him, only to see Lily and realize it was all fake. In another, he repeatedly fails to save the people in the past, and as he shifts between the 19th century battlefield and the modern-day Salvatore house, he becomes increasingly unstable and unable to distinguish what is real. Exhausted and broken, Damon finally stops fighting and returns to the farmhouse. When he sees her dying again, he realizes he needs his mother and collapses into her arms.
No.
He tearfully apologizes to his mother for his past cruelty, admitting how much he truly missed her. This emotional honesty finally releases him, and he gasps awake in the present day, surrounded by his relieved friends. However, the trauma proves to be too deep. Convinced this is just another trick of the stone, Damon loses his mind, attacking and killing Stefan, Caroline, Matt, and Bonnie. The episode ends with a horrified Damon standing among the bodies of his loved ones, realizing this time it was real. The next episode begins with Damon realizing his attack on his friends was real. He frantically feeds Bonnie and Matt his blood to revive them before Caroline subdues him with vervain. He wakes up chained to the Lockwood mansion, which they've taken residence in due to the heretics occupying their house. Damon wakes up Stefan from his personal hell of drowning, and Stefan explains that while the hell of the stone is over, post-hell paranoia is far more dangerous. It is revealed that Damon was inside the stone for weeks, during which Julian and the heretics completely took over Mystic Falls. Later, Tyler returns for Alaric and Caroline's baby shower, unaware of the town's condition. Elsewhere, Matt and Bonnie set a trap for Julian's men, who turn out to be car racing. Matt kills with cold-blooded efficiency, shocking Bonnie at how much he has changed. During the baby shower, Caroline is unsettled by the realization that Alaric plans to move away with the babies once they're born. At the Lockwood house, Stefan recounts a flashback to his date with Caroline. He admits he hallucinated a waiter as Damon and nearly killed the man. Stefan agrees to then unchain Damon, only if he stays by his side. But as soon as Stefan leaves to get the keys, the soldier Henry appears in front of Damon, messing with his daily life, blending his personal hell and reality into one. Now free, Damon asks Tyler to take him to Elena's coffin, and that's exactly when a hallucination hits him, finding Henry in the coffin instead. Damon then attacks Tyler and burns the coffin down, watching the love of his life turn into ash while he can literally do nothing. The next episode starts off showing off how Damon is completely spiraling. Believing he accidentally killed Elena while hallucinating, he joins Julian's circle of hedonistic vampires, engaging in reckless fight club with a literal death wish. When Stefan finally tracks him down, Damon drops the bombshell. He believes Elena's body is ash. While the Salvatores spiral, Bonnie, Nora, and Mary Louise investigate the legend of Reina Cruz, who they track down to an old age asylum. And even though she's pretty old, they confirm she still is the Huntress. They discover she's the source of the new mysterious postcards and the owner of the Phoenix Sword, which was forged specifically for her to hunt those marked by its blade. And pushed to his limit by Julian's influence over his brother, Stefan, with Valerie's help, corners Julian in a brutal struggle and finally drives a stake through his heart. And even though Julian is dead, the victory feels hollow, as Damon remains broken and Elena is gone. Simultaneously, Caroline's pregnancy takes a dangerous turn. The Gemini twins are draining the magic from her vampire body, causing her to desiccate from the inside out. Valerie is forced to use her own magic to feed the babies and stabilize Caroline, though it becomes clear the birth could end with Caroline's death. Elsewhere, Enzo has taken the old Reina Cruz and burnt her body, only for a young girl to be seen emerging from the smoke. And in the 3-year flash forward, the Huntress is revealed to be a woman identical to Reyna Cruz. With the help of Matt, who seems to be blackmailed, she vervains Stefan and keeps Damon captured. The next episode in present day centers on Caroline, who is now in labor, because the Siphoner twins are literally sucking the magic from the inside. She begins to desiccate. Stefan and Valerie recruit Nora, Mary Louise, and Beau to perform continuous siphoning spells to stabilize her during the C-section. Despite the babies fighting the doctors, the procedure is a success. Alaric welcomes 2 daughters, naming them Josie, after Jo, and Elizabeth, after Caroline's mother, Liz. While the birth is happening, Damon is being blackmailed by Enzo. He knows Damon killed Elena and uses this to force Damon into a hunt for Reyna Cruz, who has escaped from the custody of the Armory, a mysterious organization Enzo is working with. Damon and Bonnie track Reyna, only to realize she's an unstoppable shamanic, which is basically a magic user with multiple lives. The situation turns dire when Reyna reaches Mystic Falls and kills the heretic Beau with her sword, trapping his soul in the Phoenix Stone and forcing the others to flee. She fights with Damon and Stefan, during which Stefan gets marked by the sword, turning into the X-Scar we see in the future. Amidst all of this, Enzo finally reveals that Elena is still alive. The body Damon thought he torched was actually an illusion created by Tyler and the Armory to protect her. While Damon is overwhelmed with relief, the joy is dulled by the fact that his actions have led a relentless hunter straight to his friend's doorstep. In the 3-year flash forward, we see Caroline driving with her twins, telling them that they're going to meet a friend while they are clearly running from someone. In the next episode, in present day, with Reyna Cruz tracking his every move, Stefan flees to New Orleans. Following Valerie's advice, he seeks refuge at St. James's Infirmary, a magical safe house. There, he has a nostalgic reunion with Klaus Michelson.
As I live and breathe. Stefan Salvatore in the Crescent City. This ought to be very good. Or entertainingly bad.
Though the mood shifts when Klaus spots the hunter's mark on Stefan's chest. Initially furious that Stefan brought a threat to the city, Klaus's attitude softens when he realizes Stefan is escaping to protect Caroline. Klaus eventually drives Stefan into the bayou to hide, sending him on his way safely. And back in Virginia, Enzo introduces Damon and Bonnie to the Armory, an organization led by Alexandra, aka Alex, that collects supernatural artifacts. While they claim to want to capture Reyna, their methods are ruthless. They knock out Bonnie and lock Damon in a cell with a captured Tyler on the night of a full moon. Though Bonnie eventually saves Damon, the encounter leaves them deeply distrustful of the organization. Enzo then gets in a fight with Alex, who reveals that she's actually related to Enzo, and that the Armory was created by his father. Meanwhile, Alaric prepares to move to Dallas with the twins. Caroline, unable to leave the babies, joins them temporarily. During the drive, she finds a strange human peace in motherhood, realizing her life in Mystic Falls is rapidly becoming part of her past. In the 3-year flash forward, we see Caroline arriving at the bayou with the twins, coming to Klaus for help, but instead she finds out that Klaus has been missing for 3 years. In the next episode, back to present day, Stefan and Valerie travel to a witch garden seeking a rare magical herb to mask the scent of the Phoenix Stone scar. During the search, Stefan struggles with a long-distance relationship with Caroline, who is now deeply settled into a normal life with Alaric and the twins in Dallas. Well, as normal as it can be. Back at the Armory, Damon attempts to kill Reyna permanently, until Bonnie uncovers a secret. Reyna's life is limited to the Everlasting, which are the ancient shamanic bodies kept in the basement. When Reyna was being bound as the Huntress, the people whom the bodies belonged to sacrificed their lives to give to Reyna. Hence, their life is limited to that number of bodies. With only one remaining, if Reyna dies her final life, everyone she has ever marked, including Stefan, will die with her. This forces Damon to halt his plan, realizing he cannot kill the Huntress without murdering his brother. Stefan eventually visits Caroline in Dallas, but the reunion is bittersweet. Seeing her peace with the babies, he realizes his mark makes him a permanent target. In a move of self-sacrifice, he decides to stay on the run with Valerie to keep Reyna away from Caroline's new family, letting go of their future together. Feeling like a liability, Damon then makes a drastic choice to entomb himself in a coffin next to Elena and desiccate for 60 years. He believes his absence will make his friends safer, but Stefan and Bonnie are devastated. Stefan confronts him at the warehouse, calling him a coward for abandoning his family. Despite their pleas and Bonnie's tearful anger, Damon shuts the coffin lid and removes himself from the world. By the end of this episode, we have finally caught up with the flash forwards we've been seeing. Stefan is captured by Reyna at the news station, but she reveals she no longer wants to kill him. Instead, she offers to transfer his scar to someone who deserves it, Damon, who has just been awakened from his 3-year slumber. In the next episode, the timelines have merged and continued where we left off. Reyna offers to transfer Stefan's scar to Damon. This would end her hunt for Stefan, allowing him to return to a normal life with Caroline. A guilt-ridden Damon, wakened from his 3-year desiccation, initially agrees to take the mark. However, Valerie discovers a dark catch. If the mark is transferred, the transferee's life becomes directly linked to Reyna. Reyna, who is on her last life and expected to die in 60 years, will die around the same time Elena will wake up, effectively killing Damon before he can meet her. While the brothers debate on the transfer, Enzo is framed by the armory for Reyna's original escape. He attempts to clear his name, but is intercepted by Nora, who is grieving after the armory captured Mary Louise. During their violent confrontation, Enzo makes a shocking discovery. The armory has been experimenting on heretics with lethal pills made from Reyna's blood. These pills are poisonous to magic users, and Mary Louise is already dying from the exposure. Nora and Mary Louise escape, trying to make the best of the time they have left together. At the same time, Reyna closes in on Stefan, leading to a desperate chase through an airfield. And in a final heartbreaking moment, Reyna catches up to Stefan and stabs him with the Phoenix sword. His soul is sucked into the stone just as Nora and Mary Louise perform a spell to destroy the blade forever.
I love you.
They succeed in shattering the weapon, but the explosion kills both the heretics, leaving the souls inside the stone, including Stefan's, adrift without their original bodies. In the next episode, Stefan awakens in the frozen wilderness, but he's trapped in the body of Marty Hammond, a human criminal and alcoholic. Disoriented and suffering from intense withdrawal symptoms, Stefan must rely on his basic survival instincts to navigate a snow-covered highway as he struggles to keep the failing human body alive in the freezing cold. At the same time, Damon follows an unusual lead from Reyna Cruz, who is captured by Valerie. She says she can still sense the souls released from the stone, pointing to Stefan's location. Meanwhile, Matt sends Valerie and Reyna to Dallas, where she enlists a reluctant Alaric to help track Stefan's soul. The clock is ticking because Marty's human body is rapidly failing. If the vessel dies before they find him, Stefan's soul will be lost forever. As Damon finds Stefan, he discovers a horrifying twist. Stefan's actual vampire body is now inhabited by a sadistic serial killer from the Phoenix Stone. This fake Stefan is currently on a high-speed joyride towards Memphis to start a killing spree. While Damon chases the predator wearing his brother's face, Reyna sets off on her own mission, realizing the emergence of these escaped souls creates a thread she must eliminate. In a race against time, Damon manages to find the real Stefan in Marty's body, just as he's about to succumb to hypothermia. Through a frantic phone call, the brothers have a raw emotional confrontation. Stefan expresses deep-seated resentment over Damon's selfish actions, while Damon pleads for a chance to make things right. Damon successfully rescues the human body, but the victory is only half won as the serial killer is still loose in Stefan's vampire body. Damon and Alaric head to Memphis to capture Ambrose, the soul of the serial killer revealed to be in Stefan's body. Throughout the mission, Alaric makes it clear that the past 3 years without Damon were the happiest of his life. He explains that he didn't miss Damon at all and is only assisting now to ensure the safety of his daughters. Meanwhile, the real Stefan, still trapped in the rapidly failing human body of Marty, struggles to remain conscious as his vessel succumbs to internal damage and withdrawal. And while hiding in a psychiatric ward to stay off the armory's radar, Bonnie meets Virginia St. John. Virginia reveals she's a member of the family that runs the armory, and explains why they're obsessed with Bonnie. They need a Bennett witch to unseal a magically reinforced vault in their basement. Virginia warns that the vault contains a primal evil that must never be released. Paranoid, since Bonnie is a Bennett witch, Virginia goes as far as attempting to kill Bonnie to prevent the armory from using her to open the vault.
Let me go, she's a witch! She's trying to break out! You have to stop her! Please! You have to stop her! She can't open that vault! She can't...
In Memphis, Ambrose leads Damon to a university frat house to distract him, while leaving himself to go find Stefan's soul. After a violent confrontation and a tactical assist from Alaric, they finally subdue the vampire. With Valerie's magic, they perform a soul transfer spell, successfully returning Stefan to his original body. Valerie, while performing the spell, almost dies. Later, Stefan and Valerie have a tense conversation where they break up, as Valerie realizes that Stefan doesn't love her as much as she loves him. Elsewhere, Enzo has captured Reyna and learns the full truth from her. The pills he has been giving Bonnie to hide her from the armory are the same ones that killed Mary Louise. Because Bonnie has been taking them for the past 3 years of the flash forward, she is now terminally ill with no known cure. Enzo is left reeling from the guilt, realizing he accidentally poisoned the woman he loves while trying to protect her. In episode 19, Bonnie learns that her time is limited. So while Bonnie is going through flashbacks of the last 3 years with Enzo, Damon makes a deal with Reyna Cruz. who is tired of her eternal existence. Reyna agrees to transfer her final life force to Bonnie, but only if the group cleans up the world first. They must hunt down and kill every vampire soul that escaped the Phoenix Stone during the explosion caused by Nora and Mary Louise's death. This creates a high-stakes mission where Damon, Enzo, and a reluctant Bonnie must team up together and kill a bunch of souls. While the hunt is underway, Stefan travels to Dallas to see Caroline, only to be blocked by Alaric. Alaric reveals that Caroline has finally found normalcy and peace as a mother, and he argues that Stefan's return only threatens to shatter the stable family they've built. Enzo infiltrates the armory and discovers the real reason they need a Bennett witch. The vault in the basement contains Yvette St. John, Alex's sister who's been trapped inside for years, along with a primal evil that cannot be let out. Alex is desperate to save her, believing Bonnie is the only one who can break the seal without triggering the evil residing within. The episode concludes with the group successfully killing the first several vampires on Reyna's list. However, as Bonnie's health rapidly declines, it becomes clear that the list is much longer than anticipated. To succeed, they're forced to call in reinforcements, who must now kill dozens of vampires in a matter of days, or lose Bonnie forever.
The not as good news is, she added a few more names to the list.
In episode 20, looking at Bonnie's condition, Damon devises a risky plan. He strikes a deal with the armory. Their elite combat teams will wipe out the escaped souls if Damon delivers Bonnie to unseal the mysterious vault. Enzo is furious about this, knowing the primal evil inside has killed everyone who previously entered, and worried that Bonnie will suffer the same fate. Damon insists this is the only way to save Bonnie before her organs fail. While tracking the final souls, Matt and Stefan team up. The source of Matt Donovan's intense hatred for Stefan is finally revealed. Matt believes Stefan murdered his fiancée Penny. However, flashbacks show that Matt accidentally shot Penny himself while hunting vampires. And apparently Stefan merely compelled Matt to forget the trauma to protect him. But rather than softening Matt, the truth hardens his resolve and he blames the vampire chaos for destroying his chance at a normal human life. Later, Caroline leaves the twins in Dallas to join the mission, claiming she only wants to help save her best friend Bonnie. However, the adrenaline of the hunt awakens her dormant vampire nature, making her realize how much she missed the person she was in Mystic Falls. By the end of the episode, the list is cleared, and Bonnie successfully unseals the vault for the armory. But as soon as it's opened, Bonnie magically locks the entire armory to prevent the evil from getting out. As promised, Reyna performs the ritual to transfer her final life to Bonnie, but along with her life force, she forgot to mention that she also transferred the Hunter's Curse, which leaves Bonnie with an unquenchable thirst to hunt all vampires. Effectively, Reyna has sealed the fate of Bonnie and her friends. In the next episode, Bonnie awakens from the ritual with an insatiable urge to slaughter every vampire, nearly killing Enzo immediately. While Alaric leaves to go back to Dallas for the twins, Damon uses his dream manipulation abilities to enter Bonnie's mind, hoping she can fight the curse from within. While Caroline and Enzo appeal to her memories of love and friendship, they fail and get marked with the scar instead. Damon takes a riskier approach, purposefully provoking Bonnie's rage over him, abandoning her in the coffin. The plan backfires. Bonnie wakes up with a singular focus, ending Damon Salvatore permanently.
Catch me if you can.
Realizing they are all targets, Stefan makes the rash decision to kidnap Caroline and force her into hiding to save her life. This leads to a long overdue confrontation regarding their 3-year separation, with Caroline venting about the pain he caused her. Meanwhile, Matt Donovan, now the sheriff, attempts to help Bonnie finish the job against the vampires, but he quickly realizes it's not possible for him with his human limits. We then see a high-stakes chase through the woods where Bonnie tracks Damon. Just as she's about to deliver the fatal blow, Matt intervenes to save Damon, knocking her unconscious and placing her in the back of his car. The group realizes the only way to break the new Reyna is to destroy the source of her power, the everlasting shamanic bodies locked inside the armory's vault. Season 7's finale starts with the group realizing their only hope is to enter the armory's sealed vault and burn the final everlasting body, which right now is impossible to get into. To bypass the magical seal, Caroline makes the difficult decision to involve her toddlers, Josie and Lizzie. The twins use their siphoning abilities to drain the magic protecting the doors, granting the group entry. Meanwhile, Matt, after getting into an accident, hallucinates his fiancée Penny, realizing he must leave the supernatural chaos of Mystic Falls to find his own peace. And to buy Damon time, Enzo lures Bonnie to their cabin. He refuses to fight back, choosing instead to reminisce about their 3 years of happiness.
I love you.
The scene turns tragic as the Hunter's Curse compels Bonnie to nearly kill him. Just as he prepares the fatal blow, Damon finds the Everlasting's body deep within the vault and sets it ablaze. The curse breaks instantly. Bonnie returns to herself, and the X-shaped scars on Stefan and Caroline vanish forever. While the others celebrate, Damon prepares to exit the vault, but he hears a familiar sound, Elena's voice crying for help. Despite knowing the vault uses mind tricks, his heart overrides his logic, and he wanders into the shadows. Enzo enters to rescue him, but is snatched by a monstrous pale hand. In the end, Alaric and Caroline mutually end their engagement, acknowledging their bond was built on the twins rather than romance. This allows Stefan and Caroline to finally reconcile. However, when Alaric cracks the vault's seal a week later, it's empty. Damon and Enzo have vanished. Months later, they heard rumors of hundreds of disappearances along the west coast. The final scene reveals a transformed Damon and Enzo in a bleak warehouse, ruthlessly killing people. The final season's pilot mirrors the first season perfectly. A couple runs over a man, revealed to be Enzo. Damon and Enzo, who are operating as a ruthless duo, attack the victims and bring them into a secluded warehouse. They have developed a ritual, compelling captives to confess their worst sins to determine who deserves a more painful death. The one with less worse sin gets drained by Enzo, while the other captive is fed to a creature in the pool in the middle of the warehouse. Stefan and Bonnie follow a trail of bodies to the warehouse, with clues left seemingly by Enzo, but the confrontation is heartbreaking. Damon coldly rejects Stefan, with Stefan concluding that he has flipped his humanity switch off. Bonnie recalls a legend Enzo once mentioned regarding sirens, mythological creatures that use mind control to lure victims to their doom. She realizes the monster from the vault is a siren who feeds on the wicked to regain her physical form. Alaric, now the director of the armory, works with interns Dorian and Georgie to investigate the vault's origins. By isolating their senses, they discover a hidden occult wing, filled with ancient artifacts and a skeletal remain they name Harvey. Meanwhile, at the Dallas house, Virginia St. John escapes and attacks the twins' babysitter, Celine. But before Caroline can get answers, Virginia commits suicide to protect the vault's secrets, leaving Caroline in the dark. After months of being fed sinners, the creature in the warehouse pool finally gains enough life force to manifest. And as Damon and Enzo watch, a blood-drenched woman steps out of the pool.
Well, I guess she finally had enough to eat.
In the next episode, the woman from the pool is revealed to be Sybil, a siren who can control others with her voice. Sybil senses Enzo not fully on board and uncovers the name Sarah Nelson, Stefan's long-protected niece. She dispatches Damon and Enzo to North Carolina to kill her. Stefan, Bonnie, and Caroline race to intercept them, but the mission takes a dark turn at Sarah's apartment. Although Stefan briefly convinces Damon to spare his niece, Sybil arrives in person and stabs Sarah. Stefan tries to save Sarah by feeding her his blood, but is stopped by Sybil's mind control and is forced to watch Sarah bleed to death.
Stay right there.
During his confrontation, Sybil discovers Elena's presence in Damon's subconscious. To cement her control, she uses her voice to rewrite Damon's memories, replacing the Elena in his memory with herself. This effectively erases Damon's only motivation to remain good, leaving him a blank slate. Bonnie attempts to kidnap Enzo and escape with her lover, but he begins to bleed from his nose. He's physically connected to the siren, and leaving will kill him. Bonnie is then forced to let him return to his tormentor, and at the armory, Alaric and Georgie investigate an artifact from 2200 BC. Georgie reveals a tattoo of a symbol she saw in a vision in a near-death car crash, which they find inscribed on an ancient tuning fork, which is apparently a siren's tool. She states it felt like she was in another dimension, like hell. The episode ends as Sybil discovers Enzo's absolute love for Bonnie and realizes she must destroy the witch to truly own him. However, amidst all this depression, there's one good thing. Stefan prepares a room for Caroline in his house, telling her that she and her daughters are a part of his family now, and then takes us all by surprise and proposes to her. She accepts, making a rare moment of joy after a long time. Yeesh. In the next episode, Sybil continues hollowing out Damon's mind, altering his memory of the Wickery Bridge accident so that Elena dies that night, effectively erasing all memories that came after. Recognizing Bonnie as the emotional anchor for both Enzo and Damon, Sybil then tasks Damon with killing her, and after a failed ambush at a wedding dress boutique while Bonnie and Caroline were there, Sybil begins editing Damon's memories. She alters his friendship with Bonnie, replacing her in his memories to ensure that he won't hesitate again. Later on, Sybil orchestrates a brutal fight to the death between Damon and Enzo, forcing Bonnie to choose who lives. At a private airfield, the two engage in a savage brawl. When the moment of truth arrives, Bonnie chooses Enzo, Sybil then demands Enzo flip his humanity switch to spare Bonnie. However, even after he complies, she cruelly orders Damon to kill her anyway. Just as Damon is about to attack Bonnie, Alaric arrives with the mysterious tuning fork, running Damon over. And with the help of Georgie, he realizes the tuning fork's frequency causes sirens immense physical pain. Using it to allow the group to capture and secure Sybil in a cell at the armory. On a side note, this all happened while Georgie was watching. And even though there was a victory, the episode doesn't really end with one. A humanity-free Damon encounters Tyler Lockwood, who came back to help the others. Tyler warns that killing a friend is a line he cannot come back from. Elsewhere, Sybil is humming a tune, seemingly still controlling Damon, who then brutally kills Tyler. This act proves that even with the siren behind bars, her influence over Damon remains. In episode 4, Sybil reveals her 2,000-year-old history to Stefan and Alaric, starting with the story of Arcadius, better known as Cade. He was the world's first psychic and burned at the stake for his abilities. In his final agony, Cade created a shadow dimension for evil souls, aka Hell. Sybil recounts how she showed signs of psychic abilities and was banished to a remote island. There, she met another girl who was also exiled, and they eventually became sisters. To survive, the older sister lured sailors to their deaths, secretly feeding their flesh to Sybil, turning her into a cannibal. Their transition into immortality occurred when Cade offered the sisters beauty and immortality in exchange for harvesting the wicked souls for his realm. Sybil draws the dark parallel between her history and the Salvatores, claiming one brother always drags the other into damnation. She tells Stefan the only way to save Damon from hell is to kill the devil himself. Elsewhere, Damon travels to Texas to find a Maxwell family artifact under the orders of Sybil, encountering a mechanic named Peter Maxwell. The confrontation is interrupted by Matt, who shoots Damon to save Peter, who is revealed to be Matt's estranged father. During the chaos, Matt receives the devastating news that Damon murdered Tyler Lockwood, and despite Matt's intervention, Damon manages to steal a bronze ball engraved with the Maxwell symbol. Later, with his father's help, Matt ends up finding Tyler's body and breaks down. While Alaric suspects his intern Georgie might be the second siren, the truth is far worse. Celine, the twins' babysitter, is the older siren's sister. Apparently, she's been grooming Josie and Lizzie for her own dark purposes. Georgie was just a poor student picked by Celine to free Sybil. And to protect her cover, Celine ends up murdering Georgie. She then watches as Georgie's soul is physically dragged into the void of Cade's hell by an unseen force. The next episode starts as Matt returns to Mystic Falls with Tyler's body, holding a funeral for him. At the funeral, Damon appears and reveals he's already dug 4 graves for Stefan, Caroline, Alaric, and Matt. After he makes his threat to kill them extremely noticeable with the graves, Damon leaves. Afterwards, Stefan coordinates a successful ambush, subduing Damon with vervain and chaining him inside a coffin to prevent further damage to buy time to break Sybil's grip. Later, while going through Tyler's things, Matt finds a letter addressed to him, talking about a siren named Celine. Meanwhile, Bonnie uses a magical device to jumpstart Enzo's humanity, using a tool called the Flame of Imprisonment. She traps them both inside a cabin and sets it on fire. She bets that Enzo's fear of losing her will override his coldness. As Bonnie loses consciousness from the smoke inhalation, the sight of her dying from him causes Enzo's humanity to snap back on. He rescues her from the flames, leading to a tearful reconciliation. While the adults are distracted, Celine takes the twins to a local carnival. Under the guise of a fun outing, she begins teaching Josie and Lizzie dark magic, including fire manipulation. She explains death to them in a disturbingly casual manner, grooming them for a dark future. Back at the armory, Sybil escapes her cell during a shift change, stealing the tuning fork and freeing Damon from his coffin. The group then gathers at the carnival for a final goodbye to Tyler. But the peace is shattered when Matt discovers that Celine is the twins' babysitter.
I know Rickard, the hot nanny.
Oh, Caroline, you need to get home now.
Caroline and Alaric rush home to find the house empty, to find that Celine has kidnapped the twins. She leaves behind a drawing of the girls with Cade, making her intent clear. She plans to offer the Siphoner twins to the devil as a replacement for the Siren's eternal debt. In the next episode, Celine kidnaps the twins and joins forces with Sybil and Damon, intending to offer their powerful Siphoner souls to Cade in exchange for her and Sybil's freedom. Stefan uses a psychic connection to Enzo, who is under his spell by the Sirens, to track the group to a motel where a summoning ritual is underway. Realizing the stakes, Stefan directs Alaric and Caroline to the wrong location, choosing to confront the Sirens alone. At the motel, the ritual successfully summons Cade, who is intrigued by the twins' potential. Just as the deal is about to be struck, Sybil interrupts with a counteroffer. Instead of 2 children who require years of training, Cade can have the 2 most prolific killers in history. Stefan and Damon Salvatore. Desperate to save Caroline's daughters, Stefan agrees. He bargains for the eternal service in exchange for the twins' safety and the release of their souls from the Siren's debt. Cade accepts the brothers' offer, but adds a final twist of cruelty. Because the deal was altered, only Sybyl's soul is granted freedom from hell, leaving Selene still condemned to hell. Sybil chooses to remain immortal and powerful on Earth, taunting her sister. Stefan returns the twins to a relieved but devastated Caroline, informing her that he has only 24 hours of freedom left before his servitude begins.
Because my one condition was that I get to spend my last 24 hours of freedom with you.
Meanwhile, Matt and Alaric track Damon to a bar. Fearing his switch will never flip back on, they ambush him, shooting him and staking him, taking revenge for both the twins, and Tyler as well. The next episode starts at the Salvatore boarding house, where Caroline holds a final holiday dinner with Stefan, Alaric, Matt, and Peter, planning on distracting herself from the twins for their safety. But the peace is shattered when Damon and Sybil crash the party, learning about Stefan's deal with Cade. An angry Damon stabs Stefan, desiccating him. While this should have killed Stefan, since he is under Cade's contract, he's just temporarily dead and taken to meet him. Through psychic visions, Cade takes Stefan back to a horrific Ripper massacre on Christmas Eve 1917. Cade reveals that Selene witnessed the slaughter and was so moved by Stefan's capacity for evil that she spared his life, marking him the perfect soul for the devil. Cade uses this history to argue that Stefan's nature is inherently dark, but to protect his future with Caroline, Stefan makes a new pact. He will turn his humanity off and serve as Cade's soul harvester for 1 year in exchange for his eventual freedom. Cade accepts, certain that once Stefan starts killing, he won't want to stop. Back at the Salvatore house, Damon forces his guests to play a game, making them confess their worst sins to decide who he should kill. During the tension, Caroline uses the distraction to help Bonnie and Enzo locate the tuning fork at Selene's house, where Selene agrees to hand over the tuning fork, as long as Bonnie helps her remove her psychic influence from the twins to avoid hell. Damon then gives Sybil a gift found under the tree, Elena's necklace. Touching the necklace triggers a flood of suppressed memories, momentarily breaking Sybil's mental hold on him. Enraged by her manipulation, Damon brutally rips out Sybil's heart and leaves her for dead on the street. As the clock strikes midnight, Stefan shares a heartbreaking final moment with Caroline and the twins. Honoring his deal with Cade, he flips his humanity switch, losing all emotion and empathy. The episode ends with the two brothers driving out of Mystic Falls together. We flash forward to the next episode, 3 weeks into the service, as Damon and Stefan continue harvesting souls. Stefan targets a young doctor named Tara because her moral compass reminds him of Elena. To corrupt her soul, Stefan injects Damon with vervain and places him under Tara's care, compelling her to believe Damon killed her parents. He orchestrates a medical emergency, tempting her to harvest Damon's organs for a patient in need. When Tara finally gives in to her darkest desires and attempts to kill Damon, the brothers execute her for Cade's hell. In Mystic Falls, Sybil, still alive due to her deal with Cade, poses as a high school teacher to lead Caroline and class of students to the site where 100 witches were burned. She reveals that the town's history is a lie. The Donovans and Maxwells were the true founders, but the current founding families took the credit. Sybil explains that Ethan Maxwell forged a mystical bell that, when paired with the tuning fork, creates a powerful weapon. She reveals that the bell was thrown off Wickery Bridge in 1992 and tasks Caroline with finding it, threatening to burn the students alive if she fails. At the armory, Matt and Peter Maxwell, with the help of Dorian, discover that their ancestor Ethan was the blacksmith behind the bell. Matt learns the bell was recovered from the river in 2009 after the death of Elena's parents, and stored by Liz Forbes. However, when Caroline reaches the storage unit, she finds that Selene has already stolen it. Matt and Peter manage to rescue the students just before Sybil can ignite them. The episode ends later into the night, as Stefan murders the entire hospital staff, confirming that the Ripper is indeed back. He forces Damon to throw out Elena's necklace to prove he's completely lost his humanity, but a conflicted Damon secretly returns the next day to retrieve Elena's necklace, showing that there's still a little hope. In the next episode, we're back to the Miss Mystic Falls pageant. Sybil attends with the Salvatore brothers, demanding Damon hand over the striker, the metal ball he had stolen from Peter earlier. Despite her mental grip, the pageant environment triggers fractured memories of Elena in Damon's mind, allowing him to regain a bit of control and refuse Sybil. Caroline attempts to steal Damon's humanity, begging him to return to his normal self. Bonnie and Enzo return from Paris with a new conflict. Enzo has gifted Bonnie a necklace containing his blood. Bonnie is hesitant to wear it, fearing the implications of becoming a vampire while still magically linked to Elena. During the pageant, they discuss their future, with Enzo revealing he gave her his blood in case of an emergency. This leads Bonnie to ask, would Enzo consider taking the cure to become human with her? Meanwhile, Celine reveals to Dorian that the bell, the tuning fork, and the striker must be assembled to defeat the sirens, but only a Maxwell descendant can ring it. Stefan compels the contestants to stay against their will. After a violent confrontation where Stefan knocks Damon out to steal the striker, Caroline is forced to stake her fiancé to stop his rampage. The tragedy peaks when Caroline discovers one contestant is in transformation because Stefan killed her earlier. Devastated by Stefan's cruelty,
Till then, just stay away from me.
Caroline officially ends their engagement. While Matt and Dorian successfully secure the bell from Celine's home, the episode ends with a twist. After Damon finally turns on her and locks her in the Salvatore cellar, she uses her psychic powers to forcibly flip his immunity switch back on. Damon is instantly hit with the crushing weight of every murder and betrayal he committed over the past months, leaving him incapacitated by grief. In the next episode, Damon's mind is full of guilt and hellfire. Sybil offers to fix him in exchange for the Maxwell Bell. Bonnie and Caroline enter Damon's subconscious, which manifests a distorted Mystic Falls. They encounter figures from his past, including Henry, the soldier, and Vicky Donovan. Caroline is forced to face a version of her mother, Liz Forbes, who tortures her as a monster. Eventually, Bonnie realizes Damon doesn't need their forgiveness to wake up. He specifically needs Stefan's. In the physical world, Celine reveals to Matt that ringing the bell 12 times will open a portal to hell and unleash hellfire, incinerating the town. Stefan compels Matt to ring the Maxwell Bell, still loyal to Cade, wanting to give him as many souls as possible. As Matt begins to ring the bell, Peter tries to stop his son, but the compulsion is too strong. Stefan enters Damon's mind for a final confrontation. While Stefan claims he's there to forgive him, the subconscious Damon reveals the truth. Stefan is the one who needs forgiveness for turning Damon into a vampire centuries ago, which is what had been haunting his subconscious. Once they reach this understanding, Damon finally wakes up. He arrives at the bell tower just in time to knock Matt unconscious before the 12th ring, saving Mystic Falls. While the 12th bell wasn't rung, the 11 rings made it possible for Cade to manifest permanently on Earth. Deeming the sirens no longer useful, he incinerates both Sybil and Celine, declaring he will take control of the situation himself. In the next episode, as Cade has come alive in Mystic Falls, he tasks Damon with a grim choice: kill 100 evil people by sundown, or Caroline dies. Rejecting the rules, Damon seeks a third option, killing Cade himself. Meanwhile, Bonnie and Enzo are tasked to hide the Maxwell Bell. They use this as an excuse to embark on a bucket list road trip, letting Enzo enjoy immortality one last time before he eventually takes the cure, which Bonnie extracted from Elena. At the high school, Matt and Caroline manage the Time Capsule Day celebration to keep the townspeople safe. They unearth artifacts from 1790, including Maxwell family items. Caroline finds her own childhood letter, realizing her life as a vampire has moved far beyond her human girlhood dreams. Damon's attempt to kill Cade fails when the devil proves his invulnerability by ripping out his own heart and healing instantly.
Seen enough.
Caroline proposes a new plan. Use the cure Bonnie has to turn Cade human and killable. Though Bonnie originally intended the cure for Enzo, she agrees to let the group use it to stop the devil. Later, Damon learns Cade gave Stefan a similar deal: kill 100 people or kill Elena. Stefan chooses to kill Elena to permanently sever Damon's emotional tether. Stefan arrives where Elena's coffin is and brutally murders Enzo by ripping out his heart. A devastated Bonnie, defending herself, stabs Stefan with the cure, turning him human. As Enzo dies, a massive psychic wave erupts from Bonnie, suggesting her magic has finally returned through the sheer force of her grief. In episode 12, Matt Donovan experiences the psychic visions triggered by an old Maxwell talisman. Under hypnosis at the armory, he sees a life of his ancestor, Ethan Maxwell. In 1790, Ethan worked with Beatrice Bennett to protect the town, which was being attacked by the sirens. While the two planned to use the Maxwell Bell as a weapon, Ethan was coerced by the sirens to turn the Maxwell Bell into a portal for hell. Beatrice and her coven sacrificed their lives to contain the resulting hellfire, marking the 100 Witch Massacre site, and eventually trapping the sirens in the armory's tunnels, accidentally trapping Ethan with them. But before Ethan died in the tunnels, he hid a secret in his journal: a way to kill Cade. Also, a newly human Stefan is crushed by the guilt of his Ripper past. After being arrested for his various crimes, Caroline clears his record, but Stefan remains soulless. While helping a victim he previously attacked, he is stabbed by the terrified woman. Because he has the cure in his system, vampire blood cannot heal him, forcing him to face his mortality. Meanwhile, Kate offers Damon a deal. Find Ethan's journal by midnight or Stefan is condemned to hell forever. Elsewhere, Bonnie hears Enzo's voice and believes he's reaching out from beyond. Her mother, Abby, shows up and helps her conduct a seance, discovering that Bonnie's grief-induced psychic dream created a dimension where Enzo was kept. Fearing the darkness of this rift will consume Bonnie, Abby is forced to burn Enzo's body to break the connection. Bonnie is devastated, forced to accept Enzo's death as she loses her final link to him. Damon steals the journal and gives it to Cade to save Stefan's soul, but Cade incinerates the book, seemingly destroying the instructions to kill him. However, Damon reveals to Alaric that he knows the way to kill him, and it is hidden in the armory tunnels. As they prepare to hunt the devil, they are interrupted by none other than Kai Parker, who claims he has a better plan. The episode ends with Stefan being mysteriously abducted by an unknown person. In the next episode, Kai Parker explains that when Matt rang the Maxwell bell 11 times, the veil to hell thinned enough for him to slip through. However, he is only half alive, unable to taste food and physically fading. Damon attempts to use Kai's predicament to his advantage, offering to help Kai stay in the living world if Kai unlinks Bonnie and Elena. Since becoming human, Stefan's past compulsions begin to fail. Dorian, Alaric's intern, then kidnaps Stefan after remembering that Stefan murdered his family in 2010 while working for Klaus. In the woods, Dorian forces Stefan to dig his own grave at gunpoint and accidentally shoots him.
You're not supposed to...
Stefan has a near-death experience, being transported to Cade where he taunts him, urging him to abandon Caroline now rather than in 50 years. Though Stefan survives, the guilt overwhelms him. He decides to break up with Caroline, believing he needs a fresh start away from the shadow of Mystic Falls. Bonnie seeks Cade's help to reach Enzo in the afterlife, but the devil discovers something shocking. Bonnie didn't send Enzo to hell. Instead, at the moment of his death, her raw psychic grief created an entirely new dimension, similar to the hell he created. He confronts Bonnie, realizing her strength and also the fact that Kai is back. Bonnie realizes how to access the dimensions she's created and finally is able to talk with Enzo. Meanwhile, Alaric and Caroline notice that Josie and Lizzie's siphoning powers are spiraling out of control. Damon convinces Kai that seeking redemption is the only way to avoid returning to hell. Kai agrees to help bring Elena back, leading Damon to her crypt. However, true to his nature, Kai stabs Damon and vanishes with Elena's coffin, mockingly declaring that he never believed in redemption to begin with. The next episode starts with a desiccated Damon waking up over his body as Cade holds Elena's coffin hostage. He offers Damon a trade, the coffin for the ashen dagger, made of his own bones and the only weapon capable of killing him, currently in possession of Kai. Damon tells Stefan and Stefan tracks Kai to a karaoke bar, where a struggle ensues over the dagger. Damon intervenes, snapping Kai's neck and imprisoning him at the armory. At the armory, Alaric and Caroline struggle with the twins' powers. Kai manipulates the situation to escape, while Stefan plans to kill Cade alone. He stabs Damon with Vervain and meets Cade at the quarry. He teams up with Alaric to ring the Maxwell bell to weaken Cade, and Stefan gains the upper hand. However, Alaric was forced to stop ringing to rescue his daughters from Kai, leading to Stefan being attacked. At the quarry, Cade forces Damon, who just arrived, to choose Stefan, his dying brother, or Elena, the love of his life. Keep in mind, Elena's coffin is on fire, affecting Bonnie, whose life is linked. Damon chooses a third option, offering his own soul and stakes himself. While Damon is in transit to hell, Bonnie arrives using her psychic powers to battle Cade for Damon's soul. During the struggle, Stefan realizes the opportunity and stabs Cade with the ashen dagger. The devil is killed and Damon's soul returns to his body. At the armory, Alaric and Caroline overpower Kai, handing him over to Bonnie. All of this history and the looming threat around his daughters makes Alaric want to open a school for supernatural children. He proposes this to Caroline, who likes the idea. Later, Stefan and Caroline reaffirm their engagement. However, after Bonnie and the twins trap Kai in the new prison world, he delivers a final revelation. Hell was not destroyed. It has a new ruler, and it's none other than Catherine Pierce. Episode 15 continues with the revelation. With Catherine Pierce now ruling hell, the group now realizes they need a way to kill her permanently. Dorian suggests a weapon forged from her own human remains, leading Damon and Stefan to retrieve her bones from the old Salvatore tomb. To lure her out of hiding, they plan a wedding for Stefan and Caroline on short notice, banking on Catherine's obsession with Stefan and her hatred of their happiness to draw her into the open. And to top it off, there is a surprise guest at the wedding. and it's none other than Kelly Donovan, Matt's mother, who has been dead for years. She reveals that she was brought back from hell by Catherine. While the group prepares for the ceremony, Kelly is busy causing chaos behind the scenes. She slits the neck of Peter Maxwell, her ex, all the while suffering the physical toll of being brought back to life. Despite the looming threat, the wedding proceeds with bittersweet beauty. Damon acts as the officiant in a ceremony. Stefan and Caroline exchange vows, officially becoming husband and wife.
With this ring, I thee wed.
Aww. However, the celebration's cut short when Catherine fails to appear. Kelly interrupts the reception to reveal that she has caused a massive gas leak. A violent explosion destroys the estate, trapping Bonnie and the twins inside the burning building. On survival instincts, Josie and Lizzie siphon magic from Bonnie to shield themselves from the blast. While they survive, the surge of magic severs Bonnie's psychic link to Enzo, forcing a final, tearful goodbye between the two lovers. As Kelly is dying due to her body being rejected by the human world, she reveals that the explosion was merely a distraction. Catherine's real plan involves the Maxwell Ball.
Down Mystic Falls with Hellfire. Tonight.
High on the clock tower, a resurrected Vicky Donovan appears. As the Maxwell descendant, she begins to strike the bell, intending to ring it 12 times to unleash the Hellfire and incinerate all of Mystic Falls. As the first chime rings out, Bonnie collapses. We finally reach episode 16, the season finale and the last episode of the Vampire Diaries as a whole. Well, it sure has been a long journey. Prepare yourselves, everyone. The episode begins with a brush with death, as Bonnie Bennett briefly dies, reuniting with Elena. However, Enzo guides her back, insisting her time was not yet come. In the physical world, Vicky continues ringing the Maxwell bell to unleash Hellfire. At the Salvatore house, the brothers find Elena's coffin open, realizing she must have come back to life when Bonnie briefly died.
I'm awake.
You're awake.
But if it's too good to be true, it probably is. Damon then realizes the person standing in front of them is not Elena, but in fact Catherine. Catherine reveals she manipulated even the King of Hell, Cade, seeking the ultimate revenge by burning Mystic Falls with Elena inside. To save the town, Bonnie devises a desperate plan to redirect the Hellfire through the tunnels and back into Hell, destroying the dimension forever. This requires one person to stay behind to ensure Catherine is physically in the tunnels when the fire strikes. A heartbreaking argument ensues between the brothers. Damon attempts to compel human Stefan to leave, wanting to be the older brother for once. However, Stefan, protected by Vervain, secretly injects Damon with his own cure blood, turning Damon human and pushing him to safety. As Vicky rings the final bell, Stefan holds Catherine in the path of the flames, using the dagger made with her bones, dying alongside her as Hell is obliterated.
Goodbye, brother.
Bonnie, in a powerful display of her restored magic, channels the strength of the entire Bennett bloodline to protect Mystic Falls. The spirit of her grandmother Sheila, her ancestors Beatrice, and dozens of other witches appear behind her to join their voices in a massive collective spell. Together, they do more than just stop the fire. They use the Hellfire's own energy to permanently destroy the dimension of Hell itself. In the psychic dimension of the high school, a deceased Stefan says a final nostalgic goodbye to Elena. He explains that he died so Damon could have the chance to be the better man and live a full human life with her. He whispers a final message for Caroline before finding peace and reuniting with Lexi. Back in reality, Bonnie finds the strength to break Kai's spell, finally waking Elena from her years-long sleep without harming each other.
Feel your heartbeat. Can you hear me screaming, please don't leave me?
Her and Damon finally reunite, marking the start of their human lives together. The survivors gather to mourn Stefan, leaving symbols of their journey together at his crypt. The series ends showing us everyone living out their long and mortal lives. Alaric and Caroline move forward with their plan to open a school for the young and gifted at the Salvatore boarding house. The school receives a significant financial boost from a surprising donor when Klaus Michelson sends a letter and a massive check. He promises to see Caroline again one day, regardless of how long it takes. Matt Donovan continues his service as sheriff and eventually becomes mayor. Bonnie travels the world and lives her life to the fullest as she promised Enzo she would do. Dorian and Jeremy return as teachers in Alaric and Caroline's school. Damon and Elena eventually marry and grow old together in Mystic Falls, where Elena becomes a doctor. The dead couple now walk hand in hand in the spirit realm, finally finding peace. The final moments of the show depicts a deceased Elena finding her parents, Jenna and John, waiting for her at the porch of the Gilbert house. Simultaneously, the spirit of Stefan is seen at the Salvatore boarding house, where he opens the door to find Damon waiting. After decades of wondering if they would ever meet each other again, Stefan is greeted with a familiar,
"Hello, brother."
And the two embrace. And that's the entire story of the Vampire Diaries, spanning over 8 seasons, multiple deaths, and supernatural romances. It sure was one hell of a ride. Do let us know if you'd like us to continue the TVD universe with the originals. But for now, thank you for watching. Feel free to click on one of the other videos on the screen and watch and enjoy and like, share, subscribe, do all those other awesome things you people do, and I will see you next time.